My dad called me a loser and banned me from the family trip. I said, no problem. 18 days later he texted, can you pay $2,300 for your sister? My father referred to me as a loser and refused to let me join the family trip. I said, no problem. 3 weeks later my father texted, can you pay for your sister's next semester? I simply replied, this loser won't send you a single dollar. 12 minutes later, my phone erupted with 27 missed calls. You'd think that paying for your sister's college tuition every semester would elicit a thank you, a phone call, a card, or any other sign that you're more than just an ATM with a pulse. But not in my family. In my family I was always the difficult one, the self-sufficient one, the one who chose to leave early, relocate, and live this lifestyle. Meanwhile, my little sister Hannah Mitchell, the delicate genius, could burn down the kitchen and still be applauded. It's been like this since we were children. When Hannah Mitchell spilled juice on my mother's laptop, I was grounded because I was the older child and should have been supervising her. When she failed arithmetic, I felt compelled to help her every evening, regardless of whether I had my own job or schoolwork to complete. Her problems always seemed to fall on my lap. Now consider the past few years. I work in technology as a freelancer, completing contract work, developing web apps, and launching small businesses. It's unpredictable, but I manage. I am not wealthy, but I can pay my rent, save money, and live on my own terms. Still, for some reason, I was tasked with covering Hannah Mitchell's college expenses. It began as a simple thing. She needed help with the books, then she needed help with rent. Then her car broke down, then her roommate left. Then she had to change her major. And somehow, I became the contingency plan for everything. The saddest part is that no one ever asked. Not really. My parents are constantly bombarding me with guilt. Mom places late-night calls, family emergencies, the subtle digs about how I had no children, no mortgage, and a lot of money to help. At one point, I was contributing around $2,300 per month to Hannah Mitchell's life. Meanwhile, she didn't answer my texts. Then, in July, I received an unexpected phone call from my father. I hadn't communicated with him in weeks. He didn't even say hello. He got right into it. We began discussing attitudes and family priorities. I said I wasn't being supportive. Said I was causing division, and then Dad said it. You're not coming on the family trip this year. You don't belong there with that attitude. You're a loser, Lauren Mitchell. You made your choices. There was a long pause. I didn't defend myself. I simply said, no problem, and hung up. I didn't cry. I didn't vent to anyone. I just sat there wondering how easily he could erase me. All the help, all the money, and all the bending over backwards was gone with a single sentence. 18 days later, as I eat lunch, my phone vibrates. A text message from Dad. Can you cover your sister's expenses for next semester? She is short. No apologies. No small talk. Just another expectation that I'd step in. I replied, this loser won't send you a single dollar. 12 minutes later my phone exploded. 27 missed calls. Nobody wanted to understand Hannah Mitchell, including my Florida aunt. They only wanted to repair everything and return things to their original state. But I was done. I wasn't going to explain myself. I wasn't going to say it. It was the first time I had noticed it. I was not a member of a family. I was part of a system. A system that depended on me. So I determined to be exactly who they thought I was. The loser, ungrateful daughter, and self-centered one. And if they thought things were difficult now, they had no idea what lay ahead. The best part about being labeled as a black sheep is that expectations vanish quickly. No more assuming I can solve everything. No more counting money until I have earned it. Something changed the moment I sent that text. I could feel it. My phone didn't stop buzzing for hours. Dad called back to back. Mom left voicemails which I never answered. Hannah Mitchell wrote paragraph after paragraph about worry, anxiety, and how everything was falling apart. I did not reply. Not out of spite. I just didn't get the idea. Every message sounded the same. Panic combined with entitlement. For years, I told them to expect me. I answered every call. I handled every emergency. I paid the fee that made them uncomfortable. And the one time I didn't, they pretended the floor was gone beneath them. 4 days later, my cousin Megan Collins texted me. She said she had heard things were stressful and wondered if I was okay. I told her I was fine and wondered why everyone was suddenly so anxious. She stated that my parents were concerned about money. Hannah Mitchell may have to discontinue classes, and everything was uncertain. That word stayed with me because my life had been unclear for years and no one cared. Then came freelance contracts, late hours, and weeks of working non-stop to stay ahead. My uncertainty was not taken into account. I told Megan Collins that I hoped everything went well and left it at that. 10 days passed, then another. According to family rumors, Hannah Mitchell missed the tuition deadline and was forced to move out of her apartment and back home. Apparently she was furious. Not at the circumstances, but at me. That part made me laugh. My parents had always insisted that Hannah Mitchell have independence, space, and the freedom to grow. It turned out that independence came with a monthly bill, which I was expected to pay silently. Without me, their version of stability collapsed quickly. I made a decision at that point. If they thought I was irresponsible and selfish, I would stop correcting them. I stopped explaining. I stopped clarifying. I have stopped proving anything. When my mother texted me, "Call me when you calm down," I did not respond. I ignored Dad's email asking if we could speak like adults. If someone sent me a vague message about family issues, I responded in short, empty sentences. That's rough. It drove them crazy. They wanted the old me back. The person who went into excessive detail. The person who became alarmed when there was silence. The person who rushed to fix everything. That I was occupied. Not even doing anything dramatic. Simply living, working, sleeping normally, spending time with friends and saving money that remained in my account for once. One night I checked my spam folder and found an email from my mother. Please include only the subject line. You've changed. There is no message. Just that. I looked at it and felt relieved that she was correct. I had changed. And for the first time the shift was entirely for my benefit. What they didn't realize was that while they were scrambling to fill the gaps I used to fill, I had just signed a contract that would significantly alter my financial situation. I did not tell anybody. I did not drop a hint. I let them assume the worst. If I were the loser now, I was going to play the part perfectly. And that's when they started to work harder. By mid-September the silence had grown too loud for them. They cracked. It started with strange attempts to reset the vibe, like my mother commenting on old Facebook photos I had forgotten about. A beautiful girl in a 2017 photo. Miss this day behind a blurry photo of us at a family cookout that I don't recall enjoying. Then came the boxes. At first I thought someone had the wrong address, but they were from her. A pair of fuzzy socks, a candle, and a paperback novel I mentioned enjoying several years ago. There was no note inside, just these strange little incentives, as if she was hoping that inhaling enough vanilla-scented wax would help me forget everything. I did not reply. Then I received an email from my father. The subject line indicated a quick update. It was anything but quick. 3 paragraphs. The first one concentrated on Hannah Mitchell's resilience. The second talked about how difficult it was financially, with tuition, rent, and car repairs. The third was the pitch. If you can contribute even a few $100s, it will make a big difference for your sister. We understand what was said, but she really needs her older sister right now. I sat with that one for a while, not because I was tempted, but because I knew they weren't getting it. They still assumed this was about money and that my silence could be bargained for. 4 days later, Hannah Mitchell called me. I picked up, not to talk, but to listen. She tried to appear impartial, saying she was stressed and noticed things were strange, but she didn't want us to be apart forever. She even said, "I get it now kind of." Which surprised me given that she was still living rent-free in a home that I had helped keep afloat for 4 years. She eventually realized that she needed help with a class. They said it was necessary. The financial assistance fell through. They said it cost only $1,250. I said, "I'll think about it." Then I blocked her again. It wasn't about money. I had the money. I had a lot more than she realized. What I no longer possessed was the willingness to be used simply because it was more convenient for them than being truthful. What none of them knew was that, while they were busy trying to fill the gaps I left behind, I had just signed an 8-month contract with a startup for a product management position that was entirely remote, paid $13,500 per month, and included a sizable incentive for meeting goals early. The old me would have said, "Don't worry, I'll help out again soon," softening the blow and convincing them that things were returning to normal. However, I was curious what they would do without the safety net. I began to hear small details from others. A family friend informed me that my mother had taken on a part-time job at a gift shop on weekends. According to a cousin, my father had secretly obtained a personal loan. Hannah Mitchell was back home and in a good mood every day, which made me happy. Every time someone said they were struggling, my only thought was, good, they should struggle. They should live in the mess they built and realize that the person they thought was the most disposable was the one holding everything together. I went low contact with everyone. There will be no more general, "I hope everything is fine" statements. No more polite responses to check-ins. I wasn't angry any longer. I was done. And while they were breaking down, I was planning my getaway. I hadn't traveled for 3 years. Not because I couldn't, but because I was always on call. Now I was off the clock. So I booked a flight to somewhere warm and beautiful. 4. I got a villa with friends, a private pool, and an ocean view. I brought bikinis I'd never worn before, as well as a dress I bought months ago but hadn't taken off the tags. When we landed and I felt the heat on my face, I took a picture. We're in the water, with drinks in hand, genuine smiles on our faces, and no worries in sight. I shared it without any context, service, or stress. They noticed it within an hour. I didn't tag anyone, but the next morning, I got 6 texts from my mother. "We just want our family back. Please call. Let's talk when you're ready." And I looked at the television, sitting by the pool, sun on my legs, coffee in hand, and realized I wasn't even sad. I was entertained because for once, I wasn't pleading. The morning after I shared the vacation photo, my phone did not turn on immediately. It became feral. I awoke to missed calls stacked on top of one another, like spam. "Hannah Mitchell, an aunt, has been saved as a house." I had no idea who it was. I listened to nothing. I simply silenced my phone and went downstairs to meet my friends for breakfast. That was the surprise element for me. I felt normal. There is no pit in my stomach. I don't need to explain myself. The ocean was right there. The air smelled fresh. For once, I didn't feel any pressure. Later that afternoon, while everyone else went swimming, I checked my messages. Hannah Mitchell submitted one that stood out. "Why would you post something like that, knowing what we're going through?" I didn't respond, but then I saw an SMS from an unknown number. There's no name or emoji, just one statement. "You should probably talk to your father about the account." That completely stopped me. I stared at the screen for longer than necessary. I hadn't discussed accounts with anyone in years. I did not respond. I didn't ask who it was. I turned my phone face down and went back outside, but the rest of the day felt strange, as if something had changed beneath everything. I finished the trip. I didn't let it destroy anything. We drank excessively. We stayed up late. I laughed more than I had in months. I even posted another photo on the last night. Sunset, barefoot, with no caption. When I got home, the first thing I did was open my laptop. When I first began assisting Hannah Mitchell years ago, my father insisted that we open a joint account. He claimed it would be cleaner and easier to track family matters, tuition, rent, and emergency situations. I hadn't logged in for over a year because I trusted him. That is on me. The login is still working. Initially, what I saw didn't make sense. My deposits arrived like clockwork. There were large and consistent withdrawals, but I was unable to identify any others. Not small ones, but large casual ones at weekend resort prices. An expensive restaurant located far from Hannah Mitchell's college. I knew she didn't drive, so I made monthly car lease payments. I scrolled and scrolled. That's when everything clicked into place. They hadn't just relied on me. They had not just relied on me. They were secretly using the money I paid Hannah Mitchell to fund their own lifestyle. And when I cut them off, the whole structure collapsed because there was nothing underneath it. There is no backup plan or funding. It's just me. I closed the account that night, transferred the remaining balance, reset all passwords, and removed myself from shared documents. Everything that smelled of access was gone. 5 days later, Hannah Mitchell arrived at my house. There is no warning or text, simply a knock. I opened the door just enough to see her standing there, bag on, hair pulled back and looking smaller than I remembered. She said she didn't know. She claimed her father told her I had stopped helping because I was angry and unstable. She stated that she assumed he was handling the rest himself. I asked her to consider it for a second. She didn't argue. She just stood there. Then she asked if we could talk inside. I said no. I informed her that she could no longer avoid accepting responsibility, that whatever story she believed did not alter the facts, and that I was not going to solve this one. She inquired about her next course of action. I said, "Figure it out." And I did. I closed the door. That night my father sent me a message that was neither angry nor regretful. It was calculated. He said, "Families make mistakes. That we shouldn't let money destroy us. That we could start fresh if I was willing to be reasonable again." I read it once and erased it. Because the reality was that I had already moved on. They could sense it. It became quiet after I closed the door on Hannah Mitchell and sealed all financial backdoors that they used to drain me. Not true silence, but the kind of silence that comes when someone is overthinking their next move. I had seen this pattern before. It's a loop of manipulation. Guilt comes first, followed by fury and desperation masquerading as kindness. When all else fails, they start pulling levers. They believe you are too terrified to cut. This time, they attempted everything. 5 days after Dad's final message, with the fake olive branch and the hushed request for money, I received a call from reception at work. Someone claiming to be my mother contacted the workplace and requested to speak with me directly. She advised me to answer my phone and ensure my well-being. My manager mentioned it casually during our weekly call, half jokingly. "Your mom sounds sweet," he said. "A little intense?" I smiled, explaining that she was just worried and that I was angry. I never told her where I worked, not formally. I assumed she'd either pieced it together from a client testimonial or had spent enough time on LinkedIn to find me. Regardless, it was invasive and deliberate. So I immediately contacted her. "Please do not call my workplace again. This is harassment. I'm not playing games with you." She did not reply. Instead, she escalated. The next day, my Aunt Diane Parker, who never calls unless someone dies, called me during lunch. She sounded tearful. Said my mother was not sleeping. Hannah Mitchell was going insane and thinking about dropping out. That Dad was humiliated because the entire extended family knew I was going to abandon them. I asked her one question. "Diane, did anyone tell you that I covered Hannah Mitchell's expenses for 4 years?" Silence. "No." "Maybe don't call me crying about what they think they've lost." I hung up. 2 hours later, I get a text from Hannah Mitchell. After weeks of silence, there is no apology or acknowledgement, just this. "Dad is furious." He said, "You stole from the family account. Don't pretend you're a victim." I read it twice before blocking her again. Allow them to speak. Let them twist it. Allow them to completely rewrite the story to portray me as a villain. I didn't care anymore because I had something they couldn't take. Freedom. And I wasn't finished with it. That weekend I booked another trip, this time to Portugal. I'd always wanted to go but never had the time. The timing never seemed ideal. There was always an emergency, a tuition deadline, or a new mess that I needed to help clean up. But I only had one deadline. My flight. I did not tell anybody. I just packed my bag, boarded the plane, and left. I stayed in a small apartment near Porto's waterfront. I drank wine with people who didn't know my name. I ate foods I couldn't pronounce. Slept in. On the 4th day I posted a photo of a ceramic plate with grilled octopus, crusty bread and a full glass of white wine. There are no captions or tags. It didn't matter. They saw it because the next day, I received an email from my father with the subject line, "Where do we go from here?" Attached was a spreadsheet, an actual Excel file titled, "Family Budget 2027. I opened it out of morbid curiosity. He had listed all of Hannah Mitchell's expenses, including tuition, car insurance, therapy, utilities, books, internet, gas and groceries. He then added a column called Projected Assistance from Lauren Mitchell and entered a figure. $1,800 per month. There's a note at the bottom. If you're serious about rebuilding trust, this is how you prove it. I stared at the screen, half laughing. They didn't even try to hide it anymore. There was no manipulation or false sweetness, just expectation. I closed the file and never responded. When I got home, there was a letter waiting for me at the front desk of my apartment building. A physical letter without a return address. Inside it simply read, "You've made your point. Can we please talk like adults now? Dinner, no judgment, just family." It was signed. Mom, Dad, and Hannah Mitchell. They were cornered. I could feel it. Not financially, but emotionally. The entire structure had collapsed. The strong family unit image was shredded. People started asking questions they didn't know the answers to. They were unable to function unless someone filled in the gaps. So they invited me to dinner at their house. Promised no guilt or lectures, just a quiet evening to clear the air. I said yes, but not because I desired peace or resolution. I said yes because I wanted to give them one last chance to be honest. Finally, they got an unexpected response. Dinner was scheduled for Saturday at 7 p.m. Their house, which I basically funded from the shadows for 4 years. I hadn't been there since before the fallout. Not since my father called me a loser and refused to invite me on a vacation that I probably paid for. I didn't dress up or bring anything. No wine, no dessert, and no nervous energy. Just me. Hannah Mitchell opened the door. She looked exhausted, with her hair tied up, hoodie on, and dark circles under her eyes. The golden girl glow was gone. Behind her, I noticed my parents already seated, as if they were waiting for a court appearance. We didn't hug. We did not say hello. We sat. The table was arranged as if they were playing family again. Napkins are folded, with some overcooked chicken in the center. It smelled like effort, but the air was stiff. Nobody spoke for 6 minutes. Then my mother began. She expressed a desire for things to go back to normal. That she missed when we were close. She didn't recognize the person I had become. My father picked it up from there. He said I had made my point and that I clearly required space. That the budget was mistaken. Just an idea. He only said numbers. Hannah Mitchell apologized. She admitted she did not know everything. She claimed she was only scared. I hated her. Then they sat there waiting, as if that was sufficient. Maybe it happened once. But I didn't owe them any tears, explanations or anything. So I took a breath and said this. I believe we should all simply forget it. My mother blinked. What do you mean? Let's not pretend that any of this makes sense. Let us not attempt to reset something that has never worked in the first place. You all called me when you needed money. You insulted me when I stopped. You only liked me when I was helpful. So I'm no longer useful, and there's no reason to fix it. We can just be done. They said nothing. I looked at Hannah Mitchell. I hope you graduate. I really do. However, you will have to do it on your own, just like the rest of us. Then I stood up. There was no shouting. Don't slam the door. No dramatic monologues. A simple conclusion to something that should have been over long ago. I walked out, drove home, put my phone on silent, and the whole thing stopped feeling heavy. They didn't call the next day or the day after. There were no more guilt trips, budget documents, or mysterious packages at my doorstep. It was over. Surprisingly, it did not feel like a loss of family. It felt like stepping out of a trap. I don't make many posts these days. I do not need to. I go wherever I want. I eat whatever I like. I pay for only one person. Me. They can call me a loser all they want, but I have never felt more like a winner. It has been 7 weeks since that dinner. 7 weeks ago I stood up from that table, told them we didn't need to fix anything, and walked away from a dynamic I'd been stuck in since I was a teenager. There are no explosions or second thoughts. Only silence. At first I was waiting for something. A guilt text, a rage voicemail, one of those "you misunderstood us" essays they used to enjoy writing. But nothing arrived. Not even from Hannah Mitchell. It's as if they finally understood what I meant. And to be honest, that scared me more than the noise did. Because if someone can stop reaching out so quickly, it makes you wonder how genuine the relationship ever was. It turns out that when I stopped providing, the connection ceased to exist. But here's the thing. The silence didn't hurt as much as I expected it to. It felt clean. After the 4th week, I started to notice something strange. I didn't check my phone every 6 minutes anymore. I wasn't practicing conversations in my head. I wasn't flinching every time I saw a family name in my inbox because they didn't appear at all. And in that space, I began to live as a whole person. I started a side project that I'd been putting off for a year. I caught up on my sleep. Finally joined the yoga studio down the street. I reconnected with a friend I had not seen since college. Someone who, in a single 90-minute coffee date, showed me more genuine warmth than my family had in years. I also checked in with my bank. It's just curiosity. And I saw something I had not seen before. Stability. Not only in money but also in energy, routine and peace. My parents were not depleting my savings with phony emergencies. Hannah Mitchell was not hovering over my shoulder like another. This would be the final favor, and I didn't want to start the day feeling behind schedule. Last weekend I received a message from my cousin Megan Collins. She said she heard I had gone off the grid and that people were concerned about my well-being. I told her that I had never been better. She said quietly, "Good for you. I wish I could do what you did." I told her she could. She didn't respond. I know there's a version of this story that concludes with a dramatic reconciliation, a tearful reunion where everyone finally understands, but real life isn't a film. Sometimes the best ending is to walk away and watch the credits roll in silence. And this is exactly what I'm doing. There will be no more updates, comebacks or fixes. Parents planned, arson to cash insurance and frame me. My GF helped, my brother lit the fire, and police caught him with gasoline. Everyone went to jail. As a 28-year-old male, I grew up as the invisible second son in a family where my older brother, Logan Pierce, 32, was treated as if he were king. Do you know those households where one child can do no wrong and everyone else exists just to promote that child's narrative? That basically sums up my childhood. I was the forgotten son, the afterthought, the one who existed solely to make Logan Pierce appear better in contrast. Growing up in the Pierce household was like being a background character in someone else's film. Logan Pierce was always seen as the most successful by my parents. Not because he accomplished anything exceptional, but because he had a knack for puffing himself up while achieving the absolute minimum. The guy could fail an exam and then convince my parents that he was wronged by a prejudiced teacher. He might smash a car and make it appear as if he were a hero who escaped a terrible scenario. He could arrive late to everything and still be commended for getting things done. Meanwhile, I'd bring home straight A's and be told I needed to work harder, like Logan Pierce purportedly did. I'd work my tail off at extracurricular activities and hardly get a nod of recognition. I'd help around the house without being asked, and all I got was criticism for what I did wrong. Allow me to paint you a vivid picture of what life was like. Logan Pierce, then 17, smashed my father's truck into a mailbox while texting. Not just a small bump either. He completely destroyed the mailbox, fractured the truck's bumper, and shattered a headlight. My parents responded by buying him his own automobile within a month so that he could learn responsibility for his own vehicle. They reasoned that if he owned his own car, he would take better care of it. Spoiler alert, he didn't. He also ruined that car within 9 months. When I was 17, I acquired a part-time job bagging groceries at my local supermarket. I worked every weekend and 4 evenings a week during the academic year. I saved every single salary for 3 years to purchase a beat-up Honda Civic with 218,000 miles on it. My parents' contribution is $0. When I drove it home, they said, "Just don't expect us to pay for the insurance or gas. You have a job now." Meanwhile, despite the fact that Logan Pierce was 21 years old and had already totaled 1 vehicle, they continued to pay for his insurance. The preference extended beyond tangible items. It was integrated into every part of our family dynamic. Every discourse centered around Logan Pierce. Every family event revolved on his accomplishments, no matter how modest. Every holiday was a celebration of Logan Pierce's current activities. Christmas was always a Logan Pierce holiday, with me as an afterthought. I still remember this Christmas when I was 15. Logan Pierce's stack of presents was so high that it resembled a retail display. A new gaming console, the latest games, designer clothing, an expensive watch, and nearly $1,000 in gift cards. My pile had 4 packages, a sweater 2 sizes too big, a box of socks, a gift card to the grocery shop where I worked, Real Inventive, Mom, and a copy of some self-help book about attaining your full potential. Nothing I asked for. Nothing indicated that they were aware of my genuine interests or hobbies. When I looked dejected, Mom just stated, "Logan's graduating soon, he needs things for his future." Never mind that I was also a high school student with my own future to consider. Never mind that I had given her a detailed list of what I wanted, the majority of which were less expensive than what Logan Pierce received. The double standards applied to everything. Logan Pierce received a D in calculus, so my parents hired a tutor, criticized the teacher, and eventually changed the grade through a series of complaints to the principal. When I received a B+ in advanced placement history, my father expressed disappointment and wondered why I hadn't tried more. A B+ indicated a lack of effort, whereas a D demanded pity and assistance. When Logan Pierce stayed out beyond curfew, my folks felt he was just having fun with his pals and told him to text the next time. When I arrived home 20 minutes late from work because my manager wanted me to remain and help close, I was grounded for a week. Work did not seem to be an acceptable reason, but Logan Pierce's social life was precious and untouchable. I recall one occasion in 10th grade when we both had events on the same Saturday. Logan Pierce played a regular season basketball game. Nothing extraordinary. I had the regional finals for the academic decathlon, which I had been preparing on for months. Guess which event my parents attended? They did not even pretend to be conflicted about it. Mom just remarked, "Logan needs more support, you'll do fine on your own." I earned first place in my division. They learned 4 days later when a neighbor congratulated them. The message was clear from the beginning. Logan Pierce was important, and I was merely there to fill in. Any accomplishment of mine was treated with indifference or criticism, whereas Logan Pierce's bare minimum efforts drew standing ovations. After a while, I simply stopped sharing things with them. What was the point? Logan Pierce attended college on his parents' dime, changing majors 4 times and graduating with a business degree that he never utilized. He failed classes, retook them, and generally saw higher education as an extended vacation. My parents paid for his entire tuition, purchased him a car for campus, gave him spending money, and covered his apartment rent. I worked 2 jobs and took a full school load. I received a scholarship that covered the majority of my tuition, but I still needed to pay for books, food, and my half of a small apartment with 4 roommates. I graduated with honors in accounting after 4 years and received a job offer from a regional firm. My parents responded to my graduation with a single congratulations SMS from my mother. Congrats. Don't forget Logan Pierce's birthday dinner is Saturday. No card, no gift, and no celebratory supper. Just a reminder to show up for Logan Pierce. By the time I was 24 and starting my career at the accounting firm, I had very much accepted my position in the family hierarchy. I was the dependable one. The one they called when they needed something done correctly, the one that showed up when requested and never complained. But I was never the person they celebrated or prioritized. Now, this is where my parents' business enters the scene, and it is critical to understanding why they eventually attempted to destroy my life. Pierce Hardware and Home Supply, a medium-sized hardware store in our town, was started by my father about 18 years ago. It started modest, with just my father and 3 employees in a tight storefront. However, it continued to grow steadily over time. They relocated to a larger space, recruited more employees, and expanded into home renovation supplies and seasonal products. By the time I graduated from college, it had become a local institution. Originally, my grandfather had a dream about starting a business. Grandpa Harold Pierce had spent his entire life working in construction and had always wanted to open a hardware store where workers could acquire quality products and honest guidance. When he died, he left my father enough money to fully realize that goal. Dad named it Pierce Hardware, in honor of Grandpa Harold. My parents never really included me in the business, despite my evident qualifications. Logan Pierce was always their preferred successor, despite his lack of enthusiasm in really working. He had some ambiguous title like operations consultant, which really meant he turned up when he felt like it, made grand statements about stuff he didn't understand, and got paid for doing nothing of significance. I've offered to help with their books several times over the years. I was truly an accountant who specialized in small business finance. I could have analyzed their systems, streamlined their tax status, assisted them with budgeting and planning, and spotted issues before they turned into disasters. But my father usually brushed me off with, "We've got it handled. Don't worry about it, Logan's taking care of that side of things." One time I sat down with my father and showed him a basic cash flow analysis I'd created using publicly available store statistics. I identified some troubling tendencies and proposed some modifications that could improve their margins. He stared at it for about 45 seconds saying, "Interesting," and then turned the conversation to something Logan Pierce was doing. He didn't mention it again. That study would have revealed they were in trouble 3 years before the crisis occurred. But what did I know? I was just a real financial professional. Logan Pierce's handling of the finances was like putting a baby in charge of air traffic control. The guy couldn't balance a checkbook, let alone handle a small business's finances. He'd authorize orders without verifying inventories, give his buddies discounts without tracking them, and overall treat the store as if it were his personal piggy bank. But in my parents' perspective, he couldn't do anything wrong. So he was definitely the best candidate for managing their livelihood. Around 5 years ago I met Madeline Maddie Cross at a friend's birthday celebration. She was lovely, and her laugh made you feel like you were the funniest person in the room. She was smart, personable, and appeared to be really interested in me as a person. After years of being disregarded by my own family, having someone notice me felt amazing. We began dating, and everything seemed ideal. She supported my career, promoted my hobbies, and truly listened to what I had to say about my life. She recalled everything I told her, asked follow-up questions, and appeared genuinely interested in my progress. She also mentioned the correct things regarding my familial situation. When I told her about the latest instance of Logan Pierce favoritism, she'd shake her head and say, "You deserve so much better. They don't appreciate what they have." She'd attend my work gatherings and captivate my coworkers. She'd organize thoughtful dates and surprise me with small things to demonstrate she was paying attention. On my birthday, she threw me a genuine party with friends which my own family had never done. I felt I had finally found someone who respected me as much as I deserved. Looking back, I see she was gathering information the entire time. Every complaint I made about my family, every financial detail I provided, and every irritation I voiced over being missed, she saved for later. She was creating a profile of me, including my vulnerabilities and relationship with my family. She knew exactly which buttons to press because I'd shown her where they all were, but I didn't realize it at the time. We moved in together after around 15 months of dating. We rented a wonderful apartment on the better side of town, divided expenditures, and played house like any other couple. I felt truly happy for the first time in years. I even started thinking about proposing, looking at rings during my lunch breaks, and visualizing our future together. Madeline has been spending more time with my family for the last 15 months or so. She would attend family gatherings even when I couldn't because of work deadlines. She'd stop by my mother's house for coffee, run errands for her, and develop her own relationship without me. I thought it was sweet. I assumed she was attempting to bridge the gap between me and my family. What I didn't realize was that she was also developing a completely different type of relationship with Logan Pierce, and it wasn't the sibling-in-law variety. About 9 months before everything went down, I began to notice some strange things. Little discrepancies that, while not adding up on their own, formed a pattern when viewed collectively. Madeline grew more discreet about her phone. She'd slant the screen away from me while texting, leave the room to take calls, and claim it was work-related, even on weekends when her office was closed. She began going to the gym at weird hours, returning home at 10:45 p.m., claiming to have completed an evening spin class, but having no prior interest in spinning. Then there were changes in my familial interactions. Logan Pierce was suddenly very interested in our relationship, asking pointed questions about how things were going, whether we were happy, and whether I was treating her well enough. "Oh, you're working late. That's fine. Madeline can still come to dinner." The first serious alarm went off roughly 7 months ago. I had a client appointment canceled unexpectedly on a Saturday afternoon, so I decided to surprise Madeline. She informed me that she was visiting her sister, who lived about 2.5 hours away. But on a whim, I went to my parents' place first to get a tool I'd borrowed my father months before. Her automobile was in my parents' driveway. When I entered through the back door, like I often did, I discovered her and Logan Pierce seated close together on the couch in the living room. They jerked apart when they noticed me, giving that guilty flinch that people do when they are caught doing something wrong. "What are you doing here?" Madeline said, and the way she phrased it, as if I were the one who didn't belong, should have revealed everything. She claimed she altered her plans at the last minute and opted to go see my mother instead of traveling all the way to her sister's. Logan Pierce said he was only there for lunch. My mother arrived from the kitchen, backing them up with a stiff smile that did not reach her eyes. Everything seemed odd, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I wanted to believe them. I desperately wanted to trust them. The alternative was too awful to contemplate. So I swallowed my suspicions and let it go. A big mistake. Huge. Over the next few weeks I paid more attention to everything. Late nights became more frequent. The hidden texts persisted. Madeline Maddie Cross would tighten up whenever Logan Pierce's name was mentioned in conversation. I started putting together a picture that I didn't want to see. Then, on a Thursday night around 5 months ago, I did something I'm not proud of. Madeline Maddie Cross left her phone open on the nightstand while she was taking a shower. After weeks of building skepticism, I finally looked. What I discovered made my stomach drop to my feet. Months of texts between her and Logan Pierce. Romantic and sexual, with plans for their future together once they dealt with me. There were declarations of love, inside jokes, and open chats about how they couldn't wait to be together. But what I discovered was worse than the affair. Conversations with my parents regarding a strategy involving the store. He won't suspect anything if he receives messages like, "Once the insurance pays out, we'll have enough to start fresh." He is overly trusting, and this will solve all our issues. I took screenshots of everything, sent them to my personal email, removed the email from my sent folder, and returned the phone to where I found it, screen down, just as she had left. Then I sat in the dark bedroom, listening to the shower run, trying to process the fact that my fiancé, brother, and apparently my parents were all working against me over something involving insurance money. Perhaps confronting them right away would have been a better idea. But something told me I didn't have the complete picture yet. If I tipped my hand too soon, they might change their plans, cover their tracks, and find a new way to accomplish whatever they had planned. So I made a decision that contradicted every feeling I had. I waited, watched, and got additional information. Over the next 4 weeks I perfected the roles of the ignorant boyfriend and the overlooked son. I smiled at Madeline Maddie Cross, made small talk with Logan Pierce when he came around, and went to my parents for Sunday dinners as if nothing was wrong, but I was listening to everything, monitoring their body language, and keeping track of who was texting who and when. I also began doing some digging on my own. Through some public record searches and chats with an old classmate who worked at the local bank, I cobbled together a horrific story. Pierce Hardware was not only suffering, but also drowning in debt. Logan Pierce's poor administration has ruined it over the years. They had taken out loans, maxed their credit lines, and were about to face foreclosure on the building in 8 months. I checked the county records for the property, 4 liens. I reviewed the state database for UCCC filings and found multiple secured creditors. I even drove by the store many times during business hours to count customers and monitor traffic patterns. The place was nearly empty most days. Whatever my parents told people about how successful the firm was, the figures reflected a totally different tale. Instead of asking me, their son, the accountant, for assistance with their failing business, they chose a different approach: insurance fraud. Here's what I learned from the texts and overheard pieces of conversations over the course of several weeks. They intended to fire down the store and say arson was committed by an outsider. The insurance settlement would wipe off their obligations and provide them with enough money to start afresh. A clean slate, a fresh start, with no consequences. They'd even discussed using some of the money to help Logan Pierce and Maddie Cross relocate to a warmer climate, such as Florida or Arizona. But arson investigations are comprehensive. Insurance companies do not simply hand over $500,000 without asking questions. They dispatch investigators, recruit forensic experts, and search for contradictions and stories. They'd need someone to blame, someone to take the fall, someone whose motivation would satisfy investigators and allow them to collect their money without being scrutinized. Guess who they had chosen as their scapegoat? They had ignored and belittled their son for 28 years. Me. The concept was actually quite elaborate for a family of idiots that couldn't manage a hardware business. They had been setting me up for months, but I had been too preoccupied with the Maddie Cross scenario to notice. Apparently, my father had been telling store employees that I was upset about being kicked out of the family business. He'd told suppliers that his younger son had resentment issues and had made vague threats against the store. My mother had been hinting to relatives that I had been acting strangely recently and making disturbing remarks about feeling underappreciated. Logan Pierce had been feeding Maddie Cross precise lines to use against me if anyone inquired about my mental health. They were creating a narrative in which I was portrayed as the resentful, ignored kid who eventually snapped and exacted revenge on the family business that had abandoned him. Maddie Cross played several different roles. She was intended to give Logan Pierce an alibi on the night of the fire. They intended to claim they had been to a concert together in another city. She was about to discover bogus evidence pointing to me, which they had planted in our apartment. And once the insurance paid out and I was facing criminal charges, she and Logan Pierce would flee with their portion of the money, leaving me to rot. The night they chose to carry out their plan was a Thursday, roughly 4 weeks after I discovered the texts. Logan Pierce was meant to be attending a business meeting 3.5 hours away with Maddie Cross as his assistant. My parents were visiting my aunt 75 minutes in the opposite way, creating their own alibi. And me? I was meant to be alone in our flat, with no one to confirm my whereabouts. Except I wasn't the gullible idiot they assumed I was. Not anymore. The day before their planned arson, I went to the police station, walked in with a folder full of proof, and requested to talk with someone about stopping a crime. The desk sergeant looked at me as if I were insane until I explained what I had. They assigned me a detective named Laura Bennett, a no-nonsense woman in her early 50s who appeared to have seen it all. She listened to my entire account without interrupting, studied the screenshots I had printed, and examined the timeline I had created. "Let me get this straight," she remarked after I finished, reclining back in her chair. "Your parents, your brother, and your girlfriend are planning to commit arson at your family's business tomorrow night, and they're going to frame you for it to collect insurance money." "Yes, ma'am. I know it sounds insane, but look at these texts." She spent a long time going over everything. Her expression didn't vary much, but I noticed her brow furrow a few times when she received particularly harsh messages. "This is pretty explicit," she finally said. "They really discussed this over text. They aren't precisely criminal masterminds." She nearly grinned at that. "No, I suppose not." She was quiet for another minute while reading. "And are you sure about the timeline? What about tomorrow night? Based on the texts and discussions that I overheard." "Yes. They've been planning this for months, but the real arson is scheduled to occur tomorrow between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. Detective Laura Bennett stared at me for a long time, as if she was trying to decide whether I was genuine or a lunatic. What she saw in my face must have persuaded her. "Okay," she replied. "Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to acquire authorization to have police monitor the store tomorrow night, and we'll have units in the neighborhood. If things goes as you suggest, we'll catch them in the act." That night I went to a downtown hotel and paid for my room in cash, so there would be no credit card trail. I was not taking any chances with my location. The room featured a television, a bed, and a window that overlooked the city. I sat there, watching late-night shows without actually seeing them, waiting for my phone to ring, hoping I was correct, but also praying I was wrong. My phone rang at 3:01 a.m. "Mr. Pierce." Detective Laura Bennett's voice was tense with repressed enthusiasm. You were correct. We caught them. The relief that came over me was palpable. My hands were so shaky that I almost dropped the phone. She recounted what had transpired. Logan Pierce and another man, a friend of his, had arrived at the store around 2:32 a.m., with accelerant containers. They had turned off what they thought was the only surveillance camera and ignited a fire in the back stock area. What they didn't realize was that officers were watching from unmarked vehicles nearby. The officers responded as soon as they observed flames, and the fire department came within minutes. The fire was restricted to the stockroom and a portion of the rear office before spreading to the main retail level. Logan Pierce and his friend were arrested on the spot after being detected with accelerant on their clothing and lighters in their pockets. The building was damaged but not demolished. Insurance investigators ultimately determined that the fire was definitely arson, and security footage revealed who was to blame. There's more, Detective Laura Bennett explained. We've also called in your parents for interrogation. They were at your aunt's place, as you mentioned. But when we informed them of the arrest, your father's reaction was clear. He instantly began making excuses for your brother before we even told him about the allegations. And there's a woman here who claims to be your girlfriend and was waiting in a car 3 blocks away from the store. She's asking for a lawyer. Madeline Maddie Cross, of course, was present. I couldn't allow Logan Pierce commit a felony without being present for moral support. The following several hours were a haze. I went to the police station, gave a formal statement, and officially presented all of my evidence. I watched from a window as the people I'd most trusted in this world were processed one by one. My father was in handcuffs, appearing smaller than I had ever seen him. My mother was crying and screaming she didn't know anything, her makeup streaming down her face. Logan Pierce looked astonished, as if he couldn't believe what was happening to him. The golden child has never experienced a consequence in his life. Madeline Maddie Cross, mascara smeared and wanting to speak with someone in charge, is still attempting to negotiate her way out of this dilemma. My father attempted to spot me through the window at one point. When our gazes met, he began shouting something, which I couldn't hear through the glass. I did not need to hear it. I didn't want to know what justification or appeal he was making. During their interrogations, my parents initially attempted to play the concerned parent. They claimed they had no knowledge what Logan Pierce was intending, that they were as astonished as everyone else, and that there must have been a mistake. This lasted approximately 10 minutes, until investigators showed them the text messages I had provided. My mother described the plan's timeline in great detail. The ones in which my father estimated exactly how much insurance would pay out. The ones where they said I wouldn't see it coming. During his interrogation, my father looked at the camera and stated that he would never amount to anything. At the very least, he'd serve a purpose. Detective Laura Bennett showed me the video later. She said she had seen a lot of bad parents in her career, but this one stood out. The evidence against each of them was overwhelming. Here's the beautiful part, the one that sealed their fate. My parents made one key blunder in their brilliant strategy. They forgot about the store's surveillance cameras. When they upgraded the security system a few years ago, they assumed they had configured it to only record locally. Delete after 45 days. There's no cloud backup. Nice and private. But they had messed up the configuration. The system had been quietly uploading everything to a cloud server the whole time. Every recording is automatically backed up and stored for 30 months. Every conversation in the back office about this scheme was recorded. Logan Pierce and Madeline Maddie Cross's meetings at the store to coordinate details were all captured on video. Every detail of their conspiracy was documented and automatically uploaded to a server they had no idea existed. The investigators discovered months of footage. My parents huddled in the back office, literally drawing diagrams of how they'd make the fire look like it was started by me. Logan Pierce and Madeline Maddie Cross have romantic encounters in the stockroom between planning sessions. My father practiced what he would say to insurance adjusters. My mother was researching arson signs on the office computer, presumably so they wouldn't leave those signs. It was as if they had produced their own true crime documentary and then given it to the prosecutors. On top of the video evidence, there were texts, emails, and bank records indicating money transfers between all of them as they prepared for their new lives. My father's computer contained web searches for how insurance fraud investigations work, arson detection methods, and signs of accelerant use. They had literally created a digital paper trail for their own crime. The district attorney described the case as one of the most clear cases of conspiracy he had seen in 20 years on the job. They documented their own crime, he told me at one of our meetings. Every step of the way they seemed to want to be caught. The charges were extensive and serious. For my parents, the charges include first-degree arson, insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit a felony, and filing false reports. Before I was apprehended, they had already begun filing paperwork to blame me. Logan Pierce faces all of the above charges, as well as obstruction of justice for attempting to delete texts from his phone as police approached. Madeline Maddie Cross faces charges of conspiracy, accessory to arson and fraud. The legal process took approximately 11 months, from arrest to sentencing. During that time I moved out of the apartment Madeline Maddie Cross and I shared, found a small one-bedroom apartment across town, and immersed myself in work. The criminal trials occurred in February. Every day I sat in the gallery, watching those who had betrayed me face the consequences for the first time in their privileged lives. The courtroom became almost routine after a few days. Same seats, same bailiff, same court reporter, different witnesses, and evidence, but the same overwhelming proof of their actions. My father tried to maintain his dignity throughout the proceedings, wearing suits, sitting up straight, and acting as if everything was just a misunderstanding that could be resolved by reasonable people. He had this look on his face as if he still expected someone to come in and fix everything for him, as that was how things had always worked before. When the prosecutor showed the security footage of him explaining to Logan Pierce exactly how they planned to make me look guilty, that facade crumbled. In the video, my father was laughing while explaining how my years of being overlooked would make me a credible suspect. He joked that I would never see it coming because I was too busy being the responsible son to notice anything. He explained how my resentment of the family, which had grown over years of favoritism, would make me the ideal fall guy. The jury observed. 14 people who had never met me witnessed the kind of father I had grown up with. Several of them gave me sympathetic looks. After the footage was shown, his attorney requested a recess. My father looked like he wanted to vomit. When they returned, he was unable to make eye contact with anyone. My mom cried through most of her testimony, playing the victim card as hard as she could. She claimed my dad had pressured her, that she was just trying to save the family business, that she never wanted to hurt me, and that she didn't understand the full scope of what they were planning. She stated at one point that she always loved both of her sons equally. Several people in the gallery audibly scoffed at that one. The prosecutor destroyed her on cross-examination. He showed texts where she suggested specific ways to plant evidence in my apartment. He showed messages where she coached Madeline Maddie Cross on exactly what to say to police. He showed video of her researching how to make the fire look like amateur arson, the kind an angry son might commit. He showed her web search history, how to gaslight someone, making someone look unstable, signs of mental breakdown. The crying stopped after that. She just looked defeated. Her attorney didn't even try redirect. Logan Pierce threw everyone under the bus in his own trial. His defense strategy was basically, "I'm too stupid to have planned this myself." Which, fair point, but he was still the one who showed up at the store with gasoline and matches at 2:30 a.m. The jury didn't buy the dumb act, especially after they saw texts where he bragged to Madeline Maddie Cross about how he'd finally be rid of his loser brother once the plan worked. Madeline Maddie Cross's trial was separate. Her defense was that she'd been manipulated by Logan Pierce, that she was a victim of romantic coercion. It might have worked if there wasn't video evidence of her actively participating in planning meetings, initiating conversations about specific details of the scheme, and generally being just as guilty as everyone else. She got convicted on all counts. The sentencing was satisfying. My dad got 9 years in state prison. My mom got 7 years. Logan Pierce got 8 years, plus 4 years of probation after release. Madeline Maddie Cross got 5 years. When the judge read out my father's sentence, I watched his face go completely white. He looked at me from the defendant's table with desperate eyes and mouthed, "I'm sorry." I stared back without expression and slowly shook my head. While the criminal case was pending, I did something my parents never expected. I sued them. With the help of a civil attorney named Thomas Keegan, I filed a lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, conspiracy to deprive me of liberty, and defamation. My parents had spent months telling people I was unstable, that I'd made threats against the family business, all to set up their frame job. Those lies had spread through our community, damaged my reputation, and could have destroyed my career if things had gone differently. Thomas Keegan walked me through every element of the case. The emotional distress claim was obvious, given that my own family had conspired to send me to prison. The conspiracy charge was documented in thousands of text messages, and the defamation. We had witnesses who'd heard my parents spreading lies about my mental state, suppliers who'd been told I was dangerous, and employees who'd been warned to watch out for me. The civil suit also targeted the family business directly. When my parents started Pierce Hardware 18 years ago, my grandfather had invested the startup capital. As part of that investment, there was a clause in the original partnership agreement. If any partner was convicted of a crime involving fraud against the business, their shares would be automatically forfeited. My grandfather had insisted on that clause. He'd seen too many family businesses destroyed by one member's greed or stupidity, and he wanted protection built in. My parents had complained about it at the time, apparently, but eventually agreed because they needed his money. They'd never bothered to remove that clause when Grandpa Harold passed away. They probably forgot it even existed, buried in legal documents they never read. But their conviction for attempting to defraud the insurance company triggered it. And since I was Grandpa Harold's surviving heir from that line of the family, and he'd included me in the original partnership documents as a contingent beneficiary, I had a claim to those forfeited shares. Grandpa Harold had specifically added that provision, according to his old attorney whom I tracked down. He'd told the lawyer that he wanted to make sure the good one was protected if anything ever happened. Thomas Keegan absolutely loved this case. They literally gave you the legal weapon to take everything from them, he said. Your grandfather saw who they really were, and he planned for it. It's poetic justice. The civil case wrapped up about 3 months after the criminal convictions. With my parents facing prison and their assets frozen, they couldn't mount much of a defense. The judgment went entirely in my favor. Between the partnership clause and the civil damages, I ended up with full ownership of Pierce Hardware and Home Supply. The very business my parents had tried to burn down to frame me now belonged entirely to me. When their attorney called to discuss the final settlement details, my dad apparently got on the phone to make one last plea. "It's your family legacy," he said. "Your grandfather started that business. You can't just take it from us." "Grandpa would have wanted me to have it," I replied. "You tried to destroy me. I'm just returning the favor." I hung up and never spoke to him again. The store was in rough shape after the fire and years of Logan Pierce's management, but it wasn't beyond saving. The insurance company paid out for the fire damage. Ironically enough, since my family wasn't the one filing the claim anymore, I used those funds, plus some of the civil judgment money, to do a complete renovation of the damaged section, brought in a consultant to assess the business side, and then started making changes. First, I let go of everyone who'd been complicit in my parents' scheme. A couple of employees knew something was going on and had kept quiet. They were gone within a week. I kept the honest workers who'd just been doing their jobs, gave them raises, and promoted a longtime manager named Evelyn Moore to handle day-to-day operations. Then I restructured everything, renegotiated supplier contracts, updated the inventory management system, and implemented actual financial controls and reporting, the kinds of basic business practices that should have been in place years ago. Within 7 months, Pierce Hardware went from hemorrhaging money to turning a modest profit. Within 14 months, we were actually doing well. I hired 3 new employees, expanded our tool rental program, and started a contractor loyalty program that brought in steady commercial business. Last month, I officially renamed it. Pierce Hardware is now Pierce & Sons, with a new sign out front. I put up a photo of my grandfather near the register with a small plaque explaining that he founded the original dream. Nearly 3 weeks ago I got a call from the state prison. My dad wanted to add me to his approved visitor list. I declined. A week after that, a letter arrived from my mom, 4 pages of apologies and promises to make things right when she got out. I fed it through the shredder without finishing the first page. Logan Pierce apparently tried to call me from county lockup 4 times before his transfer to state prison. I blocked the number after the first attempt. Maddie Cross's mother, reached out through Facebook, asking if I could find it in my heart to forgive her daughter. I blocked her too. My uncle Frank Dalton, my dad's brother, who'd always been the family black sheep, drove down to visit last month. We walked through the store together and he told me stories about my grandfather I'd never heard. How Grandpa Harold always worried that my dad was taking shortcuts. How he'd specifically mentioned me in his will because he wanted to make sure I was taken care of if anything happened. "He saw what your parents were doing to you," Frank said. "He told me once that you were the only one in that house with any integrity." Guess he was right. Frank's been helping me with the store on weekends. Turns out he knows a lot about hardware from his years in construction. We're talking about making him a minority partner if things keep going well. I'm dating someone new. Her name is Claire Whitman. She works at the coffee shop down the street from the store. We've been seeing each other for about 4 months now. She knows the broad strokes of what happened with my family and doesn't treat me like damaged goods. We're taking it slow, which is fine by me. The store had its best quarter ever last month. I hired another full-time employee, and we're looking at expanding into the empty unit next door. The landlord gave me a good deal on the lease since I've been paying rent on time, unlike my parents, who were apparently 3 months behind when everything went down. So, that's where things stand. Reddit. My parents are in prison, my brother's in prison, my ex-girlfriend's in prison. I own the business they tried to burn down to frame me, and it's actually thriving for the first time in years. At Thanksgiving, my uncle blocked the door and said I wasn't family. I walked away, cut off $61,500 in secret payments, and their world collapsed. My family valued my money more than they ever did me. So I cut them off, established my own life, and maintained my distance. But those people were not done. Definitely not. Before everything burst, let me take you back to the beginning. My name is Evan Cole. I'm 31 years old and have been working in industrial rope access for the past 7 years, hanging from skyscrapers, turbines, and bridges to perform inspections and repairs that most people will never see. Heights do not concern me. Up there, things are easy. Gear, gravity, and consequence. My family is the opposite. A mother rewrites history in real time. Allison, a sister, is a professional victim. Uncle Rick is part politician, part loan shark. Cousin Daniel, always impartial, yet nevertheless making you the problem. Holidays with them feel like a show that no one asked for. I'm the one people ignore until they need something. The guy who is ignored in group chat but then calls at daybreak to move a couch or jump a battery. They had no idea that I had been discreetly paying for their lives for the previous 6 years. Mom's car, Rick's property insurance, Allison's rent when she couldn't find work, and all repairs and utilities. Only this once. Emergencies that never ended. I kept a ledger not to use it as a weapon, but because documentation is how you stay alive at my profession. In total, around $61,500 was pumped into people who viewed me as background noise. The only one who saw it clearly was Maya Bennett. We'd been together 2 years. She worked at a bakery 4 blocks from my apartment. I met her one night as she was closing up and I was transporting equipment from a job. We started talking and kept talking. She had a knack of breaking through without making you feel cornered, simply being honest, direct, and genuine. She had met my family twice. Both times they treated her as if she were furniture. I talked over her and asked her questions about my life as if she weren't sitting right there. Allison commented the second time that it must be good to be able to care for someone. Maya did not flinch. She just squeezed my hand beneath the table. On the way home, she plainly stated, "They don't see you as family. They see you as a wallet." I didn't dispute since she was correct. Last Thanksgiving the group chat ran non-stop for several weeks. I offered to bring my smoked brisket, which everyone devoured last time. Nobody replied. Plans simply rolled over my message as if I had written a blank text. Maya noticed. "Are you sure you want to go?" "My cousin Lucas will be there," I said. "He's solid. Then we'll head for Lucas." She baked a pumpkin pie from scratch. I loaded the brisket into my pickup. We drove 50 minutes to Uncle Rick's residence. Same suburb, same cookie-cutter homes, and the same inflatable turkey. Rick treats it as a landmark. His driveway was filled because there is always a hierarchy. His truck is in the garage, and Mom's sedan is in the prime position. Allison is next to her. Everyone else figured it out. Walking up with the brisket and pie. I could see them through the front windows. Mom, Aunt Emily, Allison, Rick, Noah, and several more were laughing and performing. Rick stood in the middle of the narrative, drink in hand, as if he owned the room. I wasn't expecting confetti, but what followed wasn't just cold. It was intended. I reached for the door, which opened about 6 inches. Uncle Rick filled the void like a bouncer at a bar that had recently been closed down for health violations. He didn't grin or nod, but stood there with a smug little twist in his mouth and said, "You're not family anymore, Evan, and she needs to leave too." I really laughed briefly, perplexed, because this had to be a horrible joke, right? He did not move. "I am serious. You showing up creates difficulties. Both of you need to leave." Behind him my mother appeared, holding a wine glass. She stared at Maya first, then at me. She said, "This is only for family," coldly and flatly, as if she had prepared it. Allison appeared next to her and smiled at Maya. "She is just here because you are the one who pays for everything." I looked beyond them and into the dining room. The table was arranged. Good plates, cloth napkins, and a fall-themed centerpiece with faux foliage. And there, in the area where my name card had been since I was 13, was a guy I'd only met twice. Allison has a boyfriend. He looked up, noticed us standing there, raised his glass and smirked. My mother handed him the plate with my name on it. They clinked glasses and giggled. My seat was filled before we crossed the threshold. For approximately 6 seconds I considered pushing past Rick and sitting down, forcing them to physically remove us. Then I felt Maya's hand slipping into mine. Calm and steady. I looked at Rick, my mom and Allison. Understood. I squeezed Maya's hand and laid the brisket on the porch. She put the pie next to it, turned, and walked back to the truck. She said nothing till we got inside. The engine was running 4 blocks away when I pulled over. I sat there, hands on the wheel, trying to grasp what had just occurred. Maya's voice was soft and steady. They do not miss you. They lose access. I turned to face her. She wasn't weeping or upset. Just clear. You've been subsidizing their lives for years, she said. And the moment you arrive with someone who notices it, they kick you out. That is not family. That is control. My hands were shaking. Not because I was mad. Because I finally saw clearly. I got out my phone and entered the family group chat. 26 persons. What are you doing now? Maya asked, bringing the conversation to an end. I typed 4 sentences. If I am not a family member, I am not your wallet. Effective immediately. Payments are halted altogether. Please do not contact me for money again. Anything due will be addressed in writing. I then attached the Excel spreadsheet file. Every payment, date, amount, person, title and support were provided. I showed Maya before sending it. She read it once and nodded. Send it. I pressed send. We sat there, engine running, staring at my phone as if it was about to explode. 4 minutes after I sent that message, my phone rang. Lucas, where are you? He inquired about when I picked up. 4 blocks east. Stay there. I'm coming. People are walking out right now. There are 5 of us. Noah, Emily, 2 church pals, and myself. Half the damn table. He arrived 3 minutes later, got out of his car and went into my rear seat. He didn't say anything at first, simply staring at his phone and scrolling through the ledger. 61 grand, he finally said. Give or take. You've paid for their lives while they treated you like garbage. Both of us, Maya answered gently. They threw us out like trash. Lucas looked at her and then at me. I read the note at the table aloud. Rick attempted to play it off as if you were lying, Noah asked. He pays for what? Rick snapped back. He is lying. I then replied. You blocked him and his girlfriend at the door while he's been funding your lives for 6 years. Your mother's face became white. Then I left. Who else walked? Noah. He admitted he had no idea. Emily followed him. 2 of Rick's church pals appeared disgusted. One of them stated, You kicked them out and begged him for money last month. I'm not sitting here. Noah stood up and said, You said it was only for family, but you took his money. That is not family. That's a swindle. They then left. Allison tried to tell you that you were being petty. Rick went into complete meltdown. I started ranting about disrespect and betrayal, and how true guys don't discuss family matters. Lucas shakes his head. Real men? That's a lot of money coming from someone who has just openly shunned you both. They ejected you for bringing her. That's what this was all about. They don't want anyone around to see what they're doing. My phone vibrated. My mom sent me a text. We need to talk. This is not how families resolve issues. I didn't respond. Lucas saw it. Good. They're going to come at you both hard right now. Yes, I said. We are ready. Maya nodded. Quiet. Solid. The call started within an hour. Mom called first from a new number. Voice is gentle and damaged. Then comes Rick, who is loud and pushy. Allison communicates via SMS, portraying the victim. Daniel is pressing for compromise. Aunt Patricia. Margaret Walsh has unknown numbers. By 1 a.m., there were 52 unread messages and 18 voicemails. I blocked every single one. Instead, I opened my laptop and began to work. I canceled all of my automatic payments. Mom's car, Rick's insurance, Allison's phone bill, all of it. Done. I removed family members from my accounts, including life insurance beneficiaries, streaming services, and cloud storage. A clean slate. Then I wrote my lawyer, explained what happened, attached the ledger, and inquired about my choices. He replied within an hour. We should meet. Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. Within a week the ramifications began. Mom screamed when she called. I left a voicemail. My auto payment bounced. The bank is calling me. You are doing this on purpose. Evan, this is financial abuse. You are abusing your own mother. I'm really worried about you. And she's the reason you're acting like way. I blocked that number. Rick texted from an unknown number. My property insurance expired. Do you have any idea what you did? You are harming my livelihood. Call me back right now. Blocked. Rick tried again 2 days later. Different number. We need to communicate directly with one another. Face to face. There are no lawyers. Just us. I responded once. Talk to my lawyer. Then blocked. Allison sent an email. I know you're furious, but I truly need aid with my rent this month. Only this once. I promise to pay you back. P.S. If Maya is forcing you to do this, you should wake up. I removed it without replying. I blocked her email. Lucas texted me about 1 a.m. You okay? Yeah. You? Emily is angry about what they did. I assured her she did the right thing by stepping out. I didn't get much sleep. Not from anxiousness, but from planning. What they'd try next, how I'd respond, and what boundaries I required. Around 3:30 a.m., Maya got up and found me in the kitchen. Did not say anything. Just made some coffee and sat next to me. They're going to come after me as well, she added after a while. I understand. Your mother already hates me. This will grow worse. Yeah. She was silent for a minute. I am not going anywhere. I gazed at her. You do not need to stay for this. I am not staying for this. I am staying for you. Monday morning with the attorney. Jonathan Reed, late 1950s. No nonsense. Maya came with me. You kept decent records, he said after going over everything. Categories, dates, and notes. Clean enough to hand to a judge. Documentation keeps you relevant in my line of work. Jonathan gazed at Maya. Were you there for Thanksgiving? Yeah. They kicked us both out. Was anyone filming it? Aunt Patricia was on the porch with her phone as we left. Jonathan jotted that down. If she posts something, save it immediately. Most likely she will modify it to make you appear bad. He stared at me. They are going to escalate. Guilt, intimidation, reputational damage, and they'll try to split you two. Make you think she is the problem. She is not the problem. I know, but they'll try anyhow. Document everything. All contact must be in writing. If somebody appears at your house or workplace, call the police immediately. No engagement. No explanation. How about social media? I asked. Do not block them on Facebook yet. Allow them to talk where it can be documented. Every single comment, post and communication. Save it all. When we go to court, we expect a clear pattern. Tuesday, I was 42 stories up when it began. There were 22 missed calls by midday. Rick left one voicemail. Please call me back right immediately. If you do not answer within the next hour, I will come to find you. I've saved it. I sent it to Jonathan. I did not get a call back. Wednesday. My property manager called. Someone stopped by to ask about you. The older guy said he was your uncle. Seemed agitated. I did not let him in. If he returns, call the police. That afternoon I installed a video doorbell at my home. On Thursday afternoon my supervisor called. I received a strange call from a woman claiming to be your mother. She said she was concerned about you since you had been acting erratic. I told her I couldn't discuss workers and hung up. But you should know. They are attempting to undermine my job. Keep an eye out. We received a call from a client who wanted to reschedule since they had heard you were dealing with personal problems. It cost us 1 day of work. I shut it down and informed them that it was bogus, but things are becoming messy. Then Maya called in a tense voice. Patricia showed up to the bakery. She's outdoors, filming. Keeps peering through the window. A customer just asked if everything was well. My management wants to know what is going on. Did she come in? No, I'm just standing there filming. But people are freaking out. Put me on speaker with your management. I heard movement. Then a woman's voice. This is Karen. Hello Karen. I am Evan. The woman outside is my aunt. She has been bothering us for weeks. We've got a lawyer involved. If she refuses to go, you have every right to contact the police for trespassing. I get it. Thanks. Maya came back on. She is still out there. Let Karen handle it. 5 minutes later, Maya texted. The manager stepped outside and warned her to leave or she'd call the police. Patricia continued filming the entire time, but ultimately departed. Customers are asking questions. I called Jonathan. They have now escalated to her workplace. Jonathan was furious. That is targeted harassment. Document everything. If she posts something, save it immediately. We are building a case. On Friday, Jonathan issued letters of harassment. Every statute, specific instances, and future communication will go through his office solely. Violations would lead to urgent legal action. Certified mail for Mom, Rick, and Allison. On Saturday, Mom called Jonathan's office. I left a voicemail. This is ridiculous. We are his family. We have the right to talk to him. That woman has influence over him. She's turning him against us. All we want is for him to apologize and repair the situation. Jonathan's email response. All communications with this office must be in writing. On Sunday morning, Rick arrived at my building. I watched through my doorbell camera. The building manager stopped him. They argued. He attempted the I am family card. She was not having it. He waited outside for 25 minutes, pacing and staring up. Finally they left. I've saved everything. Screenshots, timestamps, and footage. Jonathan received a copy. Then Maya received an SMS from an unknown number. Hello Maya. This is Margaret Walsh, a friend of Evan's mother. I'm concerned about Evan. I understand how much you care about him, but new partnerships may sometimes separate people from their families. I'm afraid that he's making decisions based on emotions rather than logic. His mother instilled in him great beliefs and faith, and it's difficult to see someone try to take them away. I understand how money can complicate things. Would you be willing to chat only to women? Maya forwarded it to me immediately. Your mom's acquaintance has just contacted me. She claims I'm isolating you and that I'm a gold digger. I called Jonathan. They're now going around me, attempting to portray Maya as the problem. Forward everything. Don't respond. Within an hour, Jonathan had sent Margaret a cease contact letter. She stopped after one warning. Aunt Patricia shared a cut and cropped video on Facebook on Monday. It began with me and Maya strolling away from Rick's porch. Backs to the camera. Cut out whatever Rick said. Cut out Mom's sentence. Cut out Allison's jab. Just showed us departing. Caption. When family attempts to welcome you to Thanksgiving and you storm out. She persuaded him to cut off all contact with those who cared about him. Praying for clarity. Comments flooded in. Most were sympathetic to Patricia, but one stuck out. A name I could not recognize. Why is the audio cut just as Rick begins talking? What exactly did he say to them? Patricia erased the comment within minutes, but I had already screenshot it. Lucas emailed me the link. She is creating a fake story, and someone saw the edit. Maya gazed at it. Her cheeks turned frigid. I didn't say anything the entire time. Save it. This is evidence. Rick arrived at my workplace within a week. Security escorted him away. My supervisor modified the protocols. Daniel sent 6 texts promoting compromise from various perspectives. I blocked them all. Aunt Patricia sent 3 more recordings, each portraying Maya as manipulative. Margaret texted Maya from 2 additional numbers. She repeatedly implied that she was manipulating me. Each time we documented everything and sent it to Jonathan. Then my father called. This was the first time I had heard from him in months. Evan, your mother is plotting something. She's discussing a family intervention. Says you're having a breakdown and they need to assist you. Rick is in charge of planning the event. They'll probably show up at your place this week. They intend to isolate Maya and exert pressure on her. Thank you for the caution. I am not a part of it. I still have occasional conversations with Rick. I thought you should know. I sent the warning to Jonathan. An ambush is about to occur. They escalated again the next Wednesday evening. 6:45 p.m. Maya was in my apartment. We were preparing dinner when my doorbell camera activated. 5 persons. Mom, Rick, Allison, Daniel, and Aunt Patricia are already recording with her phone. I contacted building security before they knocked. There are 5 people at my door. No invitation, no welcome. I need these eliminated. They knocked hard. Rick's voice comes through the door. Evan, we're here because we adore you. Open up. We need to talk. Maya stood next to me, calmly monitoring the camera stream on my phone. This is a family meeting, Daniel continued. His mediator voice is sensible. Calm. Nobody is mad. We simply want to comprehend what's going on. Allison began crying. Thank you, Evan. We miss you. We simply want to help. Mom's voice comes next. Shaky. Concerned. If you're struggling, sweetheart, we can get through it together. However, locking us out is unhealthy. Let us in. We'd like to chat to Maya, too. Woman to woman. Daniel spoke again, this time directing his words at the door and us. Maya. If you truly love him, you will support reconciliation. Family is vital. You do not want to be held accountable for ripping them apart. If you were a nice girlfriend, you'd advise him to stop acting petty. Maya's jaws constricted. She stared at me. I shake my head. Rick banged again. Stop being dramatic and open that darn door. Aunt Patricia kept filming and narrating. We're at Evan's residence, attempting to reach out. He will not even speak to us. This is what occurs when a person becomes isolated. Building security has arrived. Monica Alvarez, a woman who appeared to have worked nightclub doors for the past 20 years. You all need to leave now. We're his family, Mom explained. We're only trying to help him. He does not want you here. That constitutes trespassing. He isn't thinking clearly. Rick argued. We have the right. You have the right to leave. I am giving you 90 seconds. Daniel attempted his best peacemaker tone. Look, I'm not taking sides here, but this seems excessive. We're simply attempting to have a discourse. You are embarrassing your mother. Simply open the door and stop being dramatic. I opened my door. I stepped into the hallway. Security was between us. Maya walked out beside me. I looked at Daniel first, then at the others. Leave. You are trespassing. Maya's voice was steady and calm. Leave. You are trespassing. Mom started talking quickly, desperate. Evan, please. Maya, please, let's chat. I dialed 911, loud enough that they could hear through the door. 911. What is your emergency? 5 persons were at my door, refusing to go after being informed by building security. I need the police. They fled quickly. I heard their footsteps. Rick is saying something about contempt. Patricia is currently filming. Monica waited until they left. You okay? Yeah. Thank you. If they come back, we'll contact the cops first. No warnings. Aunt Patricia shared the clipped and altered video that night. They started hammering quietly, and Mom said, we just want to help. The banging stopped. Eliminate Rick's aggressiveness. Cut remove Monica's admonition. Cut remove Daniel's manipulation of Maya. Caption. When your family attempts to contact you and you call the cops on them, she convinces him we're the enemy. We're praying for healing. Comments flooded in. Some sympathize with Patricia, while others doubt the edit. Lucas responded to the discussion. You kicked them both out of Thanksgiving, tormented them for weeks, then showed up at their house unexpectedly. This isn't a worry. This is control. The following afternoon, I was on a job site when security radioed. Evan noticed 2 cops at the gate. Welfare check. Someone reported you as a threat to yourself. I felt my stomach drop. I will come down. I met with the officers, explained the issue, and showed them documents. Timeline, screenshots, audio, video, lawyer's letter, and intervention footage. The first cop studied it on his phone and then glanced at me. This is harassment. Clear cut. The second officer nodded. Whoever called in filed a bogus report. Can I obtain an incident report number? Absolutely. We're reporting this as a fake welfare check and harassment. I contacted Jonathan before they left the property. They armed the police. That is it. We're filing tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. My office. We filed on Friday morning. A protective order has been issued against Mom, Rick, and Allison. Is attached. Expedited hearing due to escalation included workplace evidence harassment, a fraudulent welfare check, targeted harassment of Maya, a social media smear campaign using manipulated recordings, and an attempted isolation tactic. The court date is the following Wednesday. That weekend, Maya and I stayed in silence to decompress. On Sunday afternoon, she was reading. I was evaluating a contract for a new project. Are you okay? I asked. Yes, really? She put down her book. They labeled me controlling. I said I was poisoning you. They showed up and tried to separate us. I posted videos that made me look like a villain. And none of this is true. I know it is exhausting. Yes, it is. She was silent for a minute. I'm choosing to stay. There is a distinction between having to and wanting to. On Monday, Lucas called. The court date is Wednesday. Yeah. Do you need someone there? Yes, I do. Then I will be there with you both. Tuesday, Jonathan prepared us. They will try to frame the victim. Do not react. Let me do the talking. Maya, they might try to paint you as the instigator. Remain calm. The evidence speaks for itself. Wednesday morning, courtroom. Mom, Rick, Allison, Aunt Patricia, and Daniel are in the gallery. The judge considered the evidence. 15 pages. Video, audio, timeline, witness statements, screenshots of messages directed at Maya, Patricia's modified posts, Margaret's manipulation attempts. Except for the flipping of the pages, there was stillness for 10 minutes. She looked up at Mom. You phoned his workplace several times with bogus claims. Explain. I was concerned about him, Your Honor. And showing up at his house despite being warned to keep away. I wanted to talk to my son about the fraudulent welfare check. Mom hesitated. I was concerned. And messages informing him that his girlfriend is manipulating him. Yes, she is. She's turning him against us. The judge's expression darkened. What evidence is this based on? Mom didn't respond. The judge turned to Rick. Mr. Cole. You were captured on camera at his home and workplace several times after receiving a cease contact notice. Why? Your Honor, this is a family company. We handle everything privately. So, you ignored the lawyer's letter? Rick shifted. I needed to speak to him. The judge stared at Allison. Is there anything further to add? He's my brother. I cannot understand why he is doing this. She is turning him against us. The judge laid the papers down. Your kid and his girlfriend established a limit. You escalated rather than respecting it. You informed his employer. Created bogus police reports. Despite being warned to cease, he returned several times. Harassed his girlfriend. Uploaded modified films to harm their reputations. That's not a concern. That is control. She grabbed up her pen. I am giving the protective order for 14 months. There is no touch with either of them. Stay 600 feet away from their homes and workplaces. Violation leads to instant arrest. Understood. Mom began crying. You mean I can't talk to my son? I am suggesting he and his partner have the right to be alone. Is this clear? Yes, Your Honor. The judge signed and delivered copies to both lawyers. We're finished. Outside, Jonathan handed us 2 copies of the order. Keep these handy everywhere. If they breach it, call the cops right away. Lucas and I proceeded towards his pickup. Maya walked alongside us. That was intense, he remarked. Yeah. Are you two doing okay? Maya nodded. We're okay. Good. Now you're creating a life without them. Uncle Rick breached the protection order 4 days after it was issued. Saturday a.m. grocery store. Produce section. I was alone. Maya was at work. I heard footsteps behind me. Evan. I turned. Rick. 12 feet distant. Red face and clenched hands. I did not speak. I just pulled out my phone. Called 911. What are you doing now? He asked. 911. What is your emergency? I am at Brookfield Grocery on Hampton. A man having a protective order against him approached me. I need the police. Rick became pale. You have got to be kidding. Stay on the line, the operator instructed. Officers are on their way. I walked towards the front. Rick followed. Sir, keep away from me, I exclaimed forcefully. You have a protection order. You are breaching it. Customers stared. Rick understood his error. Began backing up. I wasn't trying. This is ridiculous. Police arrived. 4 minutes. I showed them the order. I showed them Rick. Mr. Cole, you were advised not to approach him, right? Yes. But witnesses claim you followed him and made contact. That is a violation. The cop took out handcuffs. Turn around. They arrested him right there. Cuffs, rights, and shoppers recording with their phones. I delivered my statement, received the report number and drove home. When I returned, Maya was already at my apartment. Lucas texted me. Rick was arrested. Okay. Good. She hugged me. You okay? Yeah. You? I am fine. I'm delighted you're safe. Jonathan called that afternoon. I heard about the arrest. Good job remaining calm. What will happen now? He will get a hearing. Probably a fine. Perhaps jail time. More importantly, it's recorded. I'll file a request to extend the protection order. That night we had takeout. I watched a movie. We didn't discuss about the family. They just existed together. Quiet. Normal. Rick's violation triggered an 8-month extension of the protective order. A month later, Maya received another text from Margaret. Different number. I know you do not want to hear that, but Evan's mother is devastated. Family is precious. Sometimes love entails persuading others to forgive. Maya sent it to Jonathan without reacting. Jonathan sent Margaret a letter requesting that she end contact. She paused. The following try went through the bank. Credit monitoring warning. Someone attempted to add an authorized user to my credit card. The verification failed. Denied. I phoned the bank. Asked for more information. They confirmed that the effort was not from me. Metadata, phone number, branch location, and a timestamp were provided. The number was traced back to Allison's area code. It could be a coincidence, yet it fits the pattern. I froze my credit. I forwarded everything to Jonathan. They attempted fraud, I said. Area code is not proof, but it does support the pattern. Make sure you document it. We'll add it to the file. Thanksgiving came around. It's been 14 months since the door. Lucas hosted a small gathering. Emily and Noah, pals on both sides. No one addressed the missing family. We ate, joked, and played cards till 1 a.m. Best Thanksgiving I've ever had. Following that, life became quieter. Not boring, simply stable. I worked, came home, spent time with Maya, had drinks with Lucas, and established a pattern that did not entail watching every doorway for ambush discussions. 8 months into the protection order, I noticed something. I was pleased. Actually happy. We're not waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm not managing other people's emotions, or funding other people's lives. I'm simply living mine. One night, Maya and I were sitting on the couch. She had her feet tucked under her while reading. I was evaluating a contract for a new project. Do they ever attempt to reach out? She asked suddenly. Not directly. The order remains in place. However, Daniel attempted several times indirectly via Lucas. Lucas closed it down. Do you miss them? No. She stared at me. Not even a little. I miss the concept of them. The version I imagined they could be. But not the genuine ones. They showed me who they were. I'm done pretending differently. She nodded, returned to her book, then leaned over and squeezed my hand once, 18 months after the protective order was issued. It has expired. Jonathan called me a week prior. It is slated to expire next Friday. Do you wish to file for an extension? Were there any infractions since Rick's arrest? No. Then, let it expire. Are you sure? Once it's gone, they can lawfully contact you again. They can try. I'll just block them. I don't need a court order to defend myself anymore. I've established my own boundaries now. The order has expired. For months nothing happened. No calls, no texts, and no unexpected visits. Around the same moment my father called me. I had my first genuine talk with him in over 2.5 years. The intervention warning did not count. Hello, Evan? Hey. Silence. Then I apologize for everything. For not stepping up. For allowing her to control things. For not protecting you when you needed it. And for failing to safeguard Maya. I appreciate it. I've been going to therapy. Trying to figure out why I let things go so terrible. Have you figured it out? Yeah. I was terrified of her, of fighting, and of losing my family. So I selected the road of least resistance, which meant you were crushed. I did not say anything. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I simply wanted to let you know I see it now. Okay. One more thing. Your mother has been discussing reaching out. She intends to sweep the rug. Act as if nothing occurred. Do not anticipate an apology. Allow her to try. We hung up. Maya and I moved in together that spring. Her lease was up. She was already staying most evenings at my apartment. And honestly, I enjoyed coming home to her. Lucas began bringing his girlfriend around. The four of us would hang out. Dinners, game nights, and other typical activities. 2.5 years after Thanksgiving, I proposed. There is nothing dramatic. We were trekking. We stopped at an overlook. The sun was fading. Marry me. She looked at me and smiled. It took you long enough. Is this a yes? Obviously. We planned a simple ceremony. 20 persons. Lucas is my best guy. Her sister is maid of honor. A few close pals, including Aunt Emily and Noah. Nobody else in my family was invited. Nobody else knew what was going on. We were married on a Saturday in October. A little venue overlooking the river. Simple ceremony. There's no drama. Only 2 persons had selected each other. Lucas offered a toast. Short. Perfect. I've known Evan for most of my life. I watched him give everything to those who gave nothing back. I watched him and Maya get kicked out of their own family for setting limits, and now I'm witnessing them create something true together. To both of you. Mom and Rick arrived at the wedding venue dressed in formal attire. Aunt Patricia and Daniel are with them. They went up to the entrance and attempted to go in. We're family, Mom informed venue security. We were invited. The venue manager reviewed the list. I do not see your names. I am his mommy. There must be an error. No error. You are not on the guest list. You should depart. Rick stepped forward. We aren't leaving. This is ridiculous. The manager took out her phone. Leave now or I'll call the cops. Mom's voice became louder. Performative. I am his mother, and he is rejecting me from his own wedding. He is allowing that woman to dominate everything. This is what she has done to my family. I have the right to be here. I am his mommy. The manager's voice remained level. Your relationship does not supersede the guest list or trespassing laws. Guests began noticing and whispering. Maya's sister came out. They need to leave right now. The manager dialed. Police are on their way. They stayed. Rick planted himself. Mom continued to perform for the gathered crowd. 2 officers arrived 7 minutes later. The manager explained. The policeman approached. Everyone, please leave the premises right now. Mom initiated our relationship as a family. You are trespassing. The property owner wants you removed. Rick swelled up. It's my nephew's wedding. We have the right. You don't have any rights here. You are receiving a formal trespass notice. If you return to the property, you will be arrested. Is this clear? The first officer took out his notebook. I need all of your IDs. This is on record. They issued out licenses. The officer recorded names, dates of birth, and residences, making it official. You have now formally trespassed on this property. Any return will lead to immediate arrest. Understood. The second cop stared squarely at Rick. You have been warned. Next time, cuffs come first. There is no discussion. They eventually left. Mom is crying. Rick uttered threats. Patricia filmed the entire trip to the parking lot. Inside, Lucas drew us both apart. They attempted to crash. Yes, I said. I got trespassed. Officers took down their information. Lucas stared at Maya and then at me. They threw you out of Thanksgiving dinner, then attempted to force their way into your wedding. That is who they are. Maya nodded. That is who they are. We cut the cake, took photos, danced, then departed early for home because neither of us wanted to be anywhere else. That night Maya shared one photo. We're just happy. Caption, I married my best friend today. Within an hour my mother stated, I can't believe I wasn't invited to my own son's wedding. Aunt Patricia added, family should be present at weddings. She has utterly ostracized him. Some people prefer resentment to forgiveness. Daniel commented, pretty classless, man. But whatever lets you sleep at night is pulling the family apart. Lucas replied to the entire thread. They physically barred Evan and Maya from celebrating Thanksgiving, despite the fact that he had been financing their life for years. They harassed them both, pursued them, violated a protective order, and attempted to disrupt their wedding today. Police formally trespassed them. This is not alienation. This is a consequence. The thread fell silent after that. I replied to Daniel with a single sentence. Stop attacking me. Then I blocked him. The next morning I awoke to a missed call. A new number. My mom. Maya was still sleeping. I played the voicemail at a low volume. Evan, this is your mom. I saw the photographs. Do you have any concept how embarrassing this is? After everything I have done for you. This is how you treat me. And that woman has transformed you into someone I don't even recognize. This is cruel. You should call me back and explain yourself. I removed it. I blocked the number. Went back to bed. Allison sent an email 3 months after their wedding. Subject: I apologize, Evan. I had been thinking about what happened. About the ledger. About Thanksgiving. Regarding what we stated to Maya. I hadn't realized how horrible things were for you. I did not see it. Mom made it appear that you were being tough, and I believed her because it was easier. But when you went, things worsened. She turned against me. She began using me in the same way she used you, and I finally understood. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I simply want you to know that I see it now. And I apologize. I saw your wedding pictures. She looks like she makes you happy. I'm happy. I reread it 3 times. I showed it to Maya. What are your thoughts? She asked. Perhaps she means it. But words are simple. I will believe it when I see it in action. So, what will you do? Nothing. If she is sincere, she will prove it without my response. I did not respond. Allison followed up 3.5 months later with another email. She'd moved out, stopped communicating with Rick, begun therapy, and attached a snapshot of her new place. I am not asking for anything. I just wanted you to know I was trying. I replied this time. One line. Good. Keep going. 8 months later she mailed a check. $3,500. A note is included. I realize this doesn't solve anything, but it's a start. I deposited it. I sent her a text. Received. Thank you. She simply said, "You're welcome." No expectations, no guilt, simply gradual progress. Maya and I purchased a home approximately 14 months after our wedding. Small, with 3 bedrooms and a yard large enough to accommodate a dog. We had been discussing getting a peaceful neighborhood. We hosted a housewarming celebration. Lucas, Noah, Aunt Emily, co-workers and customers from Maya's bakery. We cooked, played yard games, and watched the sunset from our back deck. Mom, Rick and Allison knew nothing about the house. Nobody asked. Nobody tried to show up, which felt appropriate. Late that night after everyone had left, Maya and I sat on the back porch. She rested her head on my shoulder. "Are you happy?" she inquired. "Yeah." "You very?" My phone vibrated. Facebook message request. I almost disregarded it, but something drew my attention. It was from my father. I saw the house photos Lucas uploaded. "Looks nice. I am so delighted for you both." That was it. There are no demands or guilt. Only acknowledgement. I showed it to Maya. "Are you going to respond?" she asked. "Perhaps eventually." No rush. I placed my phone down and pulled her in closer. 5 years after being stopped at that door, I'd constructed a life I didn't need to flee from. A wife saw me. Friends who showed up. Work was something I was good at. Peace was not something I had to struggle for. Up above, you must trust your equipment or risk death. I finally obtained better gear. Maya rose up, holding out her hand. I took it. We walked back inside together. I locked the door behind us. My wife cheated with my brother, testified against me, and tried to take my company shares. 8 months later, she showed up pregnant and broke. So, as a 37-year-old male, I need to get this off my chest because my life has completely fallen apart over the last few months. First, let me provide some background information. I've been working in construction management for the past 12 years, making a decent living but nothing extraordinary. I started as a site manager and worked my way up to operations director for my father's company. We primarily build commercial properties such as strip malls and office buildings. It's not glamorous work, but it provided enough money for me to purchase a decent 3-bedroom house in the suburbs 4 years ago. Enter Emily Harper, my 34-year-old wife. We met at a friend's barbecue about 6 years ago. We dated for 4 years before I proposed. Nothing fancy. I took her on a hike to our favorite overlook and proposed at sunset. She cried and said yes, all the good stuff. The wedding was small, with only close friends and family attending at this lakeside venue located about 75 minutes outside of the city. My younger brother, Jason Cole, a 35-year-old male, has always been our family's golden child. Despite being 2.5 years younger than me, he is always the center of attention. Growing up, he was the one who got better grades, performed better in sports, and charmed our mother into giving him whatever he wanted. Typical mama's boy. I was the quiet kid who worked hard but never quite lived up to my mother's expectations. My father was always fair to both of us, but Jason was clearly mom's favorite. Our paths through college were very different. I worked construction jobs to help pay for my tuition, returning home exhausted, covered in dirt and sweat. Meanwhile, Jason earned an MBA. After both of us graduated, our father, who started his construction company from the ground up 32 years ago, hired us. I started as a site manager and worked my way up over time. Jason, who had just graduated from business school, was immediately appointed vice president of business development. But I did not complain. I genuinely enjoyed the hands-on work, and Jason was good at the schmoozing clients part of the job that I despised. It looked like a good balance. Emily Harper and I adjusted to married life fairly well after the wedding. Our house needed some work. Which house doesn't? So I spent most of my weekends fixing things up. Renovated the kitchen, built a deck in the backyard, and did all of the typical homeowner tasks. Emily Harper mentioned that she wanted to start a family soon, perhaps after our 3rd anniversary. We'd been married for 3 years, and our relationship was strong. At least I assumed they were. Jason was always present, which seemed normal at the time. He was my brother, and we worked together despite our disagreements. It was understandable that he was a part of our lives. He'd drop by our house unexpectedly, claiming to be just passing through. He'd bring drinks that Emily Harper enjoyed. I recall thanking him once for being such a wonderful brother-in-law to Emily Harper. The thought makes me want to puke right now. Our marriage was not perfect. Whose is it? We argued about the usual things, like money, chores, etc. Emily Harper wanted to redo the bathroom, but I suggested we wait until I received my year-end bonus. Normal couple disagreements. Nothing made me think she was unhappy. We had a nice group of friends, mostly couples our age, some from work and some from Emily Harper's clinic. She worked as a physiotherapist. We'd have game nights or backyard cookouts, go camping on weekends when the weather was nice, and do other typical couple activities. I wasn't the most romantic guy in the world, but I tried. I remembered birthdays and anniversaries, and I occasionally brought home flowers for no apparent reason. I tried to be a good husband. My mother adored Emily Harper from the beginning. She was always bragging about how attractive she was. Our families got along well. We spent holidays together, celebrated birthdays, and so on. Emily Harper's parents were divorced but still lived in town, so we'd have double dinners for Thanksgiving and Christmas. It was hectic, but it was nice to feel like a big family. I can't pinpoint when things began to change. But man, I was so freaking blind, but that's how things go, right? You never expect it to happen to you, until it does. There were clear indications that something was going on between Jason Cole and Emily Harper. I just didn't connect the dots because, honestly, who expects their own brother to make a move on their wife? That is some messed up behavior that occurs in movies, not in real life. Or so I thought. It began about 7 months before everything blew up. Emily Harper's schedule began to strangely change. She had always been pretty consistent. Work from 8:30 to 5:30, sometimes later if a patient needed extra time, then home for dinner. Perhaps 3 yoga classes per week, or Sunday brunch with her girlfriends. Regular, predictable fare. Then she started having nights out almost every weekend. When I asked about it, she explained that her friend Lauren Miller was going through a difficult breakup and needed support. It made sense at the time, so I did not question it. She also started going to the gym at odd times. Sometimes early in the morning before work, and sometimes late in the evening. She stated that she was experimenting with a new fitness routine that was more convenient for her schedule. When she returned home from what was supposed to be a workout, her hair was perfectly styled and she was wearing makeup. Who wears makeup to go to the gym? When I mentioned it, she became defensive and explained that she had met up with a coworker for coffee after her workout and wanted to appear presentable. Again, plausible enough, so I didn't push it. Then there was the phone situation. Emily Harper would be glued to her screen, constantly texting and smiling. But as soon as I walked into the room, she would either put it away or flip it over. It's a classic move, right? However, when you trust someone, your brain creates excuses. Oh, she is planning a surprise for my birthday. Perhaps she's talking to Lauren Miller about personal matters. She is researching medical conditions for a patient and does not want me to see graphic images, etc. Jason Cole's behavior changed as well. He started texting me less about work, and more about what we were doing over the weekend. You guys thought I'd stop by on Saturday, and he always showed up when I said I was going out or working late. I assumed he was just being social. Jason Cole was always more extroverted than me, and I assumed he was just lonely. After his previous breakup, he and Emily Harper got along. Things turned out differently than I expected. He began bringing Emily Harper gifts all the time. Nothing too obvious, but he'd bring her this fancy imported coffee she liked, or artisanal chocolates from that downtown boutique, or tickets to shows she'd expressed an interest in seeing. When I thanked him for being thoughtful, he'd dismiss it with phrases like, "That's what family does." The most obvious sign came during a family dinner at our parents' home. Mom had made her famous lasagna, which she only serves on special occasions. It was Jason Cole's birthday, so the attention was focused on him as usual. I once went to the garage with my father to help him find some photo albums from our childhood. He wanted to embarrass Jason Cole with baby pictures and other typical dad-related activities. We were gone about 12 minutes. When we returned to the living room, Emily Harper and Jason Cole were sitting far too close on the couch, looking at something on his phone. When they saw us, they jumped. Jason Cole quickly pocketed his phone, leaving Emily Harper flushed. I remember making a joke about them looking guilty, and they both laughed uncontrollably. Jason Cole explained that he was just showing her photos from his recent business trip to Chicago. Emily Harper nodded and mentioned something about the architecture being amazing. I didn't think much of it, but I saw my father give them this look. He's always been more perceptive than me. Years of negotiating construction contracts makes you good at reading people, I suppose. Emily Harper was extremely quiet that night as she drove home. When I asked what was wrong, She snapped at me for something minor. We had our first major fight in months. Around this time she also began picking fights over the most ridiculous things. She once went off on me because I bought the wrong brand of pasta sauce. At the time I attributed it to work-related stress. Or perhaps she was concerned about us trying for a baby soon. The most bizarre thing was her sudden interest in our finances. Emily Harper had never been the type to worry about our bank accounts as long as the bills were paid. But out of nowhere, she began asking about my 403(b), our investments, and whether my name was the only one on the deed to the house. It was not. We were both on it. She even inquired about my stake in my father's company. I didn't think much about it. I thought she was finally interested in our financial future, especially since we were planning to have children soon. That's the thing that bothers me the most. All of these signs were flashing like neon lights, but I didn't notice them because I didn't want to until things got bad and imploded on Tuesday. It was approximately 4 months ago. Initially the day was nothing special. It was just another day at work. I was supposed to supervise a concrete pour at one of our construction sites across town. We had been planning this pour for several weeks. We had the permits, equipment rentals, and crew all arranged for major foundation work on this new medical office complex we were building. I arrived at the site at 5:45 a.m. We prefer to get started early before the day heats up, especially in the summer. Everything was set up, the crew was ready, and then I received a call from the concrete supplier. Their main truck had mechanical problems, so they were delaying our delivery by at least 6 hours. Just like that, the entire day's schedule was shot. I was beyond irritated. This was the third delay on this project, and I was responsible for explaining to the client why we were falling behind schedule. Anyway, after making some calls and rescheduling the crew, I decided to go home and catch up on paperwork rather than waste the entire day. It was approximately 2:30 p.m. As I turned onto our street, something felt off. There was a black Audi parked about 2 houses down from us. It was Jason Cole's car. I slowed down, trying to figure out why my brother's car was at my house during the middle of the workday when Emily Harper had mentioned she had a free day earlier. She said she was going to watch Netflix and maybe do some gardening. I pulled over and walked up to my house quietly. As soon as I walked in, I noticed 2 glasses on the table, low music playing from our bedroom upstairs and clothes strewn across the couch. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, feeling like I was going to throw up. Then I headed upstairs. The bedroom door was not completely closed. I heard them before seeing them. The unmistakable sounds began to boil. I pushed open the door to find them in our bed. They did not notice me at first. That's how invested they were in each other. When they finally saw me standing there, it felt like something out of a bad movie. Emily Harper screamed and pulled sheets up to cover herself. Jason Cole jumped up stammering, "Bro, I can explain." As if this were a minor misunderstanding. Something within me snapped. I'm not usually a violent guy. I haven't been in a real fight since high school, but at that point, all I saw was red. The betrayal was difficult. I lunged at Jason Cole and landed a right hook directly in his face. There was this sickening crack. His nose began bleeding. He collapsed against the nightstand, holding his face and yelling that I had broken his nose. Emily Harper was screaming at me to stop and calm down, as if I had done something wrong. She never apologized or offered an explanation. I did not say anything to either of them. What was I supposed to say? I could not form words even if I wanted to. I just turned around, walked downstairs, grabbed my keys and left. I stopped in the driveway to admire Jason Cole's prized Audi, which he adored above all else. I punched the driver's side door as hard as I could, causing a dent and bloodying my knuckles even more. Then I got into my truck and drove to my parents' house. It was the only place I could think of going. During that drive, my mind was completely blank except for the sound of my own breathing, as I tried not to lose consciousness while driving. My father was in his workshop behind their house when I arrived. He saw my face and my bloody hand and knew something serious had happened. I explained everything in about 5 sentences. He went silent, then simply nodded, handed me a cold soda from his fridge, and let me sit there for a while. My phone was flooded with texts and phone calls from Emily Harper and Jason Cole, but I couldn't deal with them all right away. After about 75 minutes, my mother returned home from her book club. She noticed my truck in the driveway and came looking for me, probably thinking I was just stopping by for a visit. When she saw me sitting with my father, she inquired as to what had happened. I expected my mother to be shocked and sorry for what her golden boy did. But that is not what happened at all. Her first words were, "What did you do to Jason Cole?" rather than, "Are you okay?" or, "I'm so sorry that happened to you." Her primary concern was for Jason Cole. When Dad told her I had punched him and most likely broken his nose, she lost it, yelling about how I could have seriously hurt him, how violence is never the answer, and how I should have handled it like an adult. I just sat there, shocked. My mother took my brother's side after he slept with my wife. Dad finally stepped in, telling her that Jason Cole had betrayed the family. He said something like, "What would you expect him to do? Shake his hand?" The argument quickly heated up. Mom insisted Jason Cole couldn't be solely to blame. There must have been issues in your marriage that brought him and Emily Harper together. Classic victim blaming. She even suggested that Emily Harper had pursued Jason Cole, rather than the other way around, as if that made a difference. Dad finally ended the conversation by grabbing his keys and informing Mom that he needed to go to the office to handle something. Mom went inside the house without saying anything to me. That night I collapsed in their guest room, half numb and half raged. I checked my phone at around midnight. Emily Harper and Jason Cole missed 31 calls and sent approximately 55 text messages. I simply turned off my phone and slept. The following morning, Dad woke me up around 5:30 a.m. He'd gone into the office the night before and cleared Jason Cole's desk. All of his personal belongings were in a box in Dad's trunk. Dad had already called an emergency meeting of the company's board, which included many of his old construction buddies, and had Jason Cole removed from his position as vice president of business development. He said, "No son of mine betrays his own brother and keeps drawing a paycheck from me." When we went downstairs for breakfast, Mom was already at the kitchen table, looking like she hadn't slept well either. When Dad told her what he had done, she completely lost it again. He began claiming that he was overreacting and that firing Jason Cole from the family business was going too far. She insisted that this was a personal matter that had no bearing on the company. Dad rarely raised his voice, but he did that morning. He told Mom that loyalty is more important than anything, especially in business, and that Jason Cole had proven himself disloyal to his family. Mom remained silent after that. That afternoon Jason Cole showed up at my parents' home. His face was a mess. Swollen nose with a splint and 2 black eyes. Good. Mom immediately went into protective mode, fussing over him and acting as if he were the victim. He attempted to talk to me, told me I was overreacting, and then began yelling about how I ruined everything and tore the family apart. He was too upset about his father's decision to cut him off from the company. I looked him dead in the eyes. And before I could respond, Dad yelled, "You don't get to talk. You betrayed your own flesh. Now deal with the consequences." Mom burst into tears. They claimed we were making matters worse. He made one mistake that could be corrected. We shouldn't split the family over a woman. Dad and I left them both inside. Through the window I could see them conversing in the kitchen. Mom nodded sympathetically as Jason Cole spoke, likely spinning his version of events. When she hugged him, I felt physically sick. The following few days were a blur. I stayed at my family's house. Jason Cole did not show up following the last argument. Dad referred me to a divorce lawyer he had known for years. The lawyer advised me to document everything and avoid communicating with Emily Harper except through him. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, 3 days after D-Day, I was served with divorce papers. Emily Harper filed for a no-fault divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. The legal jargon was a kick in the gut, but it was the next set of papers that truly surprised me. Jason Cole was filing assault charges for his broken nose. According to the police report, Emily Harper gave a statement that supported Jason Cole's version of events, saying, "I'd been increasingly controlling and aggressive over the past few months." Complete and utter lies. So, in addition to dealing with the end of my marriage and my brother's betrayal, I was also facing legal issues. When it rains, it really pours. Dad immediately contacted our family lawyer again. When he learned of the assault charges, he was furious, claiming that Jason Cole had gone too far. Mom predictably told me I should have controlled my temper and that Jason Cole was within his rights to press charges. Again, defending him and blaming me. I just ignored her and stopped listening. So, as soon as we received the papers, my father contacted our family lawyer, Robert Bob Hayes. Robert Bob Hayes has been in charge of the company's legal affairs for about 20 years, so he is very familiar with our family. He came over to my parents' house that same night to talk strategy. We explained the entire situation. Robert Bob Hayes stated that, regardless of what led to the confrontation, I had technically committed assault. However, the fact that I caught Jason Cole with my wife did not legally justify physical violence, even though any normal human would understand my response. The good news was that it would most likely be treated as a misdemeanor, because Jason Cole's injuries, while painful, were not fatal. The divorce paperwork was a mess. Emily Harper wanted half of everything. the house, my retirement funds, and even a portion of my stake in the family business. Her lawyer argued that despite the fact that my name was the only one on the business documents, she had helped the company grow by supporting me. In reality, she had only attended about 4 company Christmas parties during our entire relationship. Robert Bob Hayes advised me against contacting Emily Harper or Jason Cole directly. From that point forward, everything had to go through the lawyers. 4 days later, I received a call from the police, asking me to come in for questioning regarding the assault. It was not an arrest, but rather a formal interview to hear my side of the story. Thank God, Robert Bob Hayes joined me. The detective was professional, but he seemed skeptical of my version of events. I told the truth. I caught my brother and wife together in my bed and reacted in shock and betrayal. It was my word versus theirs, and they were physical. We left the police station with the detective saying they'd be, well, I had nothing, but Robert Bob Hayes was not hopeful. He suggested that I try to work out a plea deal. Never been better. Meanwhile, my personal life continued to implode. I began staying in a cheap motel because the tension at my parents' house was unbearable. Mom kept trying to persuade me to make peace with Jason Cole while Dad barely spoke to her. I returned to work, but everyone knew something was wrong, especially after Jason Cole abruptly disappeared from the company. Dad called a staff meeting and explained that Jason Cole's departure was due to family issues. He did not go into detail. A week after my police interview, I was formally charged with misdemeanor assault. My arraignment was scheduled for the following week. Robert Bob Hayes had prepared me for what to expect. We'd enter a not guilty plea and request a trial date, but he still suggested taking a plea deal to avoid the uncertainty of trial. I attended court with Robert Bob Hayes, entered a not guilty plea, and was released on my own recognizance. The judge set the trial date for 6 weeks later. Outside the courthouse I came across Jason Cole and his lawyer. His face was still bruised, but the swelling had subsided. He had the nerve to appear smug, as if he was winning. As we walked to the car, Jason Cole exclaimed, "Hope it was worth it, bro. I've never wanted to hurt someone so badly in my life." That night Dad came to my motel room with drinks and takeout, looking exhausted. Then he dropped a new bomb telling me he'd been looking into Jason Cole's work at the company and discovered some concerning things. Apparently Jason Cole had been padding his expense reports for months, and had even attempted to divert a potential client to his friend's competing firm for a bribe. Dad had always trusted Jason Cole to handle the business development side with minimal oversight, and Jason Cole had taken advantage of that trust. It was strange to discover that my brother was not only a backstabber in personal matters but also potentially dishonest in business. Dad said he was considering legal action against Jason Cole for the business stuff, but wanted to wait until my assault case was resolved so that we weren't fighting on too many fronts at once. The next few weeks were a blur of lawyer meetings, paperwork, and attempting to maintain some semblance of a normal life. Emily Harper's lawyer was aggressive, demanding financial disclosures and making inflated claims about her contributions to our assets. About a week before my trial date, Robert Bob Hayes called with news. The prosecutor offered a deal in which the charges were reduced to disorderly conduct with some community service and a fine, no jail time, and the record could be cleared after 18 months. Despite the fact that it still sucked, I accepted the deal because I had no other option. On the day of the hearing, the judge accepted the plea deal but reduced the community service hours to 25 and waived 1/3 of the fine. As we left the courtroom, Jason Cole tried to approach Dad, but Dad just walked past him like he wasn't even there. Outside, Dad told me he had one more piece of business to handle, and he'd already changed his will, completely removing Jason Cole from his estate. Everything would go to me when the time came. Emily Harper's lawyer was still pushing for a 55-45 split of everything, despite the fact that she had cheated on my brother. This was the ultimate punishment for a guy like Jason Cole, who had been counting on his inheritance. Emily Harper wanted to keep the house, but there was no way I could afford to buy her out and get a new place for myself. Robert Bob Hayes and I gathered all of our financial documents and began working on the settlement negotiations. The house was the biggest item on the table. We had bought it 4 years ago when the market was lower and it had appreciated significantly. We still had a mortgage on it, but there was approximately $85,000 in equity. Robert Bob Hayes suggested selling the house and splitting the proceeds. It was upsetting to think about strangers living in the place I'd worked so hard for, but keeping it was not financially feasible. The retirement accounts were easier to divide. We each had our own 403(b)s through work, and we'd started a joint investment account for our future children's college fund. Emily Harper's lawyer argued that even though my name was the only one on the business documents, she was entitled to half the value of my shares because they were acquired during our marriage. The joint account was divided 55 to 45, and we each kept our own 403 BS. We fought hard on this one, pointing out that my position in the company predated our relationship and that I had inherited some of my shares from my grandfather years before I even met Emily Harper. After weeks of back and forth, we reached a compromise. I kept my ownership stake in the company, but I had to pay Emily Harper a lump sum that represented a portion of the increased value of my shares during our marriage. During the settlement negotiations, which lasted about 2 months, I knew I needed to find a more permanent living situation, but it was difficult to commit to anything when my financial future was still uncertain. My father assisted me with this payment, saying it was worthwhile to keep the company entirely within the family. Jason Cole had vanished entirely during this time. After the court hearing in which Dad informed him that he had been removed from the will, he apparently packed up and left. Mom was still in contact with him, calling him on a regular basis, thinking we didn't know, but she'd learned not to mention his name around me or Dad. The family dynamic was permanently altered. Sunday dinners, holiday gatherings, and all that normal family stuff were gone. The divorce was finalized nearly 4 months after everything went down, and the terms were pretty standard for a no-fault state with no children involved. Mom still blamed Dad for driving Jason Cole away, but Dad stood his ground and said he made his own choices. Emily Harper received half of our joint assets, the house had to be sold, retirement accounts had to be divided, and I kept my stake in the company by buying her out of her portion. Yes, it was unpleasant, but the fact that we didn't have children meant that things couldn't have been worse. I told myself that losing money for the time being was preferable to living a lie. After the divorce was finalized, I found a condo closer to downtown and the office. It's smaller than our house, but it's fine for me, and I've been gradually furnishing it to make it feel like home. It's still a work in progress, but it's getting there. Then I began to reorganize my life. Dad promoted me to executive vice president about a month after everything happened, basically giving me Jason Cole's old job on top of my existing responsibilities. I've been working 65-hour weeks trying to rebuild the client relationships Jason Cole had managed and fix some of the messes he left behind. Working closely with Dad has been an unexpected bright spot in this whole disaster. We were always close in that typical father-son way, respected each other, but never really talked about important things. Now we grab dinner after work on a regular basis, and he started opening up about his own life challenges. He told me that he almost lost the business twice in the early days, which I had no idea about. He's teaching me about the financial side of things, preparing me to take over someday. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you never really know someone, not your wife, not your brother, not even yourself, until you're tested. I've also learned that, while having your life blown up is unbearable, you can rebuild something different from the wreckage. It won't be the same life I expected, but it might end up being a decent one anyway. So, that's how things went for now. Thank you for reading my story. Typing all of this out was therapeutic in a way I didn't expect. If you're going through something similar, hang in there, it does get better, even when it feels like it never will. Update. Hey Reddit. So, it's been about 8 months since my original post, and a lot of you have been asking for an update. So here I am. Buckle up and grab your popcorn, because karma finally hit, and it hit hard. First of all, my business is thriving, and it turns out that I'm better at Jason Cole's job than he was. Dad is talking about retiring in the next few years, which would put me in the CEO seat. I never imagined that would be my path. But I'm prepared for it. I hadn't thought about Emily Harper or Jason Cole in a long time. I'd blocked both of their phone numbers, removed them from all social media, and was focused on moving forward. But then, last Tuesday, my doorbell rang as I was just getting home from work, sorting through my mail in the kitchen. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I looked through the peephole, and there stood Emily Harper, looking like absolute garbage. I hadn't heard from her since the divorce, and judging by her look I was curious, so I opened the door but didn't invite her in. She looked nothing like the put-together physical therapist I had been married to. She started crying the moment she saw me, full-on ugly crying with snot and everything, and I just stood there, not offering a tissue. It's amazing how you can be completely numb when looking at someone who once meant everything to you. In between sobs, she started rambling about how her life had fallen apart and how sorry she was, and I was about to shut the door when she dropped the bombshell. I didn't invite her in, but I did ask her to explain why she and Jason Cole had tried to make a go of their relationship after the divorce. They were convinced that they were meant to be together, and that the connection they felt justified what they'd done to me. Jason Cole had moved into Emily Harper's apartment, which she had obtained after we had sold our house, and they had been a happy couple for nearly 5 months before she became pregnant. According to Emily Harper, Jason Cole was initially excited. They began making plans, talking about names, and the whole thing. But then reality set in. Jason Cole was struggling financially after his father cut him off. Jason Cole wanted her to work until delivery and then return right away to keep the cash flowing. He had apparently grown accustomed to a certain lifestyle that he could no longer afford at his new job, and they began fighting over money. Jason Cole packed his things and left one night while Emily Harper was at work, leaving a freaking note saying he wasn't ready for this level of responsibility and that he needed to find himself. He was stressed about child support and couldn't afford the nice apartment they'd rented, and the final straw came when their landlord raised the rent. Does this sound familiar? It turns out that my brother does the same disappearing act whether it's a company presentation or a pregnant girlfriend. Emily Harper was now months pregnant, broke and desperate, and her parents had basically disowned her after what she did to me. They'd always liked me, so why was she at my door? Well, here's where it gets really rich. She wanted to know if I would help her financially until she got back on her feet. She even had the nerve to suggest that, regardless of our past, we were once family, and that I wouldn't want an innocent child to suffer. I just stared at her for what felt like forever. Then I started laughing. I couldn't help it. The absolute audacity of this woman showing up at my door asking for money after everything was actually quite impressive. After a long pause, I just asked her one question. Was it worth it? She just stood there crying and shaking her head. That's what I thought, I told her. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about the baby. That child deserves better than both of you as parents. But there's no way in hell I'm giving you a penny. Emily Harper, you made your choice. I called my father that night and told him what had happened. He wasn't surprised because he'd heard through business contacts that Jason Cole had been job hopping and couldn't hold down a job. I shut the door in her face and walked away, leaving her to cry and knock for a few more minutes before she finally left. Apparently, he tried to use Dad's connections without Dad's permission and burned some bridges. His reputation in our industry is pretty much toast. Dad then said, "The best revenge is living well, and from where I'm standing you're doing a hell of a lot better than either of them." He's right. Months ago, I thought my life was over. Now I have a promising career, a better life, and I'm finally settled. Meanwhile, the two of them destroyed each other without my help. So that's my update, Reddit. Karma can be slow to arrive. But when it does, it doesn't mess around. My sister mocked me in front of 240 guests. Learn what not to do. I left home at 19 and no goodbye. A year later, she regret after learn who I became. I'm 19. And this story begins on the day I graduated from high school. What should have been one of my proudest days ever. Instead, it became the moment when everything snapped. Growing up, I wasn't the type of child to cause trouble. I wasn't overly noisy or attention-seeking. I completed my homework, kept my room clean, avoided conflicts, and even helped Mom around the house without being asked. But I could never quite outshine Lily. She's 3 years younger than me, but everyone treats her like the family's crown jewel. Straight A's. So did I. When Lily brought hers home, Dad posted it on Facebook with the message, "Our future doctor." When I did the same, he just nodded and asked if I wanted to help carry the groceries. It wasn't simply grades either. She was the center of attention at every family gathering, celebration and birthday. I would receive a handshake and a gift card. She'd get a themed celebration, synchronized clothing, and a slideshow prepared by Dad himself. I learned early on not to expect too much. To be honest, for a while, I was fine with it. I assured myself it was not a competition. I didn't need all of the extras. I was silently preparing for my future. But when the time came to be honored for something I had fought so hard for, my graduation, everything came crashing down. The ceremony was decent but nothing extraordinary. I walked across the stage, received my graduation, shook hands, and smiled for the photograph. What caused the pain was what transpired subsequently. The school had put up a small area outdoors with tables and tents for families to congregate, take photos and exchange flowers. I was scanning the crowd for my parents when I noticed them near the rear, behind a tree, Lily wearing a brand new sundress and holding what appeared to be a brand new phone. When I stepped up, the first thing Dad said was not, "Congratulations," or, "We're proud of you." He glared at me and said, "There he is. Mr. Wasted Potential himself." Then he laughed. Mom laughed too. Lily laughed the loudest, tossing her hair as if it were the greatest thing she had ever heard. I smiled. What else can I do? I convinced myself it was a joke, despite the fact that my stomach was turning. They handed me a little thin dollar shop gift bag. Inside was a pair of cheap sunglasses and a card that read, "Don't let the future blind you." That was it. There was no dinner reservation, no speech, and no mention of the scholarship I had earned. Meanwhile, a sleek black automobile was parked behind them, complete with a large red bow on top. Toyota Corolla, brand new. I stared at it for a second too long, which Lily noticed. She was beaming. "It's for me," she exclaimed, gripping the keys as if she had won the jackpot for when I get my license this summer. "Isn't this perfect?" "Mom and Dad said it was because I've been so responsible," she explained. "And since I have real goals." I swallowed hard. Actual goals. For example, the scholarship to study environmental engineering did not count. As if the job I'd been doing almost full-time to help pay for books didn't matter. The late nights, AP classes and scientific fairs were not enough. The worst part was that no one noticed the frown on my face. Or, if they did, they weren't concerned. Dad clapped me on the back and said, "Let's snap a quick picture, right? Make it look like we're proud." We shot 4 photos. Then they began packing, claiming they wanted to beat the traffic. I stood there, clutching the bag with the sunglasses, watching them walk to the car as if I were a distant cousin rather than their own son. No meal, no family gathering, nothing. Only the sound of the motor starting and Lily's voice shrieking from the front seat. I did not accompany them home. I walked to the train station instead. I used the emergency card I had stashed in my wallet, which my Aunt Maggie Carter had given me 18 months ago, just in case things became too bad. I purchased a non-refundable ticket without telling anyone where I was going. I just sat there watching the lights fade past the window, clutching the bag with those stupid sunglasses like it was the only thing holding me together that entire day. 6 days later, I received a text from Aunt Maggie Carter. It was short. "Your mother has been crying non-stop. She assumed you'd get over it. Get past it." Years of being treated as if I didn't matter might be easily forgotten. Like a joke about wasted potential on the most important day of my life was innocuous. As if I were the one overreacting. That's when something inside me clicked. Not snapped. Clicked. It was quieter than wrath and deeper than grief. It was the steady, icy awareness that things were not going to change. Not for me. Not ever. If I wanted things to change, I'd have to be the one to make it happen, not just leave and disappear. I had to create something they couldn't ignore. Something they couldn't dismiss or claim credit for. I wasn't sure what that would look like yet. But sitting in my aunt's guest room, surrounded by stillness and a strange sense of freedom, I began formulating plans because if they believed I'd get over it, they had no idea what I was truly capable of. When I first arrived at Aunt Maggie Carter's house, she didn't ask many questions. She simply held me warmly and took me to the guest room saying, "Get some rest. We'll chat when you're ready." That was a silent understanding. I was not used to it. My parents used to say things like, "We gave you a roof over your head and everything we do is for your future." But it always sounded conditional, like love with a balance sheet. Aunt Maggie Carter demanded no explanations. I didn't even unpack on the second night. I just climbed into bed, still wearing my graduation gown, and looked at the ceiling fan for hours, hoping to feel something other than hollow. Over the next few days I gradually acclimated. Maggie served me breakfast in the mornings, let me use her home office to email my scholarship contact, and even drove me to a local college campus to look around the dorms and speak with someone about student accommodation. It wasn't my first choice school, but after what occurred at graduation, returning to my previous town and house and pretending nothing had changed was out of the question. She didn't ask too many questions, but she could sense there was more to the story than I had said. On the 7th night we sat on her porch drinking tea and I finally told her everything. Not just the graduation moment but the years of being the unseen sister, the quiet digs, and the way Dad would laud Lily for her existence while dismissing my successes as tasks I had to do anyhow. The strange silences at family dinners. The time they forgot to pick me up from a school trip and didn't realize until the teacher called. Lily was always borrowing money from my room and was never reprimanded. She smashed Mom's old car into a mailbox and I ended up getting grounded for being a bad influence. Maggie Carter did not interrupt me once throughout our nearly 90-minute conversation. When I finally stopped, she sighed slowly and said, "Ethan, I believe you. And I'm sorry." It felt unusual to be believed, to have someone look at me and say without hesitation, "You were mistreated." That night I got the best sleep I'd had in months. But the peace did not endure long. 10 days after I departed, Mom called. I didn't respond. Then followed the texts. One from Dad. "It's time to stop acting like a victim and come home." One from Lily. "Everyone is commenting on how dramatic you are being. You embarrassed Mother in front of her book club." And another from Mom. "Your sister is now going through a lot. Do not add to the tension." That last one grabbed me. Lily was going through a lot. She had a brand new automobile, A graduation party for my graduation, and a large crowd applauding her for doing nothing. But she was stressed. I muted the conversation. A few days later, Maggie Carter received a call. It was Mom. She inquired whether I was still there, if I was okay, and if I had gotten out of my funk. Maggie Carter did not give her much. I just stated I was safe and figuring things out. However, after she hung up, she turned to me and stated, "They aren't phoning because they miss you. They are calling because they are losing control." That remark stuck with me. I spent the following 6 weeks preparing for college. Maggie Carter recommended a late entry program, which I used to secure lodging. I got a job working evenings at a hardware store downtown. I even began taking an online course early on to get ahead. For the first time, I was making my own decisions. There is no requirement for approval or backhanded comments. It felt fantastic. Like I could breathe. Then came the wedding. Lily's dearest friend, an influencer called Sloane Parker, was getting married in August. Lily was a bridesmaid. Clearly my family was invited. Maggie Carter also received one, most likely out of courtesy. I didn't at first. Then 3 weeks before the wedding, Mom contacted Maggie Carter again and left a voicemail. Lily wanted me there. "I know things have been tense," she explained. "However, this is a family event. Lily wants to include you. Let us all go on." Maggie Carter played me the message without comment. At first I declined. Definitely not. But then I thought about how rapidly they were attempting to push things under the rug. Regarding how no one had apologized, I was expected to forget. I was intrigued what it did, and how I looked in their world. So I told Maggie Carter that I'd just go to see. The wedding was placed at a vineyard little under 3 hours from our hometown. Sloane's family possessed money. The entire thing was absurdly over the top. White tents, gold chairs, a live harpist, the works. I arrived in my Soul Navy suit and found my folks standing near the reception tent, holding drinks. Lily wasn't around yet. Mom spotted me first. She smiled. Too fast, too wide. "There's my graduate," she murmured, drawing me in for a hug. It felt staged. Dad nodded. "Look who has decided to show up. You tidy up, okay?" It was as if they were reading from a script, like nothing had occurred. No mention of the train, no mention of the stillness. Simply welcome back to the narrative, son. Thankfully, the ceremony was quick. Later during the reception, I was seated at a table with distant cousins I barely knew. Lily went by once in her bridesmaid dress and gave me a look like, "You're lucky to be here." Then the speeches began. The maid of honor arrived first, followed by Sloane's parents. Then Lily got up. Apparently she had also been requested to speak. She tapped the microphone and stared directly at me. "I simply want to express," she continued, her voice syrupy sweet, "how grateful I am for my family, for my supporting parents and my brother Ethan, who taught me so much about what not to do." The crowd laughed and laughed. She continued going. Something about witnessing someone make mistakes and learning from them. About being aware of how fortunate I am not to waste the opportunities that have come my way. I didn't hear the rest. I was staring at the tablecloth and trying to keep my hands from shaking. Maggie Carter was seated 2 tables over. I caught her attention. She was outraged, but I only gave her a stiff smile. I wanted to explore how far this could go. After supper I spotted Lily near the bar. "Really?" I asked gently. She tilted her head. "What? That was a joke." "Is this a joke?" I repeated. "At your friend's wedding, in front of 240 guests." She shrugged. "You've been quite theatrical recently. I thought you might use some humility." Something inside me shattered, but it wasn't rage. Not yet. It was the same click I felt after graduating. After that chilly shift and revelation, she no longer sees me as a human. I went without saying goodbye. The next day, I blocked her number. I also blocked Mom and Dad. I didn't want another round of, "She didn't mean it," or, "It was a joke." I was finished faking, but they were not. 4 days later, Maggie Carter received a handwritten letter from my mother, which had 4 pages of remorse, evasion, and barely veiled threats. "The family does not walk away. Lily is under a great deal of pressure. You're making things tougher than they need to be. We didn't raise you to be so harsh." Cruel? They had disregarded me, mocked me, used me as a prop, and now I was being unkind. Maggie Carter observed me reading the letter in quiet. When I folded it and laid it aside, she asked, "Are you okay?" I nodded. "Yeah, Actually, yeah. Because something had changed. The wedding speech. The letter. Everything. It wasn't simply about disrespect anymore. It was betrayal. Public, intimate, and intentional. And if they wanted to push me out of the family story, that's okay. But I planned to rework the story myself. And after I was finished, they would never be able to say I was merely a waste of talent again. After reading Mom's letter, I didn't say anything for a while. I just sat there, the paper still warm in my hands, its words reverberating in my mind like someone shouting down a hallway. Maggie Carter did not press me. She simply poured me another mug of tea and returned to reading her book across the kitchen table, giving me room as she always did. I wasn't sure how to feel. Anger. I'd already been there. Hurt. That had faded to something colder. I believe what I felt that night was akin to nothingness. Not the spectacular tear-filled type of emptiness, but rather a calm sense of being done with them. With trying, with hoping that one day they'd recognize what they were doing and provide something approximating a genuine apology. I knew it in my bones. They were not going to change. That night, I finally unpacked the duffel bag I had brought from home. Everything I owned fit into 2 drawers in the closet. A few shirts, my laptop, a couple books, some old notebooks filled with half-finished ideas, apps I wanted to make, product concepts, and little invention ideas I wrote down at 2:30 a.m. and never showed anyone. Back then, I believed one of them might impress Dad. Maybe if I made anything useful or intelligent, he'd look up from his phone and say, "Huh, that's pretty smart, kid." That hadn't happened before. But as I sat on Maggie Carter's guest bed scrolling through the pages, I noticed something. I didn't need to impress him anymore. I just needed to feel proud of myself. So I started to work. The first few weeks were tough. I'd saved some money from my part-time job back home, but it wouldn't last. Maggie Carter offered to pay for some of my early college expenditures, but I didn't want to rely on her unless I had to. I worked shifts in a hardware store, doing stockroom work and running the register when it was busy. It wasn't flashy, but it provided enough income to cover expenses. On evenings when I wasn't working, I spent hours on YouTube watching coding tutorials and business videos. I learned how to develop simple websites, handle databases, and design user interfaces. I didn't know what I was shooting at yet, but I started preparing my toolkit. Every day I set 4 goals. 2 things to learn, 1 to construct, and 1 to think about. It kept me grounded, gave me structure, and I gradually began to feel like myself again. Not the version they defined, but the one that had always been silently beneath the surface. Meanwhile, school began. My new college was not a top-tier university, but it did have a strong engineering program and teachers that genuinely cared. I kept my head down at first, just trying to get through classes and avoid trouble. However, strange things began to happen. I kept being observed. Not from peers attempting to be my friend or anything like that. I still remained to myself, but with teachers. My introduction to engineering professor approached me after our second quiz and asked where I learned to write code like that. I told him about the tutorials, about staying up late to watch videos and work on side projects. "You have an instinct," he explained. "Do not waste it." That stayed with me. That following week I created a basic budgeting application. Nothing spectacular, just a tool to help students keep track of their expenditures. I posted it on a campus forum, not expecting anything. Within a few days it had over 300 downloads, followed by 500 and $1,450. Someone even emailed me to see if I would be interested in doing freelance work. I agreed before I could talk myself out of it. The freelance work earned $750. I used it to upgrade my laptop, get a whiteboard from Maggie Carter's garage, which had effectively become my tiny office, and begin sketching out a new idea, one I'd penned in those old notebooks for years. A website where students can share class notes and study resources. Nothing innovative, but I understood from experience how useful such a resource might be when you didn't have a support system to cheer you on. I named it Study Stack. I worked on it between classes, shifts, and even all night. I brought my laptop to the college cafe, plugged up my headphones, and became lost in the coding. Maggie Carter began putting snacks at the garage door, as if I were a monk at a tech monastery. She didn't inquire about what I was building. She just let me build. I presented it to her one night, probably around 10 weeks ago. She poked around for a few minutes, before looking up and saying, "Ethan, this is actually really cool." That meant more than I could express. Maggie Carter was not one for hollow praises. By winter break I had released a beta version and shared it with a few teachers and students. The answer was better than I had imagined. A few teachers even began endorsing it in their classrooms. Traffic increased dramatically. I had to learn back-end optimization just to keep the site from crashing. Throughout this, my parents never reached out again. Not once. They didn't inquire how I was doing. I did not check to see if I had discovered a school. Did not congratulate me when my app reached 12,000 users. It was as if I had ceased to exist in their world. And oddly, I was fine with it because I was noticing something they hadn't seen before. I was not a failure. I did not waste my potential. I was simply someone who needed room to grow without being constantly stepped on. But even as I rebuilt and began to find my rhythm, there were times when it all came flooding back. For example, one night I ran into an old family friend at the grocery store. She noticed me bagging groceries, gave me a tight smile and said, "Oh Ethan, your mom said you were off soul searching or something." I did not correct her. What was the point? But it reminded me how quickly people believe the version of the story they're told, especially when the person telling it wears pearls and can cry on cue. Nonetheless, I kept building. By late spring, StudyStack had a few thousand regular users, a small recurring revenue stream, and even a community moderator team comprised of college volunteers. I began working with a friend I met on a coding forum, Caleb Wright, a junior from the West Coast with a sarcastic sense of humor and a brain like a CPU. We worked together to add new features, improve the user interface, and make the platform more mobile-friendly. We made little money, but it was ours. After a long day of debugging and caffeine, Caleb Wright texted me, "Bro, we could scale this." I looked at the message for a long time. That word scale implied that it was no longer just a passion project, but could actually be something. It lit a fire in me, and that fire grew even hotter when, one day in June, I received a text from an unfamiliar number. "Hi. It's Lily." Just hearing her name made my chest tighten. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the delete button, but curiosity eventually got the best of me. "I heard you were working on an app. Mom said it's sort of blowing up." I didn't respond. 6 minutes later. "Look, I know things have gotten weird, but we should talk. You are still my brother. Still, my brother." As if she hadn't embarrassed me in front of 240 strangers. As if she hadn't spent years undermining my confidence with a poisonous smile and compliment. I left the message as read. That night I worked until 4:45 a.m., developing the next phase of StudyStack. It was not about vengeance. Not yet. It was not about proving them wrong. It was about proving myself correct. But deep down, I could feel something changing. A quiet momentum is building. And I knew they'd want back in eventually. They would see my name in unexpected places. Hear whispers from people they once impressed. I am curious as to why my cousin mentioned me at a family dinner. Ask me why I didn't attend Thanksgiving. By then, it would not be about forgiveness. It'd be about power. Because for the first time I had it. I never set out to seek vengeance. That is the truth. At first, all I wanted was to survive and prove to myself that I wasn't who they said I was. But somewhere along the line, that quiet resolve began to morph into something sharper. There is no rage, no bitterness, only clarity. The kind you get when you stop waiting for someone to give you permission and begin building your own door. By the time summer rolled into early fall, StudyStack wasn't just a side project anymore. It was becoming a real platform. Students from over 60 campuses had signed up. Professors were emailing me asking if they could integrate it into their syllabi. Caleb Wright and I were holding late-night Zoom calls, talking monetization, API scaling, and pitch decks. And in the middle of it all, I was still going to class, still working the register at the hardware store 4 nights a week, and still living in Maggie Carter's guest room. That fall, something big happened. A professor in the tech entrepreneurship program, Dr. Elaine Porter, asked me to stay after class. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to submit an assignment, but instead she leaned over her desk and said, "I've been hearing about StudyStack, and I want to introduce you to someone." 3 days later, I was sitting across from a man named Graham Holt, an angel investor who specialized in early-stage education tech. He wore a blazer over a t-shirt, had a voice like gravel and coffee, and listened more than he spoke. I showed him the site, explained how we were helping students crowdsource class notes, and even pulled up our usage analytics. He didn't say much during the presentation, just nodded, took a few notes. Then finally he said, "You built this with no funding, just sweat and sleep deprivation." He smiled. "Keep the scrappy mindset, but I'd like to help you scale." 17 days later, I signed a deal. Not massive, but enough to hire a real developer to help Caleb Wright. Enough to cover my living expenses so I could quit the hardware store. Enough to start planning for mobile app development, and enough to make one thing very, very clear. I was no longer just the kid who left. I was building something real. something mine. Maggie Carter was the first person I told. She hugged me so hard I thought my ribs might crack. Then she pulled out a dusty bottle of champagne. She said she'd been saving it since her divorce for a real reason, she told me. And this is a real reason. A few nights later, as we were cleaning up after dinner, she asked me quietly, "So, are you going to tell them?" I didn't answer right away, but I thought about it a lot. They hadn't reached out in months. Lily's last text still sat unread. Dad hadn't called. Mom hadn't sent another letter. It was like they were pretending I didn't exist until, of course, someone from their circle mentioned seeing my name in an article on emerging student startups. Or maybe they overheard someone at church talking about a local kid building an app that was really taking off. Whatever it was, it finally broke the silence because in late October, I got a Facebook friend request from Dad, followed by a message. "Saw something about your little project. We're impressed. Let's catch up." Your little project. I looked at the message for a long time. The way it minimized everything. The way it erased the past like none of it had happened. Like the wasted potential comment had just floated away with the wind. Like the graduation snub. The wedding speech. The months of silence. They didn't matter anymore because now I was doing something useful. I didn't reply. Instead, I took a screenshot and sent it to Maggie Carter with one line. "They're waking up. But I wasn't ready. Not yet." See, I didn't just want them to see me. I wanted them to understand, and for that, I needed to wait, watch, plan. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. In November I got invited to speak at a regional education conference. It was mostly small universities, edtech entrepreneurs and investors looking for the next Duolingo, but it was a big deal for someone my age. They even offered to pay for a hotel room and travel expenses. When I mentioned it to Caleb Wright, he nearly exploded. "Bro, you're about to be on stage." I called Dr. Elaine Porter. She helped me prep my speech. Caleb Wright built a real demo for me to showcase. And Maggie Carter bought me a new suit. No questions asked. I stood backstage, heart hammering, watching the presenter before me wrap up. My name appeared on the screen in bold letters. Ethan Carter, founder of StudyStack, building academic community from the ground up. And when I stepped out there, I wasn't thinking about Lily or Dad, or the bag of dollar store sunglasses I got on graduation day. I was thinking about how far I'd come. How I'd done it without applause. Without praise. Without them, the talk went better than I expected. I kept it honest. Talked about the power of underdogs. The way students with no support system still found ways to share knowledge, build community, and help each other survive. I even joked about living out of a garage. The audience loved it. Afterward, a reporter from an education news site interviewed me. The next morning the headline read, "From Family Black Sheep to Student Innovator. How Ethan Carter Built StudyStack in a Garage." That article, it went everywhere. It was retweeted by professors, alumni groups, even a few small venture capital pages. I got 5 speaking requests in a week and an email from a publisher asking if I'd ever considered writing a book about my journey. But the real moment came the day after Thanksgiving. Maggie Carter and I were eating leftovers in front of the TV when her phone buzzed. She picked it up, read something, and smirked. "Well, I think your mother finally read the article." "How can you tell?" She tagged half the extended family and wrote, "So proud of our Ethan. He's always been such a go-getter." I blinked. "What?" She even put in a winking emoji. I took the phone and stared at the post. It was real. My mom, who hadn't spoken to me in almost a year, was now publicly claiming me as her brilliant, resilient son. There were comments already. Aunt Rebecca Collins, "Wow, I had no idea he was doing so well. You must be so proud." Sloan Parker, "Wait, this is your Ethan. Incredible." And then Lily commented, "That's my brother. Always knew he'd do something amazing." I don't know what broke first, my patience or my self-restraint. Because suddenly I saw it all for what it was. They weren't just proud. They were rewriting history. They were claiming my story like they'd been part of it. Like they hadn't driven me out of the house with jokes and silence and cruelty. Like they'd supported me all along. I closed the post. I didn't comment. I didn't message anyone. I opened a document instead. Titled it Phase 0, The Rewrite. If they wanted to step back into my life now, I was going to make sure they understood what that actually meant. Not just handshakes and holiday cards. Not just fake pride and Facebook clout. No, this was going to be on my terms. First, I reached out to the conference organizers from the previous month. I offered to do a follow-up webinar for high school students, particularly those from underserved or difficult family backgrounds. I called it success in spite of. I told my real story, names omitted, details sharpened. I talked about the night I left home. The half-eaten cake. The graduation joke. The feeling of watching everyone else be celebrated while I disappeared. It hit a nerve. Emails started pouring in. Students, teachers, parents, people who saw themselves in the margins of my story. I wasn't just building an app anymore, I was becoming a voice. Caleb Wright and I talked about expanding the platform, offering scholarships, building a mentoring network, and through it all, I kept tabs on my family. Lily started tagging me in old pictures, school plays, vacations, birthdays, captioned with things like, "So many memories, proud of who you are." Dad updated his LinkedIn to mention that he was father of 2, including rising tech entrepreneur Ethan Carter. Mom sent me a long email titled, "Can we talk?" No apology, just a list of reasons she was confused about why I'd left. Lines like, "We always tried our best," and, "I wish you'd told us how you felt." But that's the thing. I had told them dozens of times in 100 quiet ways. They just never listened. Now they wanted in. And I wasn't going to slam the door in their faces. No, I was going to open it and make them see everything. The hurt, the neglect, the way they only reached out when I had something they wanted. But not yet. First, I needed one more thing. A stage big enough that they couldn't look away. A spotlight so bright they'd be forced to see me. Not as the quiet, invisible son they once overlooked, but as the man I'd become in spite of them. And I knew exactly where to start. By the time winter gave way to late spring, I had everything I needed. Study Stack had crossed 120,000 users. We'd onboarded faculty from over 180 colleges. Caleb Wright and I had officially incorporated. We weren't making 7 figures yet. But we were stable, self-sustaining, and respected in our niche. We had a dev team, 2 part-time moderators, and even a PR consultant helping us navigate all the new media attention. I wasn't the black sheep anymore. I was Ethan Carter, co-founder, speaker, mentor, and the kid who built an education platform from his aunt's garage after his family wrote him off. And now they wanted back in. After Mom's email, I didn't respond right away. I needed time, not to think but to finish planning. Because the thing about revenge, the kind that doesn't scream or throw punches, is that it takes precision. You don't just lash out. You wait until they've completely underestimated you, until they think you've moved on, until they start bragging about you to people who remember how they used to talk about you behind your back, and then you give them the truth publicly, calmly, undeniably. The opportunity came in the form of a TEDx talk. One of my professors who'd seen my success in spite of webinar nominated me for the event. The theme that year was origins. Fitting. The organizers reached out, vetted me, and gave me the green light. I had 12 minutes on stage, 12 minutes to tell my story in front of a crowd of several hundred in a live stream that would reach tens of thousands. So, I wrote a talk, rewrote it, sharpened it like a blade. No names, no direct accusations, just the truth laid out like puzzle pieces only the guilty would recognize. When the day came, I wore the same navy suit I'd worn to Lily's wedding, the one I'd stood in while she mocked me from the stage. Maggie Carter was in the front row. Caleb Wright was watching online from his apartment in Oregon. And somewhere, because I made sure of it, my parents were watching too, because I'd sent them VIP passes, handwritten invites, a polite professional letter on official Study Stack letterhead. I'll be speaking at TEDx this Saturday. I thought you'd want to be there. I even included a line that said, "Since I know you've been telling people how proud you are, I figured you might want to see it live." No malice, no threat, just bait. And they took it. They showed up. I saw them when I stepped on stage. 4th row. Dad in a sports coat that still had the price tag thread hanging from the sleeve. Mom with her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Lily wasn't there. Or if she wasn't close enough for me to see. Fine by me. The lights dimmed. The applause faded. I stepped forward and began. I started with the night of my graduation. How I got a bag of dollar store sunglasses and a joke about wasted potential. How my sister was gifted a car, a party, and a glowing speech. How that night I packed a bag and took an after-midnight train alone. I described what it felt like to realize you'd been invisible in your own home. To have your achievements ignored, your milestones dismissed. I spoke slowly, clearly, never once raising my voice. Then I shifted. I talked about rebuilding, about Maggie Carter, though I never used her name, about the quiet sanctuary of a garage-turned-office. About what it means to find worth without validation. About how many students like me exist, Talented, motivated but invisible, and how I built StudyStack not in spite of my background but because of it. And finally, I closed with this. The people who believed in me could be counted on two hands, but that was enough, because what I learned the hard way is that sometimes the people who break you do it so slowly you don't even realize you're bleeding until you leave the room and the silence feels like oxygen. So if you've ever been laughed at by the people who should have clapped, if you've ever been told you were wasted potential by someone who never saw your worth, I want you to know their approval is not the prize. You are. And the most satisfying success story isn't the one where they cheer you on. It's the one where they have to sit in the audience while you tell the truth. There was a beat of silence, then applause, then a standing ovation. I didn't look at my parents during the talk, but when I stepped off stage, I glanced their way. Mom was pale, frozen, hands still clasped, now white-knuckled. Dad was leaning back, expression unreadable, like someone trying to decide whether to be angry or impressed. I didn't give them the chance to approach me. Maggie Carter and I slipped out the side door and into the parking lot. She didn't say anything at first, just handed me a bottle of water and squeezed my shoulder. Finally she said, "That was beautiful, kid." I nodded. "Think they got the message?" She smiled. "Oh, they got it." But the real fallout came in the days after the TEDx video hit YouTube. Within 16 days, it had over 780,000 views. Comments poured in. Stories. Thanks. People sharing their own experiences with being overlooked, dismissed, underestimated. I started getting requests to speak at high schools, corporate leadership summits, even a nonprofit event focused on parental estrangement. StudyStack's user base doubled in 6 weeks. We were featured in a tech podcast that called us the most quietly disruptive ed tech startup of the year. And then the private messages started from family. Aunt Rebecca Collins emailed me. "I had no idea it was that bad, Ethan. I'm so sorry we didn't see it. Your talk made me cry." My cousin Sloan Parker messaged me on Instagram. "Mom's been telling everyone your TED Talk made your dad look bad, but I watched it. You didn't make him look bad. He did that on his own." Then came the group chat message. "Lily, so I guess you're famous now. Kinda messed up. You aired our family drama on the internet." I didn't reply. Then Mom emailed again. This time it was different. No excuses, no rewriting. Just this. "I watched it. All of it. I'm sorry for everything. We failed you. I understand now why you left. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. If not, I get it. I really do." I stared at it for a long time. And then I archived it, not because I didn't believe her, but because it didn't change anything. Sometimes forgiveness isn't a door you open. It's a weight you put down and walk away from. I didn't need an apology to move forward. I'd already moved. Maggie Carter helped me buy my first apartment that late summer. Just a small place with sunlight through the kitchen windows and enough space for a second monitor. Caleb Wright flew out to visit, and we mapped out StudyStack's next phase on a whiteboard over tacos and cheap beer. Life kept going better, freer. And when people asked where I came from, I told them the truth. I came from silence. From jokes at my expense, from being invisible at my own graduation, but I turned that silence into fuel. The jokes into clarity, the invisibility into something they couldn't ignore. And in the end, when they were finally forced to see me, not the version they'd invented, but the person I actually was, they couldn't look away. That was the revenge. Not a fight. Not a scream. Not a public takedown or a dramatic confrontation. Just being undeniable. That's how you win. And as for them, they can keep telling whatever version of the story helps them sleep. I'll keep living the one they never saw coming. I was the disappointment until I stopped asking for their approval and became there. At Easter, my mom mocked me. 33 and still renting. 2 weeks later, my brother called her, voice shaking, "You need to see this. Now." My name is Caleb Monroe. I'm 33 years old, and 8 months ago, my mother stood up at Easter dinner, raised her glass, and informed 29 relatives that I was the only Monroe who still couldn't afford a roof over his head. She said it with a smile, as if it were an innocent comment, not a verdict. At his age, she added, her gaze fixed on me, a guy should at least own something. Laughter spread over the table. "Not too loud, Peta, like when you don't want to be implicated but yet don't want to disagree." My father nodded, looking into his wine as if it could offer him instructions. He always agreed without speaking. My oldest brother, Andrew, reclined back in his chair, giving me a half smile, half shrug. The empathetic kind. The kind that says, "I would help you if you helped yourself." "Everyone moves at their own pace," Andrew said loudly enough for the table to hear. "Not all of us figure things out quickly. My mother reached over to squeeze his arm. "You did," she exclaimed proudly. "5 bedrooms and good schools. That is steadiness." I sat there, fork poised above my plate. Food cooling down, felt my face remain calm as something hot and metallic spread under my ribs. Nobody asked me anything. No one expressed concern about how I paid my expenses or why I lived where I did. My existence has already been summed up for them. Edit it. Distribute it. I smiled. I always grinned because she was mistaken. Just not in the way anyone at the table had imagined. 2 weeks later, Andrew stood transfixed at the front gate of my new home. The phone shook so badly in his hand that he had to rest it on his chest. He did not go inside. He did not even ring the bell. He merely stared, dialed, and spoke into the phone, his voice breaking in a way I had never heard before. "Mom, you should see this right now." But that moment was not unexpected. It was 14 years in the making. At the time, my entire life fit into a 480 square foot studio on Portland's east side. One window, thin walls, and a kitchen faucet that dripped every 4 seconds no matter how tightly I turned the handle. When freight vehicles passed on the main road, the glass rattled as if it were about to leave. I didn't hate the place. At 29 I convinced myself that this was simply the expense of starting from scratch. And I mean zero. I worked as a cybersecurity analyst for a mid-size corporation in downtown. After 5 years of jumping between contract employment and temporary responsibilities that seemed to last forever, I finally got a genuine title. The salary was $74,500 before taxes. Monthly payments for student loans were $1,650. I consumed a lot of rice, frozen vegetables, and whatever protein was the cheapest that week. I drove a 2013 Honda Civic with a damaged dashboard and a radio that only worked when you struck a pothole exactly right. I had a spreadsheet on my phone. Groceries, gauze, rent, and savings. It told me just how much I could spend without getting behind. Some individuals consider that restricting. I called it survival. That was the story of my life my mother liked to tell her relatives. Except she always made things sound worse. "Caleb is still renting a little studio," she'd say at family dinners, her voice echoing across the table. "That tech thing he does is so unpredictable. I worry about him." What she did not disclose was why I got student debt in the first place. When I was 19, 2 weeks before starting my freshman year at Oregon State, my mother sat me down at the kitchen table. Her voice was gentle. She practiced how it feels when she has already decided on the outcome. "Your college fund did not survive the market." She claimed it was gone. "I'm so sorry." I cried. She held me. The next morning, she assisted me in completing federal loan papers as if this was standard procedure, as if there had never been another option. Meanwhile, my older brother Andrew's life shifted in the opposite way. By the age of 28, he bought a 5-bedroom mansion on Lake Otsego. I'm married and expecting my first child. When asked how he did it, my mother always recounted the same story. "Andrew made a save." She would say he's always been financially savvy. "I planned beforehand." At Thanksgiving she'd take guests through his house as if she'd planned it herself, pointing out the fixtures, layout, and backyard. I'd sit at the far end of the table while she lauded his steadiness as a moral accomplishment. "Caleb is still finding his footing," she added, smiling at me. "Everybody moves at a different rate." Andrew nodded compassionately. Sometimes he'd pat my shoulder and say, "You'll get there, man." As if encouragement could replace equal footing. My father never contradicted her. He cut his food carefully and remained quiet. I wholeheartedly believed my mother regarding the college fund. I believed that for many years. I based my adult life on the belief that I was simply unlucky because Andrew had been better prepared. That notion persisted until one phone call on a Wednesday night in October 2023. After that, nothing in my past looked the same again. The call arrived on a Wednesday night in October. I sat on the floor of my studio. I opened my laptop to debug a firewall setting for a customer presentation the next morning. The apartment was silent, save for the faucet. Drizzle, drip, drip. 4-second intervals. I hadn't bothered to correct it. Some things you simply learn to live with. My phone vibrated. Uncle Robert. He never called. We texted on birthdays. That was it. I almost left it to voicemail. "Caleb," he said when I picked up. His speech sounded tense, as if he had been walking in circles. "I've been debating this for a long time and can't take it any longer." "Carrie what?" I inquired. There was a pause. I could hear him breathing. "Your mother did not lose your college funds." The words had landed, but they did not make sense yet. "She withdrew it," he explained. "All of it. $47,920. In April you turned 19. I did not speak. I glanced at my laptop's screen, the lines of code blurring together. I was in the bank, Robert continued. I watched as she signed the withdrawal form. I told her that it was wrong. She advised me to mind my own business. Then she didn't talk to me for 2.5 years. The faucet continued to drip on time as if it had a job. The money was transferred directly into her joint account with your father. He stated that Andrew closed on his house 2 weeks later. I slid from the couch to the kitchen floor. Cold tile hit the backs of my legs. The phone pressed firmly against my ear. I did not cry. Something beneath my ribcage suddenly became silent, like a pilot light dying out. You still there? Robert inquired. I'm here. I understand this is a lot, but you deserve to know. Yes, I said. My voice did not sound like mine. I did. Before hanging up, he said one more thing. I preserved the bank statements. Caleb and all of them. Tell me when you're ready. The call went dead. I sat on the floor for a long time afterwards. I did not sleep that night. I laid on my back staring at a water spot on the ceiling, and did the math. I withdrew $48,000 during my senior year. Even with cautious growth, that fund would be worth much more now. However, the money was not the worst part. The toughest aspect was understanding that my mother had not panicked. She had not made an error. She had made a choice. And she'd been telling me lies about it for 14 years. I did not confront her. This astonished me at first. Anger was present, hot, sharp, and ready, yet I could already see how that conversation would unfold frame by frame like a movie I had seen my entire life. If I phoned my mother, she would either deny it, soften it, or cry, causing a misunderstanding. She'd claim Robert was bitter, that he had always despised her, and that he was attempting to poison me against the family. Andrew would defend her without even knowing he was doing so. He'd say things like, "Mom would never do that," or, "You're exaggerating the situation." My father would sit in his recliner, the TV turned up 3 notches higher than usual, and say nothing. Within 48 hours my mother would have contacted every aunt and cousin to inform them that poor Caleb was in a downward spiral. That work stress was getting to me, and I was acting out because I felt insecure. I would not just lose the debate, I would become the problem. Confrontation gives liars a platform. I lay there that night, staring at the ceiling. I can feel something settling in. Not peace. Clarity. A crisp, cold awareness of how this family operated. If I remained silent, nothing changed. I stayed with the footnote. A cautionary tale. The son who rented and worked in the technology field. If I addressed her, I would lose control of the plot. Neither option propelled me forwards. So around 1:40 a.m., I opened my laptop. I created a spreadsheet. 3 columns. Monthly income, monthly savings, and target. The aim was not modest. It was in the mid-7 figures. I didn't connect any emotion to it. It wasn't vengeance. It was mathematics. I stopped worrying about fairness. Fairness is a theoretical concept. I began thinking about leverage. I determined I was not going to argue my way to respect. I was not going to beg for acknowledgement. I was not going to explain myself to those who gained from misinterpreting me. I planned to develop something so strong that it would not require any defense. I shut down the laptop, set my alarm for 6:15, and fell asleep for the first time that night. I had a presentation in the morning and a much longer plan in the works. The next morning, I put on a clean clothing, drank awful coffee, and went to work as if nothing had happened. That became a pattern. I did not make an announcement. I did not confront anyone. I didn't even tell Uncle Robert that I was ready for the statements yet. I simply showed there and worked silently, relentlessly, and with a level of intensity I had never knew I possessed. There was only one person in the company I trusted. Diane Whitaker, VP of Threat Intelligence. 56. Silver Bob. She wore reading glasses on a chain, like a librarian, and could break down your entire network in 12 minutes. I did not inform her about my family. Not then. I asked one question. What does it take to advance up here? She stared at me over her spectacles for a long time, not evaluating or measuring. You are already doing the work. She said you only had to quit being invisible. She slipped the folder across her desk. A suggestion for conducting an enterprise security audit. Our largest client is a regional hospital network. The previous team leader had quit in the middle of the project. Tight timeline, high visibility, and no room for error. This is yours if you want it. She said it was nasty. If it fails, it will be very loud. If it works, those above me will learn your name. I took the folder. My life became consumed with work and discipline throughout the course of the next year. 11-hour days became the norm. 13 wasn't uncommon. I transferred 35% of my paycheck to an investment account, index funds. Nothing spectacular, and I forced myself to forget that money existed. On Sundays, I meal planned chicken and rice. I stopped going out. I discontinued my streaming subscriptions not out of misery, but with intention. Every modest sacrifice has a purpose. Now. At home, the faucet continued to trickle. I allowed it. Nothing changed during family dinners. My mother continued telling everyone I was still renting. Andrew continued nodding compassionately. My father remained quiet. I did not contest the story, thus it remained unchanged. I stopped saying anything about my employment. Not because I was hiding it, but because whenever I discussed employment in the past, my mother dismissed it as if I was talking about a pastime. The last time I told her about a successful project, she'd ask, "Are they going to keep you with that computer stuff?" Within 2 phrases, she had turned the subject to Andrew's backyard remodeling. So I stopped talking. Nobody noticed. The hospital audit was completed on schedule, under budget, and without incident. The client agreed to renew for 3 years. Diane gave me a 2-line email on the final day of the contract. "Nice work. Come see me Monday." Diane called me into her office again 13 months later, on a Wednesday night. I assumed that something went wrong. I was mistaken. She promoted me to team leader. Salary rose to $118,000. New badge, floor, and title in the company directory. I did not make a post about it. I did not call my family. I've just updated my spreadsheet. A year may alter everything if you don't spend it justifying yourself. Christmas arrived. As always, Andrew served as the host. His place smelled of cinnamon and fresh paint. He spent $36,000 remodeling his living room. Announced within 5 minutes of our arrival. My mother guided visitors like a docent. Andrew chose the wood himself. Wasn't the kitchen arrangement his idea? This is what planning looks like. Then she found me by the drinks table. "Are you still renting that small place?" she asked. "Yes, Mom. So, at least you're saving, right?" Her sympathy was well-tuned. Only enough to sting. Andrew appeared around her elbow. "You know, Caleb, if you listen to me about real estate, I'll be all right." "I'm just trying to help," he responded. "You don't need to be defensive." "I am not." My mother patted his arm. "Your brother acquired this house on his own. That is what a plan looks like." I sipped my water, smiled, and said nothing. Later in the corridor, Andrew's wife's husband, Michael Reed, approached me. He seems to have understood the virtue of saying less. "Your mother speaks a much," he remarked gently. "Do not believe everything." It was the nicest thing anyone in the house said to me all night. My mother's behavior became increasingly aggressive in February. She left a voicemail at a number I did not recognize. This time it's a woman. The voice is pleasant and confident. "Hello, Caleb. This is Rachel Collins. Your mother believed we may get along. I work in commercial insurance. I own a property in Beaverton." I deleted it. 20 minutes later, my mother texted. "Rachel is a desirable individual. She owns her home outright. Caleb, you're 33. I responded once. "I did not ask you to set me up." She responded immediately. "I'm trying to help. A man needs steadiness." I closed my phone and returned to work. That night I completed a server migration without any downtime. My team flooded Slack with celebratory emojis. I brewed tea, sat on my studio floor, and opened Zillow. Not for Rachel. For me. I was not chasing a house. I was increasing gravity. Everything accelerated 7 months after I first opened Zillow to look. Diane promoted me again to senior manager. This time the salary increased to $152,000, plus a bonus. My investment account, which I had been quietly feeding for the past 2.5 years, had nearly doubled. The spreadsheet I had created at 1:40 a.m. on a cold October night stopped looking theoretical and began to look inevitable. On Saturday mornings I drove alone with coffee in the cup holder, phone on silent, and no music. I did not tell anyone. Not Diane, Uncle Robert, or a single friend. I wasn't seeking approval or advice. I wasn't sure if I was looking for a house yet. I was searching for a feeling. I discovered it on a hillside in West Hills. 5 bedrooms, a wraparound deck that overlooks a valley of Douglas firs. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows transformed sunset into a copper and amber wall. Hardwood floors that creaked just enough to feel authentic. A stone fireplace. A kitchen island large enough for 6 people to sit without feeling crowded. The listing price was $985,000. I calculated the numbers twice. The third time, I called my financial advisor, went over worst-case scenarios, and stress-tested everything. When I hung up, my hands did not shake. That is how I knew. I called the listing agent and submitted an offer. 4 weeks later, I sat in a title office signing my name 52 times. They slid a folder across the table and set a single key on top of it. I picked it up. It felt warm from the agent's hand. I did not call my mother. I did not text Andrew. I did not post anything. I drove directly to the house. The front door opened effortlessly, as if it had been waiting. The rooms inside were enormous and empty. My footsteps echoed on the oak floors. The last of the daylight slid down the far wall and landed on the floor. A quiet acknowledgement. I stood there for a long time, not smiling or celebrating, simply breathing. I moved in on a Saturday in early January. No moving truck, no fanfare, just my Civic packed tightly with what was important: clothes, a laptop, a box of books, and a cast iron skillet that had survived 5 apartments. The house echoed as I walked through it. Sunlight poured through the glass wall, creating long rectangles on the bare floor. Outside, the trees swayed in a cool breeze. I slowly furnished it. First, there's a deep gray couch that you can sink into. Then there was a bed frame and an estate sale kitchen table made of solid maple that was scarred and heavy. I liked the scars. They made it seem earned. One weekend, I painted the living room wall behind the fireplace a warm white. 2 coats, sore arms, and paint on the knuckles. I did not mind. The only person I invited over was Diane Whitaker. She stood in the entryway taking in the ceiling. The view. The silence. She remained silent for quite some time. "This is stunning," she said finally. "Does your family know?" "Not yet." She looked at my face, then nodded. "You are not punishing them by keeping this quiet. You are protecting yourself." Maybe. Or maybe I just didn't want to give them something else to criticize. After Diane left that night, I tucked the deed away in my desk drawer. I didn't realize it yet. But the drawer was going to hold more than just paperwork. It was going to contain the truth. I did not tell my family about the house. There was no announcement, no accidental slip, and no social media breadcrumbs for my mother to follow and interpret. The silence was intentional. This time silence didn't mean absence. It was a placement. I was waiting for the appropriate moment to set it down. That moment came during Easter. Andrew hosted, as he always does. There are 22 people under one roof. Kids are on the floor. Adults holding wine glasses and expressing their opinions. My mother moved through the house as if she owned it, narrating every improvement Andrew had made as if she had personally signed the checks. I stayed until dinner. I listened. I smiled when necessary. I left early. That part surprised them. "Caleb always leaves early," my mother said loud enough for the room. "It's just his way." I was halfway into my coat when I turned back. "Actually, Andrew," I said lightly, like it had just occurred to me, "you should come by my place sometime for tea." The room shifted. Not dramatically, just enough. "My place," Andrew repeated. "Yes," I said. "I moved recently. Nothing crazy." My mother frowned. "Moved where?" "It happened fast." I said, "I'll text you the address." Andrew laughed once. Uncertain. "Are you house sitting or something?" "No." I said, "It's mine." That was the seed. I didn't explain. I didn't elaborate. I didn't defend the statement. I just let it exist. "Saturday at 2:30, I added, "if you're free." Andrew hesitated. He looked at my mother. She looked back at him, calculating. Something had gone off script and she didn't like not knowing her lines. "Sure," he said finally. "I'll come." "Great," I said. "Bring coffee if you want. Or don't." I pulled on my jacket and headed for the door behind me. I could already hear my mother recalibrating. "He's probably renting something else," she said quickly. "You know how he is." But I caught something else before the door closed. Uncle Robert, sitting in the corner, met my eyes and smiled just once. That week passed slowly. On Saturday morning, I cleaned not because the house was dirty, but because I needed my hands busy. I vacuumed floors that didn't need it, wiped down a granite island that no one had touched. I set 2 mugs on the kitchen table. At the edge of the counter, she cinched. My phone vibrated. "Andrew, on my way." "What's the address again?" I sent it. A pause. Then another message. "West Hills." That's a nice area. I didn't reply. I set the kettle on, arranged the scones, and waited. Andrew arrived at 2:17. I know the time because I was already standing by the window when I heard gravel crunch under his tires. His SUV stopped at the edge of the driveway and just sat there, engine running, visible from the living room. I could see him through the windshield staring at the house like it had violated some internal rule he'd been living by. He didn't get out right away. 45 seconds passed. Then another. Finally, the engine cut. He stepped out. His keys were still in his hand and he looked up at the front of the house. The windows, the deck, the slope of the hill behind it. His mouth opened slightly, then closed again. I opened the door before he rang. "Hey," I said. "You made it." He walked up the path slowly, like the ground might change under his feet. When he stepped inside, he stopped dead in the entryway. The ceiling rose above him. The staircase curved off to the right. Straight ahead, the living room opened into glass and sky. "This is," he turned in a slow circle. "This is your place." "Yeah." He walked forward without taking his shoes off, crossed the living room, put his hand on the stone fireplace like he needed to feel something solid. Then he moved to the glass wall and stared out over the valley. "How?" he asked finally. "I worked," I said. "I saved." He laughed once. It came out wrong. Too sharp. "No, I mean, how did you afford this?" I didn't answer right away. I walked into the kitchen, poured hot water over the tea, and set 2 mugs on the table. "I thought you were renting," he said, following me. "Mom said you were." I said, "Now I'm not." He sat down heavily in one of the chairs, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together. I watched his fingers start to shake. "This doesn't make sense," he said. "I mean, I'm the one with the house. The kids." Then he stopped himself. Then he did something I didn't expect. He pulled out his phone, his thumb hovering over the screen like it didn't want to do what he was asking it to. He hit dial anyway. 1 ring. 2. "Mom," he said the second she picked up. His voice cracked immediately. "You need to come here right now." I heard her voice through the speaker, sharp with alarm. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Just come," he said. "I'll send the address." He hung up and stared at the table. The steam from the mugs curled between us. "You didn't tell anyone," he said quietly. "No." "Why?" I met his eyes. "Because I wanted you to see it before you heard about it." That's when it hit him. Not jealousy, not anger, disorientation. The kind that comes when the story you've lived inside your whole life suddenly doesn't fit the room you're standing in. He leaned back in the chair and covered his face with both hands. Outside, the trees moved in the wind. Inside, something foundational was cracking, and my mother was already on her way. My mother arrived in 17 minutes. That's fast, considering she lived across town and it was a Saturday. She must have driven like the house was on fire. I heard her heels before I saw her. Sharp, purposeful clicks on the stone path. My father followed a few steps behind. Slower. Uncertain. Andrew opened the door before I could. "Come in," he said. "You need to see this." My mother stepped into the entryway and stopped. She didn't speak. Not right away. She took in the ceiling first, then the staircase, then the living room, the wall of glass, the valley stretching out beyond it. Her face went pale, then flushed like her body was trying to decide which reaction was safer. "What is this?" she asked finally. "My house," I said. "Welcome." She moved forward, touching things as she went. The back of the couch, the stone of the fireplace, the edge of a bookshelf. She walked to the glass wall and stared out, breathing shallowly. "But you never said." Her voice thinned. "How could you afford?" "I'm a senior director at my company," I said evenly. "I've been one for a year. My salary and investments covered it." She turned sharply. "Since when?" "Since you stopped asking about my job." My father was still standing in the doorway. He hadn't come any farther in. His eyes were wet. His hands were shaking. "I'm proud of you, son," he said quietly. It was the first time he'd ever said that to me as an adult. My mother spun toward him. "Did you know about this?" "No," he said. "I didn't." Then he did something I'd never seen before. He walked across the room and hugged me. It wasn't brief. It wasn't performative. His arms wrapped around me and stayed there, trembling against my back. He smelled like sawdust and aftershave. Exactly the way he had when I was a kid. When he let go, the room had changed. Andrew was sitting on the edge of the couch now, staring at the floor. My mother stood apart from all of us near the window, hands at her sides. I don't understand, Andrew said suddenly. He looked up at me. How did you save that much? You had student loans. Huge ones. Yes, I said. I did. He frowned. Mom told us both funds were lost in the market. I met his eyes. Yours was not. The air became thin. Andrew turned to face her. What? My mom's jaw tightened. That is ridiculous. Who told you this? I mentioned someone who was there. Uncle Robert. She said his name as if it tasted bitter. Robert has always attempted to tear this family apart. The front door opened. Everyone turned. Uncle Robert stepped inside, wind still blowing through his jacket. He held a plain white envelope. He did not look at me first. He looked at my mother. Hey, he replied calmly. Traffic was difficult. He walked to the kitchen table, placing the envelope between the teapot and the untouched scones. Nobody moved. After a long pause, I opened it. I took out my bank statement and laid it flat on the table. Pacific Northwest Federal Credit Union. I said the custodial account was opened in 2006. Beneficiary, Caleb Monroe. Custodian Evelyn Monroe. I ran my finger down the page. April 9th. $47,920. Full withdrawal. Evelyn Monroe has given her consent. I looked at Andrew. 2 weeks later, your down payment was cleared. Andrew stood up slowly and took up the paper. His gaze shifted back and forth as he read. His lips separated. Mom, he said quietly. You told me it was your savings. I did what was best for the family, she snapped. For me, he said. You did it for me. My father sat down heavily in a chair. His face collapsed inwards. You told me the fund had failed, he said. You showed me a statement. Robert crossed his arms. She showed you the summary. The real one is right there. Her signature is on it. My mother tried one final time to regain control. After everything I've done for you, she told me. I raised you. I fed you. I kept this family together. I nodded. You did. And I'm thankful for what was real. She opened her mouth. I held up one hand, not angry, but firm. But you also stole from me and lied about it for 14 years, I complained. Both can be true. The room became silent. My mother had no scripts left. For the first time in my life, she didn't have an audience. I did not raise my voice. This was the part that surprised everyone. Anger would have made sense. Yelling would have been expected. My mother had survived for decades under the assumption that if things got loud enough, she could redirect them. I was not going to give her that. I'm not asking for my money back, I said. Andrew gave me a sharp look. My father did as well. My mother froze as if she had misheard. I do not need it. I continued. I created this without it. I motioned around the room. Not broadly. Just enough. That does not erase what happened, I stated. However, you cannot claim that this is motivated by greed or resentment. It's about the truth. My mother inhaled, preparing for another defense. I did not let her start. What has changed now, I explained, is the story. I focused on Andrew first. You're not allowed to feel guilty on my behalf, I said. However, you must stop pretending that you earned something on your own when you did not. He nodded once, tightly. He refused to argue because he was ashamed. I then turned to my father. You don't get to be quiet anymore, I said gently. Silence is not neutrality. It's a choice, and it has cost me enough. His eyes lowered. He did not say no. I finally faced my mother. This house isn't a stage, I explained. If you come here, you are a guest, not a narrator. She stared at me with thin lips. You can't tell people I'm struggling when I'm not, I said. You can't rewrite my life to make someone else look better. You do not have the authority to turn me into a warning story or a charity case. Her voice sounded small. I tried to motivate you. No, I replied calmly. You had control over the narrative. The words landed cleanly. Undeniable. I said, I am not going to cut anyone off. However, I am establishing rules. Honesty, no side conversations, no concerned phone calls to family members about my life. I paused. And if those rules don't work for you, I explained, that's fine. You simply won't be here. The teapot clicked gently as it cooled. Nobody argued because there was nothing left to argue over. The fallout did not occur all at once. It moved in the way that truth usually does in families like mine. Quietly, sideways, carried by phone calls that were never meant to travel far. By Sunday night, everyone knew what Andrew had told his wife. She informed her sister. That sister informed her husband. By Monday morning my phone was ringing. Aunt Lorraine comes first. "Caleb," she said breathlessly. "Your mother informed us that you were struggling. For years we didn't know." I did not correct her tone. I did not need to. "I know," I replied. Uncle Harold called next. "Kid, why didn't you say anything?" There was a pause in the line. A long one. "Would you've believed me?" I asked. He didn't respond. Cousin Emily texted. "I feel ill. I apologize for every time I offered assistance you didn't require." What none of them said, but everyone understood, was that they hadn't simply been misinformed. They had been managed. My mother had long controlled the family narrative and no one questioned it. She had no need for dramatic lies. She used gentle editing, soft framing, and concern rather than accusation. By the time the truth was revealed, it was clear how carefully the story had been maintained. And once broken, it couldn't be fixed. Relatives began calling my mother not to comfort her, but to ask difficult questions. She was unable to redirect questions with a laugh or a change of subject. "Why didn't you let us know the fund had been withdrawn? Why did Caleb think it was gone? Why did Andrew believe it was your savings?" Her responses were not as effective as they had previously been. She was constantly jealous. "Robert is dramatic. I did what I felt was best. None of this mattered." There was a bank statement on my kitchen table with her signature at the end. Ink has the ability to end arguments. The calls slowed and then stopped. Lorraine did not invite her to book club that month. Harold did not ask her to plan the 4th of July cookout. A cousin quietly removed her from the family group chat, which I hadn't been added to in the first place. My mother did not rage. She did not confront anyone. She simply stopped breathing. The telephone stopped ringing. The invitations dried up. Her decades-long authority dissipated without ceremony. Andrew, too, pulled back. This time out of confusion rather than anger. The ground he'd been standing on for his entire adult life had shifted, and he wasn't sure where to put his feet. For the first time, my mother was not the focal point of the room. She was just another person waiting to be called, but no one was dialing. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It had been unfamiliar for weeks. My phone remained mostly silent. There are no checking-in messages disguised as concern. There were no family updates filtered through my mother's voice, only space. At first it seemed like something was missing. Then I realized what was causing it: pressure. Andrew was the first to reach out. He did not call. He texted. "Would you like to get coffee sometime? It's just us." We met halfway between our houses, on neutral ground. A small cafe with uneven tables and espresso potent enough to break through denial. He seemed tired. Not the overworked kind. The unraveling kind. "I keep replaying it," he said after a long pause. "Mom talked about the bank statement as if it were nothing." I nodded. I did not interrupt. I never asked where the money came from. He continued. "I really wanted the house. I wanted to feel like I had succeeded. And Mom made it easy to avoid looking too closely." "That does not make you evil," I replied. "It makes you human." He swallowed. "This makes me complicit." We sat with it. Not accusing, not absolving, simply honest. "I don't need you to punish yourself," I explained. "I just need you to stop pretending that we started from the same place." He nodded once. That was enough for now. A week later, Uncle Robert arrived with a bottle of wine and the same quiet grin he always gave when he knew more than he said. We sat on the deck as the sun set in the valley, turning the trees copper and gray. He said, "Your grandmother would have loved this place." I looked at him. He nodded at Grandma Eleanor. "She's the one who started your college fund with $60 per month from her Social Security check. She told your mother it was for your education. No exceptions." Something in my chest broke open. All those years, I thought no one was looking out for me. Nobody was keeping score. I burst into tears right then. Not out of anger, but out of relief, knowing that even as the story around me was being rewritten, the truth had been planted early and patiently. Robert did not say anything. He simply slid a napkin across the table. Andrew and I began meeting once a month following that. At first it was awkward, but it soon became easier. Not rebuilding the past, but creating something new. I hadn't forgiven my mother yet, but I stopped hearing her voice in my head. And that was the start of healing. Summer arrived quietly. No announcements or milestones were shared in group chats. Days simply stack on top of one another, in the best sense, steady and unremarkable. On a Wednesday morning in July, Diane Whitaker asked me to stay on a Zoom call after everyone else had left. The screen went black except for her square. She adjusted her glasses and smiled as if she knew the answer to a question. "We're restructuring," she explained. "Security operations are conducted across the entire enterprise. I want you to lead it." She did not dress it up. She did not need to. Vice President of Security Operations with a mid-seven-figure portfolio and teams spread across 4 offices. Real authority, not a symbolic one. I accepted. I thanked her. I shut my laptop. That was it. I did not make a post about it. I did not call my family. I did not even inform Andrew right away. Some things feel different when they are yours first. Before anyone else could react to them, the house settled in. Mornings on the deck with coffee and a low fog hanging over the valley. Evenings with the fire lit. The windows cracked just enough to let in the smell of rain and pine. I replaced the dripping faucet. My father and I fixed the loose railing one afternoon without saying much. He did not apologize. He did not explain. He just showed up. My mother called once in late August. I left a voicemail. Her voice seemed smaller than I remembered. "I hear you're doing well," she said. I am glad I did not call her back. Not out of spite, but out of clarity. I was not prepared to let her narrate this chapter, even in quiet. Andrew and I continued our monthly coffees. It's less heavy now. More real. He stopped competing. I stopped bracing. The life I had created did not need to be defended or showcased. It existed whether anyone recognized it or not. And that was the upgrade, not the title, salary, or house on the hill. But the freedom to feel comfortable in my own skin without waiting for permission. I'm sitting in my living room, telling you this. The fire is on. A mug of coffee on the side table has gotten lukewarm because I've been talking for longer than I intended. Outside, the valley is gray-green under low clouds, and the trees are swaying slowly because the wind can't decide what to do. For a long time my mother measured success by square footage. My brother measured it in comparison. My father measured it by maintaining peace, which I discovered is not the same as keeping anyone safe. And for years I lived my life in silence. Not the kind that hides, but the kind that builds. I don't hate my mother. Hate is heavy, and I've already carried enough. I don't hate my brother either. He's trying now, awkwardly and imperfectly. That counts for something. I stopped waiting. Waiting for approval. We are waiting for fairness. Waiting for someone else to tell my life story correctly. I created something they couldn't ignore, but not to punish them. Not to prove them wrong, but because I deserved to live a life that was not predetermined by someone else. If there is one thing I have learned the hard way, it is this. Silence is not weakness. Sometimes it's all about strategy. You don't have to confront anyone, but you do owe yourself the truth. And boundaries are not walls. These are doors with better locks. If any of that resonated with you, let me know which line hit the hardest in the comments. I read each one. Mom said the Paris trip was canceled for money. 5 days later I found 87 photos of my family there. Then my sister called. "Can you co-sign our loan?" The treachery stung worse than I ever imagined. It was Tuesday morning, and I was doing what any self-respecting 32-year-old would do, heating up leftover pizza for breakfast. Then my phone vibrated. An email from my mother. The subject line struck me like a chilly spray of water. Bad news concerning the anniversary plans. Do you know how some people text as if they were composing a formal letter? My mom was always like that. This email was no different. "Claire, I'm sorry to tell you that your father and I will have to cancel our anniversary vacation to celebrate your graduation and promotion. The budget simply isn't working this year. Medical expenditures have accumulated and the car requires transmission repair. You understand how it is. We'll celebrate again when things aren't as tight. Love you, Mom." I read it 3 times. My chest constricted with guilt. My parents promised this trip 6 months ago. Paris. My master's degree had been a difficult juggle. By day I am a full-time marketing director and by night a student. They had claimed they wanted to take me somewhere special to honor all of my late nights and sacrifices. And Paris was Mom's longtime dream. She has spent her childhood viewing ancient movies with her grandmother. It was our dream. The disappointment stings. A quick and sudden ache. But I pushed it below. I understood. Medical costs were a nightmare. I'd assisted them with Dad's knee surgery claims last year. Transmission repairs? Thousands. They were in their early 60s. Saving for retirement was more important than going on vacation. So I responded with a message attempting to appear sympathetic and urging them not to worry. We can do something local instead. Perhaps a pleasant meal in the city. Mom answered with the heart emoji. You are the best daughter. And just like that, life continued. Work was hectic due to a new product launch. My boyfriend Ethan and I began apartment shopping. My younger brother Logan called to complain about his restaurant job. Everything felt natural, even calm. Then came Sunday evening. Just 5 days after receiving the cancellation notice, I was scrolling through Facebook and half watching a crime documentary. You know that tired feeling where you're too exhausted to commit to either. My feed consisted of the normal mix. Former classmates' baby photographs, political rants and food shots were harmless until Aunt Laura's post appeared. My breath got locked in my throat. The title shouted at me. The Mitchell family's Paris vacation. And there they were, on the cover. My parents, my brother Logan, and my sister Natalie, who is married to Ryan and has 2 children, are standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. Everyone wore matching red scarves. My thumb froze. I blinked, convinced I was seeing things. I was certain I had misunderstood the date and they were ancient images. But no. The location tag confirmed this. Paris, France. The timestamp indicated that they were taken during the preceding 5 days. My heart lurched, a painful twist in my stomach. I opened the album. 87 photographs, each one loading slowly, a small explosion in my chest. Photo 1 shows the entire family at the airport, grinning as if they had won the lottery, with boarding permits and coffee cups in hand. Photograph 12. Mom sits at a sidewalk cafe, croissant in hand. Caption: Living my dream. Photo 23. Everyone poses in front of the Mona Lisa in the Louvre. Photograph 36. Logan makes a ridiculous face with a baguette on a picturesque cobblestone street. Photograph 47. Natalie's children, with macarons dripping down their faces. Photograph 59. Dad and Ryan are having a faux sword fight with baguettes near Notre Dame. Photograph 74. The entire family dressed up for supper at what appeared to be an extremely expensive restaurant. Wine glasses are lifted in a toast. Finally, photograph 87. Everyone returned to the airport, weary but grinning. Mom's caption underneath that one. The best family excursion ever. I'm really grateful for these memories with my loves. My loves. Plural. Apparently. Not including me. I sat there for perhaps 20 minutes, maybe longer. My phone warmed in my hand as I looked through the photographs again and again, looking for any sign that would make sense. Perhaps they won a contest. Perhaps someone else paid. Maybe these were old images that Aunt Laura had recently posted. But no. The dates were apparent. The clothing was new. I recognized the jacket Natalie had mentioned buying last month. Logan's hair was the shortcut he had just had 2 weeks before. There was no denying it. They had lied directly and knowingly. While I was sending encouraging messages about recognizing financial restrictions, they were booking flights and rooms for 7 people. I read the comments underneath the album. Dozens of friends and relatives said, "Uncle Daniel, I'm very jealous. Evelyn, you've raised a gorgeous family. Rachel, all together in the city of love." No one acknowledged my absence. Not a single person. It was as if I did not exist. Like the family unit was whole without me. Ethan arrived around 9 o'clock. He found me still on the couch, phone held in one hand. I showed him the album without saying a word. His countenance changed from confusion to disbelief, then pure rage, faster than mine did. "Are you kidding me?" he raged. "They told you they couldn't afford it." He paused, taking a long breath. "Claire, this is beyond messed up." I respected his rage. Truly. But I felt oddly numb. The initial shock had given place to something colder and more analytical. Why lie? If they didn't want me there, why not simply not invite me? Why the elaborate narrative about the cancelled plans? Ethan expected me to call them immediately and demand an explanation, but I couldn't. Something deep within me opposed the quick confrontation. Perhaps I wanted to see how long they could keep up the ruse. Perhaps I was testing their willingness to come clean on their own. On Monday morning, I went to work, acted normally, answered emails, chaired a team meeting, and reviewed marketing materials. My phone was face down on my desk, quiet. On Tuesday I had lunch with my friend Megan and did not mention Paris. She inquired about my parents. "They're fine," I explained. The falsehood tasted metallic in my mouth. Logan took to Instagram on Wednesday to share his images. "Paris, you are stunning," with a French flag emoji. He tagged our parents and Natalie, but not me, of course. Natalie shared a clip to her Instagram stories on Thursday, set to romantic French music. Clips of the family laughing at dinner. The youngsters are rushing through a garden, mom shedding happy tears in front of a monument. There are still no calls, texts, or guilty confessions from any of them. They were acting as if nothing had occurred, as if I hadn't been excluded from a family holiday. When we were spinning a sad tale about our plans falling through, the fury really began to stew. I started doing research. I wanted to know how much a trip like that would cost. 7 persons, 5 days in Paris, good hotel, food and activities, with flights from Chicago. I guessed between $18 and $25,000. Possibly more. The more I looked into the photographs, the more pricey things stood out. They were not staying in a cheap hostel or an Airbnb. Photo 41 revealed their hotel suite, which included a marble shower, soft robes, and floor-to-ceiling windows with views of Parisian rooftops. I did a reverse image search and found similar rooms at hotels that cost at least €300 per night. Photo 62 depicted a receipt barely visible on a restaurant table. €412 for a single supper. That's more than $450. They'd eaten at Michelin-starred restaurants and told me they couldn't afford transmission repairs. Logan wore a new leather jacket in multiple images, which cost $6 or $700. Natalie had a luxury handbag that I'd seen her coveting online months before. She had promised to make her dream purchase eventually. That someday had evidently arrived in Paris. The children had new iPads. Dad wore a watch that I did not recognize. Subtly pricey. This was not a spontaneous cheap trip. This was precisely planned and coordinated. Everyone needed to take time off work, arrange pet care, pack and obtain travel documents. Natalie's children missed school. This had been in the works for some weeks, possibly months. I reviewed my text history with Natalie. 3 months ago, she asked me what dates I had set aside for Mom and Dad's anniversary. I informed her I was keeping late October open while waiting for confirmation. She responded with the thumbs up emoji. She knew she was already traveling to Paris and wanted to make sure their trip didn't conflict with any dates I might have planned to travel. The manipulation was so casual, so practiced, that I wondered how many previous times I had been manipulated in this manner without even recognizing it. By the way, if this tale resonates with you or you can't believe what you're hearing, please subscribe. I promise there will be more astonishing stories for you, and your support is greatly appreciated. I contacted my friend Andrew, a travel agency. Hypothetically, I replied, trying to keep my voice light, if someone was arranging a vacation to Paris for 7 people, how long in advance should they book? He estimated that it would take at least 2 to 3 months to get appropriate flights and accommodations. Longer if you're trying to coordinate everyone's schedules. Why? I said, just curious. So they had been planning this since July or August, possibly even June. All summer, as I was excitedly discussing our anniversary trip, they were covertly planning a whole different vacation. I wasn't included in family group chats. Planning calls took place when they knew I was at work, and deposit payments were meticulously disguised from any talk I may overhear. During all of this planning, someone made the decision to omit me. Perhaps this was a group decision. Maybe my mother just planned everything without me from the start. Regardless, everyone in my family had agreed to the deception. My phone buzzed on Friday afternoon as I was checking quarterly reports. Mom's name. Hello, honey. I hope you are having a good week. A quick question. Could you help me with something computer-related? Dad and I are trying to scan some documents for our insurance claim, but the scanner isn't working properly. I know you are good with technology. Could you come this weekend? Love you. I reread the message 3 times. She sought my assistance. She asked me to come fix her scanner after lying to me, taking a trip that cost more than my car while claiming poverty, and sharing 87 images of a family vacation I wasn't on. The sheer arrogance was nearly incredible. I screenshotted the message and sent it to Ethan. His response was quick. You must be joking. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. A dozen responses emerged and dissipated in my mind. I could confront her immediately. I could ask about Paris. I could tell her that I knew everything. Instead, I opened my laptop and made a new folder. I searched through Facebook, Instagram, and other social media platforms where family members had posted about the vacation. Screenshots of everything. Photos, captions, dates, geolocation tags, and comments. I arranged them chronologically and saved them to my cloud storage. Then I opened Mom's original email about the canceled vacation and saved it too. I went through my texts and found every text in which I had stated my sympathy for their budget concerns, as well as my understanding of the cancellation. I made a document and began typing, not furiously or emotionally, but objectively, a timeline of events with supporting documentation. On April 15, my parents promised me an anniversary vacation to celebrate my graduation and promotion. On October 3, the mother emails to cancel the vacation, citing budget concerns and medical expenditures. On October 3, I responded with support and understanding. From October 5 to 10, the entire family travels to Paris, France. 7 individuals. 5 days. The estimated cost is $18,000 to $25,000. On October 10, the family publishes 87+ images across several social media channels recording the trip. From October 11 to 17, no family member contacted me or mentioned the trip. On October 18, mother wants my assistance with a technological difficulty. The text stretched to 4 pages with integrated screenshots. It was thorough, unemotional, and devastatingly simple. I saved it as family_records_2024.pdf. I prepared myself dinner. Pasta with Michael sauce. Nothing extravagant, and I sat at my table, eating mechanically and skimming through more images. There was one that I kept returning to. Photo number 53. The entire family is at dinner. Golden hour light streams through the restaurant windows. Everyone's faces were flushed with alcohol and delight. Mom's head was tipped back in genuine laughter at what Dad had said. Natalie had her arm around Logan. The children were making ridiculous faces for the camera. They appeared complete, like a puzzle with no missing pieces. Growing up, I was the easy child. Natalie was always dramatic, and there was always a problem that needed to be resolved. Logan was impetuous and frequently had to be bailed out of terrible decisions. Me. I earned outstanding grades, made sensible decisions, and paid my own way through college while working 2 jobs. I convinced myself that my independence was a strength, and that not requiring constant care was something to be proud of. Perhaps they saw their independence as permission to completely forget about me. I remembered every family function where I'd arrived on time, but everyone else sauntered in whenever they felt like it. Every holiday, I brought the designated dish, while Logan arrived empty-handed and Natalie brought store-bought goods still in their supermarket bags. Every birthday, I carefully chose thoughtful gifts and received gift cards and Amazon wishlist goods in exchange. I told myself it didn't matter because I felt secure enough not to want continual validation. But as I watched them rejoice in Paris, I realized I had spent my entire life auditioning for a job I would never receive. The role of someone whose presence was important, and who they would miss if she wasn't there. Ethan arrived home late from a work function to find me still at the table, laptop open, pasta half-eaten, and chili. He stared at my face and quickly approached, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "Are you okay?" he inquired, knowing I wasn't. "I keep wondering when they decided," I murmured gently. Was it a single conversation? Did someone remark, "What about Claire?" and someone else replied, "Nah, let's not include her"? Or did they plan it from the start without considering me? "Does it matter which?" Ethan murmured, kissing the top of my head. "Perhaps not. Both possibilities are very horrible." Then he said something that chilled me to the core. "You know what kills me? They are going to be surprised that you are upset. They won't comprehend why this is such a big issue." He was correct. I could already envision the conversations. "You're so busy at work. We didn't think you would want to come. We believed you'd understand. Why are you making a big deal about this?" Saturday morning, I received another text from Mom. "Just checking to see if you received my message regarding assisting with a scanner. There's no urgency, but I'd like to have things sorted as soon as possible. Maybe you could come for lunch?" I prepared some coffee and sat at my kitchen table. Ethan was still sleeping. Sunlight streamed through the windows, collecting dust motes in the air. Everything seemed incredibly still. Then my phone rang. Natalie's name appeared over the screen. I nearly didn't respond, but curiosity and a mounting sense of dread won. "Hey." Her voice was bright and pleasant. "It's been a long time since we talked. How are you?" "Fine," I replied, my voice flat. "Working a lot." "I know that feeling," she laughed. "Listen, I'd want to ask a favor. Ryan and I are trying to acquire financing for a larger house, and we need someone to co-sign the loan. We have good credit, but you know how banks are. They want more security. Would you be willing to help us? You have a fantastic job and good credit." I couldn't talk for a time. The sheer brazenness of it took my breath away. "Natalie," I said. "Co-signing a loan is a huge financial commitment. But we're up for it, obviously. We just need someone to write their name down. You would be unaffected by it. It's just a formality. As if my exclusion from family trips was a simple oversight. Lying about budget problems while spending thousands in Paris was simply a miscommunication. I'll need to think about it, I admitted. Yes, of course, there is no pressure. Well, we need to know soon because interest rates are changing, but it will take a day or two. She paused. Hello, are you okay? You sound strange. I am fine. Okay. So please text me when you've made your decision. I love you. She hung up before I could reply. I sat holding the phone, watching the call duration fade away on the screen. 47 seconds. That's how long it took my sister to ask me to put my financial security at risk for her, with no mention of the fact that she had just returned from a vacation I had been purposefully excluded from. Logan sent a text that afternoon. Yo sis, any chance you could lend me $500? This month I'm short on rent and my landlord is being a jerk about it. I will definitely pay you back next month. 3 requests within 24 hours. They required my technical expertise, credit, and money, but not my company in Paris. I opened my laptop and entered these new interactions into the document. I updated the timeline and included screenshots of Natalie's loan request and Logan's text about rent. Sunday evening, I finally responded to my mother. I had spent the entire weekend drafting and revising my response. Ethan had made dozens of suggestions, ranging from telling them all to go to hell to carefully worded confrontations. But I wanted something specific, something that would communicate exactly what I understood without giving them the opportunity to gaslight me or minimize what they'd done. I've attached the PDF document that I created and wrote. Hello Mom. I saw Aunt Laura's Facebook album of the Paris trip which contained 87 photos. I also saw Natalie's Instagram posts, Logan's stories and the numerous compliments from relatives about our lovely family. I noticed the trip occurred on the exact dates we were supposed to celebrate together, approximately 5 days after you emailed me explaining that budget constraints made travel impossible. I've documented everything in the attached file, including your request for assistance with your scanner, Natalie's request that I co-sign her mortgage, and Logan's request for rent money. I am not angry. I am not hurt. Those emotions require a baseline expectation of being valued, which was clearly misplaced on my part. What I am is finished. I'm done pretending we're a close family. Done being available whenever any of you require something while remaining conveniently forgettable when it comes to being included. I'm done accepting crumbs of attention while everyone else enjoys full meals. To answer your question, no, I will not come and fix your scanner. Natalie, I will not co-sign your loan. Logan, I won't give you rent money. What I'm going to do is take a step back from this family dynamic and start a new life with people who actually want me. Do not bother explaining. I'm not interested in excuses about limited seating, surprise plans or whatever story you've concocted. The cancellation email exists. The photographs exist. The timeline is clear. I hope Paris was worth it, Claire. I read it 12 times before hitting send. My hand shook slightly as my finger hovered over the button. Once I did this, there was no taking it back. This would detonate whatever remained of our family relationships. But maybe that was already gone. Maybe it had never really existed the way I thought it did. I pressed send. The message showed as delivered immediately. Then about 30 seconds later, the read receipt appeared. Mom had opened it. My phone began ringing within 2 minutes. Mom's name flashed on the screen. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. A text appeared. Claire. Please answer. Let me explain. Then Dad called. Declined. Natalie called. Declined. Logan sent a long text that started with, Jesus Christ, Claire, way to overreact. I turned off my phone. Ethan ordered Thai food and we ate it while watching mindless TV. He didn't ask if I was okay because he could see I wasn't. And I appreciated him not making me articulate the mess of emotions churning inside me. Relief, grief, vindication, loss, freedom, sadness, all of it tangled together. I turned my phone back on Monday morning before work. 47 missed calls, 63 text messages, 12 voicemails. I deleted them all without reading or listening. Then I blocked my parents' numbers, Natalie's and Logan's. I kept them unblocked on social media because I wanted to see if they'd post anything publicly, but I unfollowed all of them so their content wouldn't appear in my feeds. At work, I told my assistant to screen any calls from my family members. If they showed up at my apartment, I wouldn't answer the door. Megan met me for coffee on Tuesday afternoon. I finally told her everything, showing her the saved photos, the emails, the timeline. She was appropriately outraged. "They're probably panicking," she said. "Because they realize you're actually serious. They thought you'd just be available forever, no matter how they treated you." "Probably," I agreed. "Are you going to talk to them eventually?" she asked. I considered this. Maybe if they actually acknowledge what they did without making excuses, but I'm not holding my breath. Megan reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "You've got people who love you. Real people, not just blood relatives who use you." She was right. I had Ethan, who'd been furious on my behalf from the moment he saw those photos. I had Megan and my other friends who'd supported me through graduate school and career changes. I had colleagues who respected my work and invited me to their homes for holidays. I had a life that existed completely independent of my family. Maybe I'd always known on some level that I was peripheral to them. The responsible one who had her life together, who didn't need as much attention, who could be counted on in emergencies, but wasn't essential for the fun moments. I'd been okay with that role because I told myself it meant I was stable, reliable, mature. But Paris had revealed something uglier. It wasn't just that they prioritized others over me. It was that they'd actively lied to prevent me from knowing I was being excluded, all while planning to continue extracting favors and support whenever convenient. 3 weeks passed. The calls and texts from my family gradually decreased. I heard through mutual friends that there had been a big family argument about the situation. Apparently, Natalie blamed Mom for not handling it better. Logan thought I was being dramatic. Dad had apparently said very little, which tracked with his usual conflict avoidance. Nobody, from what I heard, had actually acknowledged that what they'd done was wrong. The arguments were about my reaction, about how to deal with me, about whether I'd calm down eventually. I received a letter in the mail, handwritten by my mother. I almost threw it away unopened, but curiosity won. It was 4 pages long, mostly explaining all the reasons why the Paris trip had happened the way it did. Space constraints, last-minute planning, didn't think you'd want to go anyway because you were so busy with work. Too expensive to add another person. The timing just worked out better for everyone else. Nowhere in the letter did she write the words, "I'm sorry." Nowhere did she acknowledge that lying to me had been wrong. It was all justification, and the expectation that I'd understand and forgive. I filed the letter with my other documentation and didn't respond. Ethan and I found an apartment together, a sunny 2-bedroom in a neighborhood I loved. We adopted a cat from the shelter, a great tabby who immediately claimed the spot by the window. I got promoted again at work, taking on a VP role that came with significant additional responsibility and salary. Life felt lighter without the constant background expectation that I'd be available for my family's needs. I didn't realize how much energy I'd been spending on maintaining those relationships until I stopped. 6 months after the Paris incident, I received a Facebook friend request from my nephew, Natalie's older son Noah. He was 15 now, old enough to have his own social media. I accepted it. He messaged me a few days later. "Hey Aunt Claire. Mom told me about what happened. I just wanted to say I'm sorry you weren't there. I asked about you when we were planning the trip and Mom said you were too busy with work. I didn't know she'd lied to you about canceling. That's really messed up. I miss you." I stared at that message for a long time. Noah had always been a sweet kid, thoughtful beyond his years. It meant something that he'd reached out, that he'd seen through whatever narrative the adults had constructed. I wrote back, "Thanks for reaching out, Noah. That means a lot to me. I miss you too. The situation with the adults is complicated, but you didn't do anything wrong. If you ever want to grab lunch or see a movie, just you and me, I'd love that." We started meeting up every few weeks. Noah would take the train into the city, and we'd get food and catch up. He told me about school, about his friends, about wanting to study engineering in college. I helped him with his math homework and gave him advice about dealing with teenage social dynamics. Over the months, I watched him grow more confident, more mature. Through Noah, I learned things about my family. Natalie and Ryan were having marriage problems. Logan had gotten fired from his restaurant job again. My parents were arguing about money because apparently the Paris trip had actually blown through most of their savings. I felt nothing really hearing this information. No satisfaction at their struggles. No desire to help. Just a distant acknowledgement that these were people I used to know well, living lives that no longer intersected with mine. A year after Paris, my mother sent another letter. This one was shorter, less defensive. She wrote that she'd been in therapy and was starting to understand that she prioritized keeping everyone happy in the moment over being honest, even when honesty would have been kinder. She wrote that she couldn't take back what happened, but that she regretted it. She wrote that she missed me and hoped we could eventually talk. Still no direct apology for the lying specifically, but it was closer than anything else I'd received. I didn't respond immediately. I sat with it for weeks, showing the letter to my therapist. Yes, I'd started therapy too, working through family dynamics and patterns I'd never fully examined. Eventually, I sent a brief email. Mom, I got your letter. I appreciate that you're working on yourself. I'm not ready to resume regular contact, but I'm willing to meet for coffee at some point. Just the two of us. If you want to talk, let me know. We met at a neutral coffee shop 2 months later. Mom looked older than I remembered, more worn down. We sat across from each other at a small table by the window, both nursing lattes neither of us really wanted. She told me she was sorry, actually sorry, using those specific words. She said she'd let Natalie convince her that I wouldn't care about the trip, that I was too independent to mind being left out. She said she'd taken the coward's way out by lying instead of having a hard conversation. She said she understood if I never fully trusted her again. I listened without interrupting. Some of it felt genuine. Some of it felt like therapy speak. Words she'd learned to say, but maybe didn't fully feel yet. I don't know if we can fix this. I told her honestly, I'm not saying never, but I'm also not saying yes right now. I'm okay with my life the way it is. She nodded, tears in her eyes. I understand. We finished our coffee talking about neutral things, her garden, my job, a book we both read. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. Just two people who used to be close, navigating an unfamiliar distance. I left that coffee shop feeling like I'd closed a chapter without necessarily opening a new one. Maybe someday my relationship with my mother would heal into something different, something more honest. Maybe it wouldn't. Either outcome was acceptable. What mattered was that I'd learned to value myself enough to walk away from people who didn't. Even family, especially family, because those relationships can trap you in patterns of obligation and guilt that override your own needs. Ethan proposed 2 years after the Paris incident. It was a random Tuesday evening. No fancy planning, just the two of us in our apartment with a cat between us on the couch. I said yes immediately. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with 40 guests, friends, colleagues, people who'd shown up for me consistently. Noah came sitting in the front row and beaming like he was proud of me. He was 17 now, nearly an adult himself, and seeing him there meant everything. My parents weren't invited. Neither were Natalie or Logan. Some people thought that was harsh. My aunt called to say I was being petty, that family was family, and I should let go of grudges. I thanked her for her opinion and went back to planning my wedding. Because here's what I'd learned. Forgiveness doesn't mean restoration. I could release anger without reopening doors. I could wish my family well from a distance without letting them back into my daily life. I could build something new without dismantling the boundaries that protected my peace. On my wedding day, surrounded by people who genuinely wanted me there, who'd paid for their own transportation and accommodations because they valued witnessing my happiness, I felt no regret, no lingering sadness about missing family members, just gratitude for the life I'd built and the people who had helped me build it. Ethan and I honeymooned in Japan, a trip we saved for and planned together. We took hundreds of photos and posted maybe 5 of them because the memories were ours, not content for social media validation. Sometimes I still think about those 87 photos from Paris, the matching red scarves, the happy faces, the complete absence of any acknowledgement that someone was missing. But mostly I think about the life I'm living now, full of people who wouldn't dream of excluding me and then asking for favors. People who show up, tell the truth, and treat my presence as valuable rather than optional. That's not a consolation prize. That's not second best. That's the actual prize. The real family. The life worth building. And it turns out you don't need 87 photos to prove that. Thousands. Included. I'm done accepting crumbs of attention while everyone else enjoys full meals. To answer your question, no, I will not come and fix your scanner. Natalie, I will not co-sign your loan. Logan, I won't give you rent money. What I'm going to do is take a step back from this family dynamic and start a new life with people who actually want me. Do not bother explaining. I'm not interested in excuses about limited seating, surprise plans, or whatever story you've concocted. The cancellation email exists. The photographs exist. The timeline is clear. I hope Paris was worth it, Claire. I read it 12 times before hitting send. My hand shook slightly as my finger hovered over the button. Once I did this, there was no taking it back. This would detonate whatever remained of our family relationships. But maybe that was already gone. Maybe it had never really existed the way I thought it did. I pressed send. The message showed as delivered immediately. Then about 30 seconds later, the read receipt appeared. Mom had opened it. My phone began ringing within 2 minutes. Mom's name flashed on the screen. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. A text appeared. Claire, please answer. Let me explain. Then Dad called. Declined. Natalie called. Declined. Logan sent a long text that started with, Jesus Christ Claire, way to overreact. I turned off my phone. Ethan ordered Thai food and we ate it while watching mindless TV. He didn't ask if I was okay because he could see I wasn't. And I appreciated him not making me articulate the mess of emotions churning inside me. Relief, grief, vindication, loss, freedom, sadness, all of it tangled together. I turned my phone back on Monday morning before work. 47 missed calls, 63 text messages, 12 voicemails. I deleted them all without reading or listening. Then I blocked my parents' numbers, Natalie's and Logan's. I kept them unblocked on social media because I wanted to see if they'd post anything publicly, but I unfollowed all of them so their content wouldn't appear in my feeds. At work, I told my assistant to screen any calls for my family members. If they showed up at my apartment, I wouldn't answer the door. Megan met me for coffee on Tuesday afternoon. I finally told her everything, showing her the saved photos, the emails, the timeline. She was appropriately outraged. They're probably panicking, she said, because they realize you're actually serious. They thought you'd just be available forever, no matter how they treated you. Probably, I agreed. Are you going to talk to them eventually? She asked. I considered this. Maybe if they actually acknowledge what they did without making excuses, but I'm not holding my breath. Megan reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You've got people who love you. Real people. Not just blood relatives who use you. She was right. I had Ethan, who'd been furious on my behalf from the moment he saw those photos. I had Megan and my other friends who'd supported me through graduate school and career changes. I had colleagues who respected my work and invited me to their homes for holidays. I had a life that existed completely independent of my family. Maybe I'd always known on some level that I was peripheral to them. The responsible one who had her life together, who didn't need as much attention, who could be counted on in emergencies, but wasn't essential for the fun moments. I'd been okay with that role because I told myself it meant I was stable, reliable, mature. But Paris had revealed something uglier. It wasn't just that they prioritized others over me. It was that they'd actively lied to prevent me from knowing I was being excluded, all while planning to continue extracting favors and support whenever convenient. 3 weeks passed. The calls and texts from my family gradually decreased. I heard through mutual friends that there had been a big family argument about the situation. Apparently Natalie blamed Mom for not handling it better. Logan thought I was being dramatic. Dad had apparently said very little, which tracked with his usual conflict avoidance. Nobody, from what I heard, had actually acknowledged that what they'd done was wrong. The arguments were about my reaction, about how to deal with me, about whether I'd calm down eventually. I received a letter in the mail, handwritten by my mother. I almost threw it away unopened. But curiosity won. It was 4 pages long, mostly explaining all the reasons why the Paris trip had happened the way it did. Space constraints, last-minute planning, didn't think you'd want to go anyway because you were so busy with work. Too expensive to add another person. The timing just worked out better for everyone else. Nowhere in the letter did she write the words, I'm sorry. Nowhere did she acknowledge that lying to me had been wrong. It was all justification, and the expectation that I'd understand and forgive. I filed the letter with my other documentation and didn't respond. Ethan and I found an apartment together, a sunny 2-bedroom in a neighborhood I loved. We adopted a cat from the shelter, a great tabby who immediately claimed the spot by the window. I got promoted again at work, taking on a VP role that came with significant additional responsibility and salary. Life felt lighter without the constant background expectation that I'd be available for my family's needs. I didn't realize how much energy I'd been spending on maintaining those relationships until I stopped. 6 months after the Paris incident, I received a Facebook friend request from my nephew, Natalie's older son Noah. He was 15 now, old enough to have his own social media. I accepted it. He messaged me a few days later. Hey Aunt Claire. Mom told me about what happened. I just wanted to say I'm sorry you weren't there. I asked about you when we were planning the trip and Mom said you were too busy with work. I didn't know she'd lied to you about canceling. That's really messed up. I miss you. I stared at that message for a long time. Noah had always been a sweet kid, thoughtful beyond his years. It meant something that he'd reached out, that he'd seen through whatever narrative the adults had constructed. I wrote back, thanks for reaching out, Noah. That means a lot to me. I miss you too. The situation with the adults is complicated, but you didn't do anything wrong. If you ever want to grab lunch or see a movie, just you and me, I'd love that. We started meeting up every few weeks. Noah would take the train into the city and we'd get food and catch up. He told me about school, about his friends, about wanting to study engineering in college. I helped him with his math homework and gave him advice about dealing with teenage social dynamics. Over the months, I watched him grow more confident, more mature. Through Noah, I learned things about my family. Natalie and Ryan were having marriage problems. Logan had gotten fired from his restaurant job again. My parents were arguing about money because apparently the Paris trip had actually blown through most of their savings. I felt nothing really hearing this information. No satisfaction at their struggles. No desire to help. Just a distant acknowledgement that these were people I used to know well, living lives that no longer intersected with mine. A year after Paris, my mother sent another letter. This one was shorter, less defensive. She wrote that she'd been in therapy and was starting to understand that she prioritized keeping everyone happy in the moment over being honest, even when honesty would have been kinder. She wrote that she couldn't take back what happened, but that she regretted it. She wrote that she missed me and hoped we could eventually talk. Still no direct apology for the lying specifically, but it was closer than anything else I'd received. I didn't respond immediately. I sat with it for weeks, showing the letter to my therapist. Yes, I'd started therapy too, working through family dynamics and patterns I'd never fully examined. Eventually, I sent a brief email. Mom, I got your letter. I appreciate that you're working on yourself. I'm not ready to resume regular contact, but I'm willing to meet for coffee at some point. Just the two of us. If you want to talk, let me know. We met at a neutral coffee shop 2 months later. Mom looked older than I remembered. More worn down. We sat across from each other at a small table by the window, both nursing lattes neither of us really wanted. She told me she was sorry, actually sorry, using those specific words. She said she'd let Natalie convince her that I wouldn't care about the trip, that I was too independent to mind being left out. She said she'd taken the coward's way out by lying instead of having a hard conversation. She said she understood if I never fully trusted her again. I listened without interrupting. Some of it felt genuine. Some of it felt like therapy speak, words she'd learned to say, but maybe didn't fully feel yet. I don't know if we can fix this. I told her honestly, I'm not saying never, but I'm also not saying yes right now. I'm okay with my life the way it is. She nodded, tears in her eyes. I understand. We finished our coffee talking about neutral things, her garden, my job, a book we both read. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. Just two people who used to be close, navigating an unfamiliar distance. I left that coffee shop feeling like I'd closed a chapter without necessarily opening a new one. Maybe someday my relationship with my mother would heal into something different, something more honest. Maybe it wouldn't. Either outcome was acceptable. What mattered was that I'd learned to value myself enough to walk away from people who didn't. Even family, especially family, because those relationships can trap you in patterns of obligation and guilt that override your own needs. Ethan proposed 2 years after the Paris incident. It was a random Tuesday evening. No fancy planning, just the two of us in our apartment with a cat between us on the couch. I said yes immediately. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with 40 guests, friends, colleagues, people who'd shown up for me consistently. Noah came, sitting in the front row and beaming like he was proud of me. He was 17 now, nearly an adult himself, and seeing him there meant everything. My parents weren't invited. Neither were Natalie or Logan. Some people thought that was harsh. My aunt called to say I was being petty, that family was family, and I should let go of grudges. I thanked her for her opinion and went back to planning my wedding. Because here's what I'd learned. Forgiveness doesn't mean restoration. I could release anger without reopening doors. I could wish my family well from a distance without letting them back into my daily life. I could build something new without dismantling the boundaries that protected my peace. On my wedding day, surrounded by people who genuinely wanted me there, who'd paid for their own transportation and accommodations because they valued witnessing my happiness, I felt no regret, no lingering sadness about missing family members, just gratitude for the life I'd built, and the people who had helped me build it. Ethan and I honeymooned in Japan, a trip we saved for and planned together. We took hundreds of photos and posted maybe 5 of them because the memories were ours, not content for social media validation. Sometimes I still think about those 87 photos from Paris, the matching red scarves, the happy faces, the complete absence of any acknowledgement that someone was missing. But mostly I think about the life I'm living now, full of people who wouldn't dream of excluding me and then asking for favors. People who show up, tell the truth, and treat my presence as valuable rather than optional. That's not a consolation prize. That's not second best. That's the actual prize. The real family. The life worth building. And it turns out you don't need 87 photos to prove that. My father called my boss to accuse me of embezzlement. Because I wouldn't let him control my wedding. I stood up to him and said, "You're not coming." As a child, my parents made it plain that whatever I did had to be accepted by them first. No exclusions. The best example I can provide is when I was 6 years old and had to decide between a blue school bag with stars and a pink one with flowers. My palm lingered over the blue one because I admired the stars. I enjoyed how it made me feel, like if I could become a celebrity someday. But then my mother moaned loudly. She scowled and told me to pick out the pink one because I was a female. I wanted to argue, but my father leaned down and spoke in the low, serious tone he often used when that making decisions without their consent was misbehaved. He warned me disrespectful, and that if I continued to do so, they would have to quit being my mother and father and leave me. I remember my stomach wrenching. I shook my head quickly and replied, "I don't want that." So I grabbed the pink backpack even though I didn't want to. For the way home, they kept complimenting me for listening to them. Now imagine I'm an adult. I work as an event coordinator. I am an excellent organizer of large weddings, business parties, and other events. However, when it came to organizing my own wedding, I absolutely broke apart. At first, David, my fiancé, and I were thrilled. We explored this stunning facility with cathedral ceilings and large windows that allow in natural light. It was perfect. I fell in love with it immediately. But the moment my mother stepped in, she wrinkled her nose and thought it was too ostentatious. I felt an instinctual terror rising in my chest. Without thinking, I said to David, "Maybe we should look at other places." He seemed bewildered, but he went with it. From then, things simply got worse. Every detail, every little thing, I sacrificed to keep my parents happy. I chose the outfit my mother loved rather than the one I had hoped for. I modified the menu 3 times since my father kept saying he didn't like certain foods. We even postponed the wedding date since my mother said spring marriages were cursed. David attempted to bring it up several times. He inquired whether I was truly all right with all of these changes. I grinned and said I'd be willing to compromise. I fooled myself everything was all right. But it wasn't. By the time the rehearsal dinner arrived, I was a shell of myself. I had lost weight and was barely sleeping, but I figured if I simply prepared my parents' supper, it would all be worthwhile. The restaurant we selected was my folks' favorite, the menu was their favorite. I even got my father's college mate to make a toast. I expected them to enjoy it, but my mother drew me away halfway through and told me the centerpieces looked cheap. I wasn't sure what to say. To add salt to injury, I overheard my father doubting our honeymoon location in front of everyone. I felt my cheeks flame with embarrassment. It felt like someone had shoved a knife between my ribs. I walked up, shivering, and attempted to tell them how much their words hurt me, but they simply claimed I was too sensitive and reminded me of how much money they had spent on the wedding. My father criticized me, claiming that the wedding represented our family and that I had ruined everything. Something in me broke, or perhaps it healed. I don't even know. I just felt a peculiar serenity come over me. I thought about what my parents had done to me. Every time I had to ask whether I could become friends with this individual. Every time, I had to inquire if I could order this at a restaurant. Every time they made me feel stupid and incapable of making my own judgments. And I realized something. My folks are crazy. Absolutely absurd. And if I were your buddy, I would advise you to stand up to them and not back down. So, that is what I did. I stared my mother directly in the eyes and told her I was done. They were no longer welcome to the wedding. If they had an issue, they could discuss it with the wall. This was the first time I had done it. And they looked at me with skepticism, as if I was kidding. They really believed I was. But then they saw how serious I was. My father began to object, and I just cut him off, my voice shaky but forceful. I stated that this was not a negotiation. They were not arriving. I informed them that I would sooner cancel the entire wedding than spend the best day of my life pleading for their permission. Everyone at supper fell quiet. I went directly to David and grabbed his hand. My hands trembled, but he squeezed them and looked at me triumphantly. I asked him if he would help me reconstruct the wedding from scratch. He grinned and agreed without hesitation. I almost sobbed right there, but I managed to keep it together. My mother attempted to leap at me, but my closest friend Megan, who had served as my maid of honor, swiftly stood between us like a blasted bodyguard. David and I left, leaving my parents to have a tantrum in the restaurant. But, as joyful as we were unaware of one important fact. My parents did not have to be personally engaged in ruining our wedding. The next morning, I awoke at David's apartment with a strange mix of feelings. Part of me felt as if I was flying on air after finally standing up to my parents. The other portion was experiencing a full-blown panic attack. I kept checking my phone, expecting to find a million missed calls from them. There were none. Megan sent me a text wondering if everything was okay. David served us coffee as I sat at his kitchen counter, trying to digest what had transpired. He didn't force me to speak. He simply put a cup in front of me and kissed the top of my head. That's one of my favorite things about him. He understands when to give me space. So, after I'd finished half of my coffee, he said, "What do you want to do now?" I nearly inquired what he thought we should do. The need to submit to someone else's judgment was overwhelming, but I checked myself. "I want to rebuild this wedding our way." His wide smile made my heart hurt a bit. "Then that's what we'll do." We spent the entire morning writing a list of everything we needed to alter. The venue came first. I phoned the barn we'd originally liked, but they were completely booked for the next 8 months. However, the organizer was quite pleasant and proposed another location, an ancient greenhouse that had been transformed into an event area. We scheduled an appointment to see it that afternoon. The greenhouse fared better than the barn. It featured magnificent glass walls and ceilings with plants and flowers all around. It seemed fantastic, like if we were getting married in a hidden garden. The nicest aspect was that they had a cancellation and could accommodate us just 6 months later than our initial date. I did not even hesitate. I signed the contract right there. "Are you sure?" David said as we headed back to our car. "You don't need to think about it." I shook my head. "I'm sure. It feels right." And it did. For the first time in my life, making a choice without consulting my parents seemed exciting rather than fearful. It was like discovering a new muscle I didn't know I possessed. This ability to fully trust my own judgment. In the following weeks, we went into full replanning mode. I phoned the bakery and changed our wedding cake from my mother's favored traditional fruit cake, which she even enjoys, to a 3-tier chocolate cake with raspberry filling that David and I both adored. I canceled the stuffy string quartet that my father insisted on, and instead engaged a jazz band that a coworker recommended. I even contacted the florist and entirely altered the arrangements, replacing my mother's white roses with wild flowers in blues and purples that reminded me of the meadow where David first told me he loved me. Each adjustment felt like taking a brick from the wall I had constructed around myself. With each decision I took on my own, I felt more like myself, the really me, rather than the version my parents had manufactured. The largest alteration, however, was my clothing. My mom had chosen a gigantic princess ball gown with so many gems that I could scarcely move in it. It was not me at all. So I scheduled an emergency appointment at the little shop Megan recommended. "You don't have to do this if you're not ready," Megan explained as we approached the shop. "We can wait." I shook my head. No more waiting. No more letting other people decide what I want. The boutique consultant was fantastic. She listened to what I really desired. Something simple and beautiful, with clear lines. The third garment I tried on was ideal. It was a sleek sheath dress with a low back and the smallest amount of lace around the borders. When I glanced in the mirror, I did not see my mother's daughter or my father's young child. I saw myself, Sophie, a lady going to marry the love of her life. I purchased it on the spot. The consultant was surprised to learn that no changes were required. It fit like it was designed for me. Perhaps it was. "Your parents are going to flip when they see you in this," Megan told us as we exited the store. I paused walking. "They're not going to see me in it." I meant what I said. "They're not coming to the wedding." Megan appeared doubtful. "Sophie, I know you're mad, but they're your parents. You'll regret it if they're not there." I thought for a while. "You don't understand. This isn't about one fight. It's about my entire life. I can't keep living for their approval." She didn't press it, but I could see she was hoping I'd alter my mind. Everybody did. David's parents contacted that night, anxious about the family split. They proposed that we sit down together and figure things out. David's mother kept saying, "Blood is thicker than water. You only have one set of parents." I thanked them for their care, but I held my ground. Even my supervisor became involved. My parents supposedly phoned her and said I was having a breakdown. She called me into her office the next day, appearing concerned. "Sophie, is everything okay? Your parents seemed very concerned about you." I stated the matter as calmly as I could. She nodded and then leaned forward with a serious gaze. "Listen. I had controlling parents too. Not as bad as yours, but bad enough. Standing up to them was the most difficult thing I'd ever done, but also the most rewarding. So, whether you need time off, assistance, or someone to run interference, I'm here." I almost sobbed right there in her office. Having someone support my sentiments rather than asking me to make peace with my parents was, well, unusual. 5 days after the rehearsal dinner fiasco, my phone rang with my mother's number. I had been anticipating it. I took a big breath and responded. "Sophie, this has gone on long enough," she remarked, without even greeting me. "Your father and I are willing to forgive your outburst if you apologize and come to dinner tonight." I was nearly embarrassed. "I'm not apologizing, Mom. I meant what I said. Don't be ridiculous. Of course we're coming to your wedding, we're your parents." "No, you're not coming. I've already told the venue security to not let you in." There was a lengthy break. "You wouldn't dare." "I already did." She changed tactics. "What about the money we contributed? We paid for half of everything." "I'll pay you back," I responded, although having no notion how I'd do it. David and I had excellent jobs, but coming up with that much cash on short notice would be difficult. "This isn't about the money," she said abruptly. "This is about respect. After everything we've done for you, this is how you pay us back." I took another long breath. "Mom, I'm hanging up now. Please don't call again unless you're ready to apologize for how you've treated me my entire life." I hung up before she could react. My hands shook, yet I felt strong. I had done it. I had stood my ground. The following day, things worsened. My father's sister, Aunt Carol, contacted me. She has always served as his megaphone when he wants to exploit someone without getting his hands dirty. "Sophie, sweetie, your parents are devastated," she added with her phony kind voice. "Your father hasn't been able to eat or sleep. Is this really how you want to start your married life, with this dark cloud hanging over you?" I told her the same thing I told my mother. I wasn't backing down. She sighed heavily. "Well, I hope you realize what you're doing to this family. Your cousin Olivia is thinking of not coming to the wedding out of solidarity with your parents." I hadn't even invited her. We hadn't spoken for years. I almost brought this up, but decided it wasn't worth it. "Anyone who doesn't want to come doesn't have to," I said. "This is about David and me, not family politics." After I hung up, I received a text from my younger brother Ethan. "We've never been very close. He's 5 years younger and has always been the nice kid, never questioning our parents." His reply was brief. "Mom and Dad are on the warpath. Watch your back." I gave David the text that night. He frowned. "What do you think that means?" I shrugged, pretending it didn't disturb me. "Probably just more guilt trips and flying monkeys. That's what I call the relatives and friends my parents would send to do their dirty work." But deep down, I was concerned. My folks were not the sort to just accept defeat. They'd find a method to regain control and punish me for opposing them. I simply didn't know how yet. I found out the following morning. I received a call from our new venue. The manager sounded uneasy. "Miss Wilson, I'm sorry to inform you that we've had to cancel your reservation." My stomach was empty. "What? Why? We signed a contract." "Yes." "Well, we received some concerning information about your event. A Mr. Wilson, your father I believe, informed us that your wedding is actually a cover for an illegal gathering. He provided some very convincing documentation." I was speechless. My father had lied to the venue to persuade them to cancel our wedding. The manager continued, seeming sincerely sorry. "We've fully refunded your deposit. I apologize for any inconvenience." I hung up and immediately contacted my father. He answered the first ring, as if he had been waiting for my call. "How could you?" I shouted, not bothering with courtesy. "You lied to the venue." He had the arrogance to seem cool. "I don't know what you're talking about, Sophie. The greenhouse venue. They just called and canceled our reservation because you told them our wedding was some kind of illegal event." "Well, if you had consulted with us before making such an important decision, this wouldn't have happened. The greenhouse was a bad choice anyway. It was too humid for older guests." I was seething with wrath. "You had no right to do that." "I had every right. I'm your father. Now, if you're ready to be reasonable, your mother and I have some availability this weekend to discuss proper wedding venues. I got off the phone. Then I tossed my phone across the room. It smacked the wall, causing the screen to fracture. Perfect. Just perfect. David discovered me sitting on the floor, surrounded by wedding planning notebooks and a shattered phone. I informed him what had happened. He sat down next to me and placed his arm around my shoulders. We'll find another venue, he stated. Or we can postpone. Or hell, we can go to the courthouse tomorrow if you want. I don't care where or when we marry, Sophie. I just want to marry you. I snuggled against him, thankful for his stability. I want a real wedding, our wedding, not at a courthouse, not with my parents controlling everything. Ours, he said with a laugh. Then that's what we'll do. We spent the rest of the day phoning every venue within a 50-mile radius. Most were fully booked for the next 8 to 12 months. The wedding season was in full flow. There were a few opportunities, but not until the next year. I was about to give up hope until Megan called. My cousin Claire owns a small art gallery downtown. She said, "It's not traditional, but it's beautiful. Lots of open space, great lighting, and she owes me a favor. Want me to ask if you can use it?" I almost sobbed from relief. Yes, please. That would be amazing. The gallery was ideal. It featured lofty ceilings, white walls with local artwork, and beautiful hardwood flooring. Megan's cousin Claire was really sweet. She gave us free use of the venue as a wedding gift. Just promise to take lots of pictures, she told me. The publicity will be great for the gallery. I held her so firmly that I probably hurt her ribs. We set the date for 6 months out, which is 4 months later than our planned wedding date. It was not ideal, but it was manageable. We'd have to scurry to alert visitors of the change, but the majority of them were already aware of the situation with my parents, and were supportive. With the location secured, I felt as if I could breathe again. David and I spent the evening updating our wedding website with fresh details and sending out bulk emails to our guest list. I was just starting to believe we could pull this off when my phone called again. It was a bakery. "Miss Wilson, we're calling about your wedding cake order. We've had a request to cancel it from a Mr. Wilson who says he's the one paying for it." My heart fell. Of course, my father had paid the cake deposit. I described the problem to the baker, who remained sympathetic yet resolute. "I understand, but without the original payment information, we can't proceed with the order. You'd need to place a new order and pay a rush fee since we're within the 30-day window." I agreed to come in the next day to clear things out. After I hung up, I compiled a list of all the suppliers that my parents might have called: florist, photographer, DJ, chair and table rental firm, and caterer. By the time I finished the list, it was midnight and I was sick to my stomach. David discovered me at the kitchen table looking at my list. "We'll fix this," he said. "One vendor at a time." The subsequent 2 months were a flurry of damage management. My parents had phoned almost every vendor, either canceling or changing our purchases. The florist had been directed to bring the blooms to my parents' house rather than the venue. The photographer was advised that the wedding had been postponed indefinitely. The DJ had been handed an entirely different selection, consisting of music I despised. Every time I had to explain the problem, submit new payment information, and even pay extra costs for last-minute modifications. Our wedding budget was getting smaller by the day. I took out my money, maxed up a credit card, and even considered selling my car. David gave everything he could, but he was still paying off his school loans. Throughout it all, calls and texts from my parents' allies persisted. Aunts, uncles, family and friends all told me I was making a huge mistake, that I was hurting my parents' hearts, and that I would regret it forever. I stopped taking calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I have banned family on social media. I felt like I was under attack. I received a call 3 months before the wedding from David's mother. She sounded disturbed. "Sophie, did you know your parents are telling people the wedding is canceled? They called us this morning to say you and David had broken up." I almost dropped the phone. "What? That's insane. We're fine. The wedding is still on." That was my reaction. "Your mother sounded so convincing though. She said David had cheated on you and you were too embarrassed to tell anyone." My blood started to chill. They were attempting to undermine both my wedding and my relationship. I thanked David's mother for informing me and then contacted David, who was at work. "My parents are telling people we broke up," I stated as soon as he responded. "They told your parents you cheated on me." There was a lengthy gap. "That explains the weird text I got from my brother asking if I was okay. Sophie, this is getting out of hand." "I know, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Hey, stop that. None of this is your fault. Your parents are the ones behaving like lunatics. He wasn't incorrect. However, I still felt accountable. If I hadn't stood up to them, none of this would have happened. But then again, if I hadn't stood up to them, I'd be walking down the aisle in a dress I despised at a venue I didn't want, marrying David while my parents' conditional approval hung over me. That night, David and I got down to devise a plan. We set up a new email address that only our close friends and family could access. We utilized it to share the true details of our wedding. We called each visitor individually to ensure that they got the right information. We even developed a password for the suppliers to use. Anyone making adjustments to our orders must submit it. It was tiring, but it worked. Slowly, we recovered control over our wedding. The gallery was confirmed. A new cake was ordered. The florist had the correct delivery address. The photographer was back on board. We even located a new caterer who could work within our limited budget. 2 months before the wedding, I began to feel cautiously optimistic. Maybe we could pull this off. Perhaps my parents had finally given up. I should have known better. I was at work finishing plans for another client's event when my manager summoned me to her office. She appeared uneasy. Sophie, I just got a very disturbing call from your father. He claims you've been using company resources for your personal wedding planning. He mentioned something about misappropriation of funds and threatened to contact our board of directors. It felt like I'd received a gut hit. That's completely false. I've never used company money for my wedding. I've barely even used the office printer for personal stuff. My supervisor raised a hand. I know your work has always been impeccable. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just wanted you to know what's happening. I let out a sigh. Thank you for telling me. Take the rest of the day off, she added kindly. And maybe the rest of the week. Consider it an early wedding gift. I thanked her and departed. But I did not go home. I drove directly to my folks' place. I had to approach them face to face. This had escalated beyond wedding sabotage. They were now endangering my job, livelihood, and professional reputation, which I had fought so hard to establish over the years. My mother answered the door, shocked to see me. Sophie, I knew you'd come to your senses eventually. I pushed past her and inside the home. Where's Dad? I need to talk to both of you. My father emerged from his study, a smug expression on his face, prepared to apologize. Apologize? Are you kidding me? You called my boss and accused me of embezzlement. You could have gotten me fired. He gave a grimace. I was simply expressing my concerns as a parent. No, you were trying to ruin my life because I wouldn't let you control my wedding. What is wrong with you both? This is not normal parental behavior, my mother said, crossing her arms. We've only ever wanted what's best for you, Sophie. Everything we've done has been out of love. I laughed. A sharp voice that astonished even me. Love. This isn't love. This is control. This is abuse. They both appeared stunned by the word. My father's cheeks grew crimson. How dare you? After everything we've done for you. Yes. Let's talk about what you've done for me. You've made me doubt every decision I've ever made. You've made me afraid to have my own opinions. You've threatened to abandon me if I didn't do exactly what you wanted. And now you're actively trying to destroy my wedding and my career because I finally stood up for myself. She began to weep. You're breaking my heart, Sophie. I don't even recognize you anymore. Those artificial tears she always used to deceive me. Good, I said. Because the Sophie you recognize was just a puppet you created. I'm done letting you pull my strings. I turned to go, but my father grabbed my arm. If you walk out that door, don't bother coming back ever. I looked down at his hand on my arm, then up at his face. Let go of me. He tightens his hold. Not until you show some respect. Let go. I spoke each word properly. When he didn't let go, I used my free hand to pull his fingers off my arm. I'm not a child anymore. You can't threaten or control me, and you can't stop me from marrying David and living my life on my own terms. I went out, slamming the door behind me. My entire body was trembling. But I felt stronger than I had ever been. In the drive, I called David and explained what had happened. Are you okay? He said, his voice filled with concern. Do you want me to come get you? No, I'm okay. Actually, I'm better than okay. I think I finally said everything I needed to say to them. I'm proud of you. I'm so damn proud. I drove home feeling lighter. Despite all that had transpired, I had finally spoken out about the situation. It was abuse. Not severe parenting, overprotection, abuse, or mental and psychological trauma, which had formed my entire existence. The following several weeks were a whirlwind of final wedding preparations. I was anticipating more sabotage from my folks, but nothing occurred. No more canceled suppliers, calls to my office, or relatives turning up to shame me. It was nearly as unsettling as the sabotage itself. 3 weeks before the wedding, I received a letter. There was no return address, but I recognized my mother's handwriting. Inside was a check for the same amount they had donated to the previous wedding, along with a brief letter. We release you from any obligation to us. Do not contact us again. I gazed at the check for a long time. It was both a peace offering and a last cut of ties. They gave me what I wanted, financial freedom from them, but at the expense of our friendship. It should have stung worse than it did. Instead, I was relieved. I deposited the money and used it to pay off the credit card I had maxed up to cover their sabotage. It felt appropriate to use their money to remedy the damage. The day before our wedding, David and I went through the gallery one last time with Megan and Claire. The place looked fantastic. Local artists had contributed additional items just for our occasion. Friends had helped us put up basic yet lovely decorations. Twinkle lights, gauzy cloth hung from the ceiling, and potted plants rather than costly cut flowers. It was not the wedding I had envisioned, it was better. That was ours. Every element represented our likes, preferences, and love story. No parental clearance is necessary. Megan took me aside that night at our new rehearsal dinner, an informal pizza gathering in our apartment with the wedding party. Your parents called me, she explained gently. They wanted to know if I could help them get into the wedding. They said they've changed their minds and want to be there. I felt a little pang of something. Not quite regret, not quite desire, simply a recognition of what could have been in a different world with other parents. What did you tell them? I said, twirling my engagement ring anxiously around my finger. I told them it wasn't my decision to make. It's your wedding, Sophie. Your choice. I nodded, thinking about it. They're not coming. Not after everything they've done. Maybe someday we can rebuild some kind of relationship. But not tomorrow. Tomorrow is for David and me. Megan gave me a hug. That's my girl. The morning of my wedding was bright and beautiful. I awoke feeling oddly tranquil. No last-minute panic. There were no second thoughts, only the assurance that I was precisely where I needed to be and doing exactly what I wanted to accomplish. David had spent the night at his closest friend's house, following the tradition of not seeing each other until the ceremony. Megan came over early to help me get dressed. As she was doing my hair, I noticed her looking at me in the mirror. What? I asked. Nothing. You just look different, happier, more you. I cracked a joke. I feel more like myself. We were just wrapping up when there came a knock on the door. Megan went to answer it while I was finishing up my makeup. I overheard noises in the hallway. Then Megan returned looking frightened. Sophie, your parents are here. My stomach fell. I sat stopped at my vanity, the mascara wand motionless in my fingers. What do they want? I said, my voice barely above a whisper. They said they wanted to talk to you. Just talk, Megan remarked, appearing as uncomfortable as I was. I told them you're getting ready and it's not a good time, but they're insisting. I set down the mascara and took a long breath. A part of me wanted to urge Megan to send them away after everything they'd done. They had no right to be present on my wedding day, yet part of me was fascinated. What could they say now? I'll talk to them, I determined. But not alone. Will you stay with me? Megan said, squeezing my shoulder. Of course. Do you want me to bring them in here? No, I said firmly. The living room. I don't want them in my personal space. I looked at my mirror one more time. My hair was done, and my makeup was halfway finished. I was wearing a silk robe over my undergarments, and my dress was hanging nearby. I wasn't completely prepared, but I appeared ready to confront them. I entered my living room with Megan close behind me. My parents stood awkwardly by the couch, appearing out of place. My mother was clutching a tiny gift bag. My father had his hands in his pockets, gazing about my flat as if he were checking for problems. Sophie, my mother murmured, moving closer. I crossed my arms and said, "You look beautiful." "What are you doing here?" my father said, clearing his throat. "We wanted to see you before the wedding, To apologize. I arched an eyebrow, not believing it for a moment. Apologize for what specifically? For controlling my entire life? For trying to ruin my wedding? For calling my boss and accusing me of embezzlement? My mother was shaking her head. We went too far. We see that now. We just wanted your wedding to be perfect, my father said. We got carried away. I nearly laughed. Carried away? You tried to destroy my relationship and my career because I wouldn't let you control my wedding. That's not getting carried away. That's being abusive. They exchanged looks. And I could see they hadn't expected me to be that forthright. My mother held out the present bag. We brought you something, a peace offering. I declined. I don't want gifts. I want you to respect my boundaries. Please, she persisted. It's important. I reluctantly accepted the bag. Inside there found a little blue backpack keychain with stars. I gazed at it, puzzled. It's to replace the one you wanted as a child, my mother said softly. The blue one with stars that we made you give up for the pink one with flowers. I felt a knot rise in my throat. They recalled that. After all these years, we've been doing a lot of thinking, my father stated, while speaking with a therapist. He spoke a word that tasted weird in his tongue. We realize now that we've been too controlling. We were so afraid of you making mistakes that we never let you make choices. I turned the keychain over in my fingers, unsure how to feel. Part of me was moved that they recalled something so important to me as a youngster. Another portion was dubious of this abrupt change of heart. Why now? I questioned. After everything you've done to sabotage my wedding, why show up today with apologies and gifts? My mom was staring at me. We got a call from Aunt Carol yesterday. She said she wasn't coming to the wedding because we weren't welcome. She told us we were fools for treating you this way, that we were going to lose you forever if we didn't change. Aunt Carol was my mother's older sister. She had always been the family's black sheep, living her life on her own terms. I had always loved her but seldom saw her since my parents disapproved of her lifestyle choices, which essentially meant she was divorced and had toured the world rather than settling down in our little town. Aunt Carol said that? I inquired, shocked. My father nodded. She said some other things too, things we needed to hear. We don't expect you to forgive us right away, my maternal grandmother continued, or to let us come to the wedding. We just wanted you to know that we're trying to understand and we're sorry. I stood there, clutching the small blue backpack keychain, torn. On the one hand, this appeared to be the apology I had been waiting for my entire life. On the other side, it was really convenient timing. I appreciate the gesture, I eventually said. But I need time. You can't undo decades of control with one apology and a keychain. They nodded, sad but not shocked. We understand, my father responded. We'll go. We just wanted to wish you happiness today. They turned to go, and I felt a weird combination of relief and melancholy as I watched them go. My mother hesitated at the door and glanced back. Your dress, she added, indicating to where it hung in the corridor. It's perfect, much better than the one I chose. It was a minor detail, but it struck me hard. An affirmation that my decision was valid, even better than hers. Tears prickled at my eyes. Thank you, I said. After they went, I sat on the couch, still holding the keychain. Megan sat beside me, silent for a minute. Are you okay? She eventually inquired. I nodded slowly. Yeah, I think so. That was unexpected. What are you thinking? I flipped the keychain over in my hands. I'm thinking that people can surprise you even after 30 years. Do you want them at the wedding? Megan inquired thoughtfully. I thought about it for a long time. No, I concluded. Today is about David and me, about the life we're building together. I'm not ready to have them be part of that yet. Megan clasped my hand. That's fair. Now come on. Let's finish getting you ready. You've got a man to marry. The remainder of the morning sped past. I completed my makeup, slid into my dress, and wore the delicate pearl earrings David had bought me for my birthday. I placed the blue backpack keychain inside my little wedding handbag, not because I had forgiven my parents, but to remind myself of how far I'd come. When it came time to go for the exhibition, I felt a peculiar peace wash over me. There were no butterflies or second thoughts, only the assurance that I was precisely where I was intended to be, and had made the correct decision. The gallery appeared much more gorgeous than I recalled. Claire had installed more lighting, which made the entire place shine. The artwork on the walls seems to come alive in the mellow light. Our guests had neatly set chairs in front of a modest arch covered with foliage and white flowers. I waited in a tiny back room till the visitors came. Through the door I could hear folks murmuring and occasional laughs. Megan popped out from time to provide me with updates. "Everyone has arrived," Megan reported. "The place is full." "My parents?" I couldn't help asking. She shakes her head. "There is no indication of them." I nodded, feeling a mix of relief and something else that I couldn't quite describe. "Good." When it was time, Megan handed me my bouquet. A modest arrangement of wildflowers that complemented those on the bridge. The music began. Not the usual wedding march that my mother insisted on, but a lovely acoustic rendition of the song that had been playing when David and I first met. I took a big breath and entered the main gallery. Everyone stood and turned to gaze at me. I noticed David's parents smiling with joy. I saw co-workers, pals from college, and David's basketball league teammates. I noticed Aunt Carol, who gave me a wink and a thumbs up. And at the end of the aisle stood David. He was dressed in a dark blue suit rather than the conventional black tuxedo that my father had attempted to put on him. When he spotted me, his eyes brightened up and he gave me the largest smile I'd ever seen. Everything else seemed to vanish at that point. All the turmoil with my parents, all the wedding preparation stress, all the years of self-doubt were no longer relevant. I moved toward him, not caring if I was in time with the music. All I could see was David waiting for me, with that expression on his face as if I were the most magnificent thing he had ever seen. When I approached him, he grabbed my hands in his. "You look incredible," he said quietly. "So do you," I said quietly back. The officiant, David's college friend who had been ordained online just for us, welcomed everyone and started the ceremony. We had written our own vows, basic commitments to support each other, talk openly, and create a life together based on mutual respect and love. When David replied, "I promise to always value your choices and support your decisions, even if they differ from mine," I nearly lost it. He clasped my hands, and I could tell he was thinking about all we had gone through to get here. After we exchanged rings and were proclaimed husband and wife, David drew me into a kiss that elicited cheers and whistles from our guests. I giggled against his lips and felt lighter than I had in years. The celebration was wonderful in its imperfections. The DJ picked the incorrect music for our first dance, but we went with it. The cake sagged slightly to one side, but it tasted great. One of David's nephews spilled punch on the present table, but everyone laughed and helped clean up. Throughout it all, I kept expecting for something to go horribly wrong. My parents to arrive and cause a fuss, another vendor to cancel at the last minute, or some tragedy to hit and ruin everything. But nothing happened. The night went just as expected, with dancing, toasts and so much laughing that my cheeks hurt from smiling. As I glanced around at our friends and family rejoicing alongside us, I realized something significant. This was how a wedding should be. Not a flawless production aimed to impress others, but a happy celebration of love surrounded by people who truly cared about us. Megan approached me at midnight, just as the party was coming to an end. "Someone left this for you," she explained, giving me an envelope. I opened it and saw a card with a simple message. "We're proud of you. Love, Mom and Dad." Inside was a check for a ludicrous amount of money, enough to cover our honeymoon and more. I showed it to David. "What do you think?" He examined the card. "It's your call, Sophie. What do you want to do?" I paused for a second. "I think I want to cash the check and use it for our honeymoon. Not because I need their money, but because accepting it feels like accepting that they're trying to change." David nodded. "I support whatever you decide." I placed the card in my handbag, next to the small blue backpack keychain. Maybe eventually I'll be ready to have a proper connection with my parents. One built on mutual respect rather than control and fear. Maybe they'll follow through on their vow to reform. Perhaps not. Regardless, I was okay. We exited the event with a shower of eco-friendly confetti. My decision, not my mother's. David's automobile was adorned with streamers and the words "Just Married" on the back window. As we drove away, I noticed our friends waving farewell and felt a thrill of appreciation. "Happy?" David inquired, grabbing for my hand. "Incredibly," I said, meaning it. We spent the night of our wedding at a downtown boutique hotel. My parents had originally booked a luxury 5-star hotel, but we ended up in a quirky creative setting that was ideal for us. We were going to go on our honeymoon in the morning. We spent 2 weeks in Japan visiting Tokyo and Kyoto at our own speed, making decisions together along the way. As I lay in bed that night, with David sleeping sweetly beside me, I reflected on the long trip that had taken me here. From a small girl who was terrified to select a blue rucksack to a woman who organized her own wedding. It hadn't been simple, and the journey had been fraught with unforeseen turns. But I had made it. For the first time in my life, I could make my own decisions without fear. I was living on my own terms, and it felt great. I wasn't sure what the future contained for David and me, or for my relationship with my parents. But I knew one thing for sure. Whatever choices I made from here on would be my own. Not my parents, nor anybody else's. Mine. And that was the best wedding present of all. Mom confessed she hated me, and Dad said I was a mistake. They planned to send me to a therapeutic school to get rid of me. But I had proof. I'm Emma. I'm 16 and have always wondered why my parents treat me like laundry. Since I can remember, they've been good parents. They cook dinner, transport me to school, and attend conferences. But there are no hugs, good night, I love yous, or non-dinner talks. When I was younger, I assumed some families were like that. Practical. Quiet. However, when I was 11, I watched my friend's dad toss her younger sister in the air at her house. They laughed and giggled. Never had I been hurled like that. That's when I saw something was wrong. I questioned my parents about it, but they always said, "We're not performative." Last Tuesday, I found out. I walked by their bedroom to grab water. I heard my dad's piercing, angry voice murmur, "We should have just divorced 16 years ago, I hate living with you." I froze. My mother's voice was weary and resentful. "And I hate living with you too. I hate Emma as well. I hate her. Every time I look at her, I see the mistake that trapped us and ruined our lives." I hyperventilated. My folks loathed me. I stepped away from the door, my heart racing so loudly I worried they'd hear it. My dad said the last line. "At least we're finishing this nightmare, only 5 weeks left." I went to bed and didn't sleep. I had numerous queries. They behaved normally when I came downstairs the next morning. Dad cooked eggs silently. Mom monotonely inquired whether I packed my lunch. It was hard not to burst, but I wanted to understand them. After Dad departed for work, I skipped school and used his laptop. An email to a divorce lawyer was in his drafts folder. I searched with shaking hands. "My wife and I want to separate, but our daughter's finances are complicated. How do we proceed without losing everything?" A protected file on Grandpa's PC contained his will. It was harsh that my birth date was the password. Yellow highlighted. Those who divorce before their youngest child turns 18 forfeit their entire inheritance, $2.5 million per child. They were with me for money. I found a Westside Academy brochure in Dad's desk drawer after searching. Google reviews indicated it wasn't a school, simply a place parents put unwanted kids. Then I noticed messages between them in the plan thread. Mom texted, "I've already met someone new." Dad replied, "Same, can't wait to finally be free." My chest hurt. They planned to divorce me in 5 weeks and date other people for money. I then located the paternity test in a medical secret folder. The exam was 11 years old. Paternity likelihood was 0%. Dad didn't father me. Dad's brother Jason Lockett died. My true father. I shut down the laptop and vomited in the bathroom. After sobbing for hours, I snapped. I wouldn't let this happen. My revolt began with challenging them. That night at supper I inquired, "Dad, did you have any brothers?" He froze mid-shoveling, Mom's fork clanging on her plate. He questioned, "Why?" "Just curious. For a family tree project." "No," shouted. "I was an only child." Mom nodded quickly. I brought their old family photo albums the next day. The person looked like Dad, but younger. Showed at breakfast. "Who's this? He looks like Dad, they could be brothers." Mom took my album. "No one, just a cousin." I discussed my friend's parents' divorce that night. "Do people ever stay married just for their kids?" I asked. Dad dropped his fork. "They locked their bedroom door, whispered, and watched me after Mom replied, 'That's a silly question, Emma.'" The night before leaving for Westside Academy, I entered the living room with printed paperwork. "I'm not going tomorrow." Mom looked up from her phone. "Emma, what are you?" I hit Grandpa's will on the coffee table. The $2.5 million bequest. "I know about it." Silence. Dad's face blanched. "Where did you get that?" I know you're only staying married for money. I know you're sending me away so you can split up. Mom flew off the sofa. That's not. You're misunderstanding. I dropped the printed paternity test on the will. I know Dad's not my father. Silence. Mom's colorless face. Dad's hands shook. The doorbell rang. Everyone froze. Dad shouted. Who is that? Looking him dead in the eye. I called your parents. They only found out Jason is my father yesterday. I opened the door and saw Brad's dad looking ready to murder. My stomach fell as I realized I'd stated the wrong name over the phone in terror. I recoiled at grandfather. Dad's father's expression. In 2 seconds his eyes transformed from apprehensive to enraged. He rushed by me into the living room without invitation. Mom and Dad were motionless on the couch, looking at him like ghosts. Grandfather gestured to me and told me to go to my room while grown-ups discussed. Shaking my head hard. They lied about my life for 16 years. I wouldn't leave. Mom leaped from the couch and raced toward me, arms wide. She tried to hug me while stating I misunderstood and they could clarify. Stepping back quickly, I nearly stumbled over the coffee table. I forbade her touching me. She froze as I spoke louder than intended. Dad sat on the couch looking like he was hit in the stomach, shaking hands on his lap. Grandfather's words sliced through the room. He requested confirmation of my phone statements. Did a paternity test prove Jason was my father? Were they going to send me to a facility? Dad opened his lips but said nothing. Mom quickly explained how difficult it was and how they'd been protecting me. Grandfather advised her to quit lying. Walking to the coffee table, I placed the printed will. I added the paternity test on top. Grandfather's heavy breathing was the only sound in the room. He stared at the papers like they'd explode. Mom extended her hand toward the table. I informed her I had 3 copies. She froze and stared at me with a new expression. It seemed like she was performing arithmetic in her brain to remedy this. Dad got up from the couch. First he glanced at the papers, then me, then grandfather. No one spoke for what seemed like ages. Grandfather checked his watch and stated we were ending the talk. It was almost midnight and everyone was too emotional to think. He forbade Mom and Dad from entering my room tonight. His calm voice was unnerving. He stated he was sleeping on the couch to keep me safe until we decided what to do. Grandfather held out his hand while Mom argued. Dad finally spoke up. The wrath in his voice was hardly contained. I was ordered to give him all the documents and reveal their digital whereabouts. No, I said. They could only find help by attending family therapy and dropping out of Westside Academy. Mom laughed. This sour, terrifying sound made my skin crawl. She stated I had no idea what I was doing or all the problems I was making. Grandfather told her to hush. He approached me and grabbed my shoulder. We were heading upstairs, he said. Grandfather advised Mom not to follow us. We climbed the stairs and he followed me to my room. He tested the locks on both windows. They were tested twice. He turned to me with sorrowful eyes. He regretted not knowing about this sooner. He would have intervened months earlier if he had understood what they were planned. He promised to discuss in the morning once everyone cooled down. I should attempt to sleep, even if we knew it was impossible. He squeezed my shoulder and departed, closing the door. His footsteps returned downstairs. Then I heard folks arguing but couldn't understand. I lingered on my bed staring at the wall. My hands shook. I started recording what happened in my journal. My quotes were as accurate as I could recall. I recorded grandfather's arrival and our upstairs time. I noted how Mom hugged me and Dad wanted the paperwork. I scribbled for over an hour till my hand ached. I then photographed every diary page using my phone. I uploaded the images and document photos to my school Google Drive. The only thing preventing me from breaking apart is knowing the proof was safe in various places. All dressed, I reclined on my bed. I heard grandfather moving downstairs. I heard a door smash. I watched the ceiling till the sky lit up outside my window. I heard Mom make breakfast downstairs in the morning. Pancake fragrance permeated the vents like a nasty joke. She pretended everything was okay. I dressed and headed downstairs. Mom and Dad sat silently at the kitchen table. Grandfather sipped coffee and watched them intently. Pancake plates were on the table but nobody was eating. I cringed at the phony normality. I took a seat far from my parents. Mom inquired whether I wanted orange juice in a joyful, incorrect voice. I remained silent. I texted my BFF. I asked her to keep on to something vital to me. We planned to give her a flash drive at lunch. Mom grabbed my phone from across the table when she saw me using it. She froze at grandfather's words. He urged her to leave me. His voice froze her hand. She recoiled and surveyed her plate. Dad cleared his throat to speak, but grandfather's glare silenced him. I finished texting and put my phone in my pocket. Breakfast ended without conversation. I took my backpack to school. My grandfather offered to drive. Grandfather stopped Dad's protests with a glance. The drive was silent. I lied to grandfather and claimed I was okay. He promised to pick me up after school. I went to therapy right away when we arrived at school. I didn't check my locker or buddies. I approached the main desk to speak to Larson about a family situation. The secretary picked up the phone after seeing my face. Larson left her office 2 minutes later. She immediately cleared her calendar and escorted me into her office, locking the door. I sat in the chair opposite from her desk and contemplated where to begin. My folded papers from my rucksack were placed on Larson's desk one by one. The will began with the yellow highlighted divorce forfeiting $2.5 million portion. The paternity test showed 0% chance Dad was my father. Last was the West Side Academy brochure, with beautiful photographs of cheerful teens that didn't match internet evaluations. Larson attentively examined each paper without speaking. Her pen stroked her notebook quickly. I watched her face for a reaction, but she seemed impartial. After reading, she put down her pen and glanced at me. She requested that I start from scratch. I told her about overhearing my parents that night, finding proof on Dad's laptop, and the 5-week plot to take me away. Despite shivering palms on my lap, my voice was steady. Larson calmly listened and made more notes. She paused after I finished. She then claimed she had to report this to Child Protective Services since it was severe. My stomach sank. That was probably coming, but hearing it out loud confirmed it. She said proving emotional maltreatment in court was difficult. Parents might be cold and distant without breaching the law, but sending me to a facility without my choice was different. CPS had something substantial to examine given the facts concerning their intentions and money. She stated the report will prompt an inquiry and contact me within days. Though my throat was thick, I nodded. Larson put her phone number on a business card from her desk drawer. She instructed me to text her anytime if I felt insecure at home. I put the card in my pocket. We sat silently for another minute. Larson wrote me a hall pass after the second period bell. I grabbed my backpack and went to class, feeling like I'd done something irreversible. The day dragged. I was distracted in all classes. The talk with Larson and what would happen when CPS called kept replaying in my thoughts. I went to the parking lot where grandfather was waiting after the last bell. The homecoming drive was silent. I told him school was okay. Strangely, both my parents' cars were already in the driveway when we arrived on Tuesday afternoon. They were in the kitchen when I entered. Mom chopped veggies at the counter. Father sat at the table with his laptop. They both glanced up as I entered. Last period yesterday, Dad closed his laptop and inquired where I was. I froze. I scrambled to think of an excuse. I went to the nurse with a stomachache. Mom glanced around and stopped cutting. She inquired whether I discussed our family business with anyone. She had calm speech but fierce gaze. I answered no with a blank stare. Like he checked my schoolwork for errors, Dad peered at me like he was looking for falsehoods. He inquired whether sure. I agreed and went upstairs. My mom called to say dinner would be ready in an hour. Back in my room, I locked the door. My hands shook. They sensed trouble. They didn't know what. That night, I waited until their bedroom door closed at 11. Packing began when I took my duffel bag from under my bed. Got clothing for a couple days. I had my laptop, phone charger and morning vitamins, even though I wasn't sure how long I'd have service. I copied all the docs on my phone and printed extras at school from my locker. They went in too. After filling the bag, I texted my buddy to drop something in her garage. Her yes came in under a minute. Her mom realized something was wrong and offered to let me stay with them. Reading that letter burned my eyes. My phone in hand, I sobbed on my bed for the first time since the incident. Just calm tears rolling down my cheeks. I wiped my tears and packed after a while. I had to concentrate. I placed my desk chair under the bedroom doorknob in front of it. Then I spotted a rubber doorstop on the hardware shop website on my phone. I purchased it yesterday at lunch and stashed it in my backpack. I tried it by pushing it under the door from inside. No movement in the door. Next I checked each window screen. The one beside my bed was easy to remove. The one by my desk did too. I observed the plunge to the shrubs below. Maybe 10 feet. I could do it if needed. Planning escape routes from my residence made my stomach hurt. I put the screens back and got into bed dressed. After hours of staring at the ceiling, I fell asleep. Larson stopped me before first period the next morning. She stated she filed the required report yesterday night. CPS may call me today or tomorrow. She urged me to text her any time if I felt unsafe. Nodding, I slipped my hand in my pocket with her card. It seemed like a lifeline while everything else was falling apart. My shoulder was pressed and she said I was doing well, so she sent me to class. My phone rang during lunch. I answered despite not knowing the number. Female voice inquired whether this was Emma. Yes, I said. Victoria Lewis, from Child Protective Services called. She requested to chat privately. I took my backpack to the library. Lunchtime study rooms in the rear were unoccupied. I closed the door on one. Victoria requested details regarding my home life. I explained all. Conversation overheard, proof uncovered, and planned to send me away. She asked me about my parents' treatment, food, housing and safety. I attempted to sound rational rather than frantic. Her notes and inquiries increased. The call lasted 30 minutes. After our session, she stated I should receive a house visit notification. She praised my bravery in speaking up. After hanging up, I sat there trying to understand what transpired. My phone was out of service when I went home that afternoon to check my texts. The Wi-Fi password was broken when I tried to join. Mom was in the living room, so I inquired what was up. She stated my behaving out caused them to limit my screen time. She pretended to be worried and stated too much internet was bad for teens. Their actions were clear to me. They were preventing me from getting aid. I fetched my laptop from my room, but the Wi-Fi password had changed there too. I was alone at home. The next day, I logged into my email on the school Chromebook during study hall. Larson checked in with messages. I wrote, "My parents cut off my phone and changed the Wi-Fi." She replied instantly to use school computers to communicate. After school, I accessed the public library's Wi-Fi. I created an email account my folks didn't know about. I sent all my proof there. Will screenshots, paternity test photographs, Westside Academy brochure, everything. Personally, I felt like a spy, concealing information and utilizing hidden accounts. At least the proof was safe in numerous places. Late that night, I used library computers to study Westside Academy. Former pupils posted their tales on forums. Kids reported being awakened up by transit services at night. Unknown people who entered their homes and violently pulled them from their beds. Westside resembled a jail. No calls home, no visits, personnel who treated them like criminals. Parents paid thousands to erase their problematic kids. One girl described being driven across state borders in a windowless vehicle. Another said she was restrained and drugged for resisting. Before the library closed, I read story after story. My parents wanted strangers to yank me out of bed and take me away. That notion made me nauseous. I left the computer and walked home at night. I walked to my room and pushed the doorstop back under it when I arrived. No more sleeping without it. Next morning I took a notepad from my rucksack and wrote everything down. 8:47 a.m. Locked parents' bedroom. 8:52 a.m. The corridor outside my room whispers. 9:15 a.m. Mom silently watching me eat breakfast. To hide it, I scribbled the date at the top of each page and carried the notebook in my bag. I removed and added lines if they did something odd. I felt in control, like I was making a case instead of waiting to be sent. I recorded Dad checking my phone during supper. When Mom inquired if I talked to anybody at school and they both fell silent when I entered a room, the notebook filled quickly. Mom came on my door Thursday night as I was doing homework. She sat on my bed without waiting for a response. She had a studied, sorrowful face. She talked about how much they'd sacrificed to keep our family together and how hard it was to stay married when they weren't pleased. She claimed Westside was a great therapy program to help me cope with the divorce. She repeated terribly, unhappily, and difficult decision. Listening to her lie so skillfully made me want to shout. I retreated when she touched my hand. After 20 minutes of pretension, she departed. Dad arrived an hour later. He stood there for a minute before sitting in my desk chair after closing the door. His voice was soft and broken as he spoke. He stated he knew I wasn't his biological daughter when I was 3. His grandfather's will required him to marry and raise another man's child. Despite knowing it was unfair, he was furious at me for 11 years. That whenever he looked at me, he saw his deceased brother and his deceived wife. His apology didn't seem sincere. Sounds like he was exhausted. I said nothing. To say what? With shaky hands, I jotted it down in my notepad after he departed. Larson stopped me before first period Friday morning. She claimed my parents were informed of CPS's Monday afternoon house visit. She seemed serious when she cautioned me they'd probably attempt to make things flawless and advise me on what to say. She advised me to be ready to speak out, even if it was difficult, because this was my chance to tell someone official what was occurring. Nodding made me queasy. My folks went crazy all weekend. Mom scrubbed the kitchen countertops at 7 a.m. Saturday. Dad cleaned the living room twice. They decorated the dining room with flowers and cooked chocolate chip cookies to make it smell like home. On Sunday, they made me sit with them while they prepared their responses like a play. They urged me to say how much they loved me, how happy I was about the therapeutic boarding school opportunity, and how our family was going through a hard stretch but working through it together. Watching them arrange their show made me feel wild. A clipboard-wielding woman with pleasant eyes arrived at our home Monday afternoon. CPS Victoria Lewis. My parents quickly became the perfect worried family. Dad firmly shook her hand. Mom gave her cookies and coffee. In the living room, they answered her inquiries proficiently. Even though they were having marital problems, they cared about Emma. They reviewed therapy programs to give her the best assistance throughout this shift. They were convincing and slick. I felt like I was watching strangers perform. Victoria took notes and asked questions. After 30 minutes, she requested a private conversation. Dad grabbed Mom's arm and drew her into the kitchen as she hesitated to speak. Finally, they left. Victoria softened her voice as she faced me. My true state was inquired. My backpack held my printed proof. Will, paternity test. West Side Academy brochure with bogus therapeutic education marketing. Though my hands trembled, I explained everything. How money kept them wedded. How they intended to send me away to date others and retain the inheritance. How Dad wasn't my father, and they'd lied about it my whole life. Victoria made notes and images of the materials. After I finished, she said CPS couldn't stop my parents from enrolling me in private programs. They had parental rights, but she could label Westside as hazardous and help me create a safety plan if I felt threatened at home. It wasn't my expectation. I believed CPS could stop it. She gave me her card and asked to call if things changed. I discovered Larson in her office before homeroom the next morning. I informed her CPS couldn't stop my parents from moving me away and I needed legal aid, not reports and safety plans. She called straight away on her phone. After 5 minutes, she hung up and jotted down an address. She scheduled an afternoon legal assistance attorney appointment for me. She stated certain cases required more than school counseling and CPS reports, that I needed a courtroom advocate. I boarded the bus to an East Side strip mall after school. Fiona Coleman's workplace was between a manicure business and a tax office. The waiting room contained old magazines and plastic seats. Fiona looked younger than expected, maybe 30, with weary eyes and unkempt dark hair and a ponytail. Her desk was covered in case files and coffee mugs. She listened uninterrupted to my narrative. She thoroughly examined my evidence. I finished, and she sat back in her chair and got silent. She then said, "We might be able to file an emergency motion to prevent residential placement, but I'd need more than documents. Judges don't like overriding parental decisions. I needed witness statements from adults who could verify my parents' threats and my distress, documentation of Westside's actions versus their marketing, and proof that this placement would harm me." She allowed a week to assemble everything. She informed me that family court goes slowly. Judges are reluctant to tell parents they can't send their kids to private programs, and even with excellent proof, this might not succeed. But it was my only alternative. I left her office with a wish list and an impossible deadline. I had 1 week to prove my parents wrong before a judge. The next morning I texted Ms. Larson to write down what she saw when I presented her the proof. Within 5 minutes she said she'd finish it by night. I contacted my friend's mom at lunch to ask her to film the night I asked to hide my bag at her house. She stated she remembers my fear and will write everything down. I knocked on grandfather's house that afternoon to beg him to write about the incident and my parents' will confession. He hugged me and promised to finish tomorrow. My email had all 3 statements by Tuesday night. On 3 pages, Mrs. Larson described my emotions and the documents I showed her. My friend's mom said that I asked to store my go bag and felt scared to go home. Grandfather's account described the encounter and how my parents acknowledged they married for the fortune. I shook hands and sent Fiona everything. Mom came on my door Wednesday night as I was doing homework. Dad followed her in and stated they were worried about my internet use. Dad extended his hand and demanded my laptop and phone. I handed them over without disputing because I'd uploaded everything crucial to the cloud that morning. Dad opened files and clicked about on my laptop in his office. He returned 20 minutes later with this expression. He wanted to know where I hid my files and what I did with them. I just gazed at him until he became irritated and left my room, slamming the door. Mom silently followed him out. They fought in their bedroom about how I was always ahead. I used the school computer to access Dad's email Thursday in study hall. I noticed texts between him and Jennifer discussing apartment seeking and furnishings purchasing. She stated how thrilled she was to start their life together when he got released. After reading, I felt nauseous but kept scrolling. Mother's emails to Arthur were found. After the divorce, they planned getaways and discussed moving in together. While impersonating my parents, they were starting new lives. I screenshotted everything and saved it to my private email. I felt dirty reading those texts, like reading a diary, but I needed the evidence. I received an afternoon email from my grandmother. The headline mentioned Jason. She wrote that she and grandfather wanted to discuss the will and son with me. She claimed they had no idea I was Jason's and were devastated to miss 16 years with their grandchild. Reading it in the school bathroom made me weep so hard I splashed cold water on my face. A female inquired whether I was okay, but I couldn't respond. Just shut myself in a stall until the bell. After returning home, I informed my parents that my grandparents wanted to meet. Dad quickly proposed we have supper at our place this weekend. He sounded happy like we were having a party. No, I said. I promised to meet them in a coffee shop with Ms. Larson. His face looked like I smacked him. He mentioned family privacy, but I left and went to my room. Mom followed me upstairs and attempted to make me hold the meeting at home. But I declined. She gave up and fled. On Saturday morning, I boarded the bus to Main Street Starbucks. A book holding Ms. Larson was 2 tables away. My grandparents came 5 minutes later with a folder. Grandmother held me so hard I couldn't breathe. Grandfather cried. We sat down and he showed us the will with the divorce provision underlined in yellow. He verified the $2.5 million forfeiture. Grandmother stated they will alter the arrangements with their lawyer next week. She stated the will was plainly harmful and they wanted to amend it. Jason and his personality were discussed for nearly an hour. They showed me his childhood images on their phone. Grandfather claimed I had Jason's eyes and grin. After we departed, grandmother told me to contact her if I needed anything. My parents greeted me at home that night. Dad disciplined me for betraying them. Mom removed my house key from my keychain and put it in her pocket. They stated I could only leave the house for school and they'd drive me there and back. Dad appeared at my doorway and promised me they'd watch me closely. I emailed Ms. Galeran that I felt confined at home after they departed. She immediately said to call her if things became worse. Monday morning, Fiona contacted me before school. She claimed she was filing an emergency application with family court to stop my parents from placing me in any residential facility without court consent. She warned me my parents would likely get papers today. She said they would be furious when they found out. My stomach knotted. I checked my phone all day at school, waiting for anything. My parents were served in math class, but I didn't know till that night. They barged into my room when I was doing schoolwork on my bed. Dad was screaming about how I was ruining the family and costing thousands in legal bills. Mom shouted that I'd wrecked everything and they shouldn't have kept me. I buried my phone under my pillow with the voice recorder on. Dad called me an unappreciative error. Mom said I'd ruined their life and wished I'd never been born. The tape lasted 7 minutes before they left my room still ranting. When the yelling grew loud, our neighbor contacted the police. Both cops checked on everyone's safety. Mom's voice calmed when she opened the front door. It was a family dispute about home rules, she said. Dad came down in a decent voice to explain everything was good and their daughter was having trouble. The police wanted to talk. They inquired whether I was safe as I came down. I wanted to scream no, but my parents were there, so I nodded. The cops left after 10 minutes, but one told my parents they were reporting the event. After they left, Dad remarked, "I just made everything so much worse. I went to my room and didn't come out until morning." Victoria Lewis phoned the next morning while I was getting ready for school. She stated CPS advised me to live with a safe family throughout court proceedings. My house was too awful for me to stay. She had a licensed foster home eager to accept me quickly. I had 24 hours to decide to go. My hands shook after hanging up. I packed my luggage that night without notifying my folks. Victoria took me and my belongings Wednesday morning while Mom and Dad worked. I moved in with Sydney Brooks and Ragnar that afternoon. Their home smelled like vanilla candles and had family photographs everywhere. A modest bedroom with a desk and bookcase was shown to me. Sydney said I could decorate freely. That's when I realized I'd never been allowed to create my own area. I always had my old room set up like Mom did when I was 5. People at school on Thursday appeared to know something happened since I moved in with a new family. Inter-class murmurs followed me down the corridor. I kept my head down and did not tell anyone save my best buddy. My horror had become public talk, which I detested. Kids gazed at me at lunch. Some unknown girl inquired if my parents were in jail. I ignored her and ate my lunch in the library. Mrs. Larson approached me after third period and suggested we meet twice a week in study hall for informal therapy. She taught me breathing exercises for severe panic. Despite knowing they broke up my family, I told her I felt guilty. She stated authentic sentiments don't have to make sense. Somewhat helped. Mom wrote me a long message Friday afternoon apologizing for my hurt and hoping I could understand their perspective. She carefully picked every phrase to avoid admitting fault. After seeing it, Fiona claimed it was a classic non-apology meant to appear good in court. She urged me to save without responding. Dad emailed me an old photo of Uncle Jason that weekend. He stood next to Dad during a family BBQ. Dad wrote that Jason died in a vehicle accident when I was 6 months old. He wrote that losing Jason, his best buddy, crushed him. The paternity discovery tarnished the anguish. The closest either parent had apologized was this. I lingered over the shot. Jason shared my eyes and grin. Monday after school, Fiona and I prepared for next week's emergency hearing. She clarified the judge's powers. Except for demonstrable damage, judges grant parents a lot of control. To show the West Side location was punishment, not aid. We had to prove my home safety concerns. She made me rehearse judge-style questions. My grandparents contacted Tuesday night to say they met with their estate counsel. He said they might eliminate the divorce penalty from the will. They filed paperwork to change the terms this week. Parents might divorce without losing money. That ended their marriage, but 16 years of hatred continued. Victoria Lewis informed me Wednesday morning that my parents phoned Summit Ridge, Canada. Enrollment was sought before the court hearing. She was documenting everything to show the judge they were circumventing the law. Knowing they wanted me gone made me sick. The neighbor behind our former house messaged me Thursday night through my acquaintance. She stated security camera footage showed someone approaching my previous bedroom window at 2 a.m. last Thursday. Dad tested the window lock in the video she provided me. I shook hands and sent it to Fiona. The footage of Dad at my window haunted me that night. I replayed it in my brain. While doing schoolwork at Sydney's kitchen table. I went to the shower at 9 but couldn't breathe. I gasped for oxygen like someone was sitting on my lungs as my chest tightened. After sliding down the wall, I sat on the floor with my knees raised. My hands were trembling so much I couldn't grip them. Sydney knocked on the door to inquire whether I was okay after hearing strange noises. No words came out when I attempted to say yes. I was hyperventilating on the floor when she opened the door. She sat next to me and touched my back, but I kept gasping. She contacted Ms. Larson around 9 p.m. On the second call, Mrs. Larson answered and Sydney explained. Sydney put her phone on speaker and placed it between us on the floor. Mrs. Larson's voice was steady. She instructed me to observe 5 bathroom items. I examined the towel rack, sink, shower curtain, toilet, and tile floor. She said, I pressed my palms against the cold tile and felt Sydney's hand on my shoulder, the fabric of my shirt, and the wall behind me. I could hear Sydney's breathing, my own gasping, and water dripping from the shower. I could smell Sydney's shampoo and soap. I kept repeating the exercise for what felt like forever, but slowly, my breathing evened out and my chest stopped feeling tight. After 30 minutes, I could breathe normally again. Miss Larson told me I'd survived the hardest part by speaking up, and tomorrow was just the next step. Sydney drove me downtown to the courthouse on Friday morning. The old building had marble floors and high ceilings that made every sound echo. Victoria Lewis and Mr. Larson arrived a few minutes later with Fiona, who was wearing a dark suit and carrying a leather folder with all my documents. We went inside and I sat in a wood chair behind a table next to Fiona. The judge sat at a large desk at the front of the room. My parents were on the other side with their lawyer. I didn't look at them. The judge, an older woman with gray hair and reading glasses, spent a long time looking through papers while everyone sat silently. Then she asked Victoria to explain the CPS investigation. Victoria stood up and talked about Summit Ridge, West Side Academy, and Dad's window security footage. The judge listened without interruption as Mr. Larson discussed my emotional state and the evidence I'd presented. She explained the will situation and how my parents admitted they only stayed married for money. After everyone finished talking, the judge looked at my parents and stated they couldn't place me in any residential institution without court clearance. She said my interim placement with the Brooks family would last at least 8 weeks while the court examined everything. The judge interrupted my parents' lawyer and said any contact between me and my parents had to be supervised by a neutral third party. She strongly recommended family therapy to address underlying issues. Mom started crying, but it looked fake, like she was performing for the judge. The judge asked if I had any questions. I shook my head. She told me I could leave and that the court would schedule a follow-up hearing in 8 weeks. We all stood up when she left. Dad looked like he'd checked out mentally and was just waiting for this to end. Sydney was waiting with Ragnar in the hallway. They hugged me and said, "I did great." I didn't feel like I did anything great. I just sat there while adults talked about my life. That afternoon, my grandmother's phone rang while I was lying on Sydney's guest room bed. The will amendment was filed that morning and would take effect in 30 days, allowing my parents to split up without losing the inheritance money. She wanted me to know that Andrew's portion would be held in trust for me until I turned 21, regardless of what happened with my parents. She said they were setting it up so Mom and Dad couldn't touch it. I thanked her and hung up, then stared at the ceiling thinking about how money was changing everything. Over the next week, my phone kept buzzing with messages from distant relatives. My aunts, uncles and cousins from big holiday dinners started texting and calling. Some said they always knew something was wrong with my parents' marriage. Others said I'm exaggerating and families go through rough patches, and a few asked nosy questions about the paternity test. My parents stopped attending family gatherings and my grandmother said they avoided everyone because they didn't want to answer questions. Some relatives immediately supported me, while others acted like I was causing drama. I stopped responding to most messages. Fiona called me on Wednesday to explain the paternity situation. She added, "Paternity wouldn't affect custody choices because Dad wasn't my real father and Andrew was gone. Dad had been my legal dad for 14 years. Therefore the court would recognize him as my father regardless of DNA." She stated the paternity test would complicate my case without aiding it. The judge could do something about neglect and residential placement, so I told her I understood, even though I wanted everyone to know the truth about Andrew. 2 weeks after the court hearing, I had my first supervised visit with my parents. Mom and Dad sat on one side of a table and I on the other. They tried to make small talk about school and the weather. Mom asked if I was eating well at Sydney's house. Dad asked if I needed anything. Nobody apologized. The social worker watched us the whole time and said the visit was over after an hour. I left feeling exhausted but relieved that I'd held my ground. They didn't hug or touch me, which I was glad. 2 weeks later, we had our first family therapy session with Cordelia May, whose office smelled like lavender. She had us sit in a circle and set ground rules. We had to communicate respectfully and take responsibility for our actions. No blaming or deflecting. Mom immediately started explaining why she felt trapped in the marriage. Cordelia interrupted her. We weren't justifying previous decisions. Dad attempted to argue the inheritance situation made everything complex, but Cordelia cut him off and focused on the issues. She knocked down my parents' excuses every time. Mom shifted in her chair, looking uncomfortable. Dad crossed his arms and stared at the wall. I mostly stayed quiet and let Cordelia do her job. Back at school I sat at a different lunch table away from the whispering groups. I brought my homework and ate while studying. It was easier than answering questions and staring. My grades improved because I wasn't worried about home. Math made sense again and I could focus on reading assignments. Mrs. Larson pulled me aside one day and said I seemed calmer despite my complicated situation. 3 weeks after the emergency hearing, Fiona called to say the court scheduled a status hearing for 8 weeks out. That meant 2 more months of not knowing where I'd live permanently. Sydney replied, "Most adults never learn to sit with uncertainty. I learned it at 14. Some days felt difficult. On other days, I focused on school, therapy, and supervised visits. My paperwork were in Sydney's guest room in case I needed them again or my folks attempted something else." A week later, Victoria called to say it was time to get the rest of my stuff from the house. She picked me up on a Saturday morning and we drove to my old neighborhood in silence. Walking through the front door felt weird, like visiting a museum of my old life. My parents weren't home because Victoria scheduled it. I went straight to my room and started filling boxes with clothes, books, and the random stuff you collect over 14 years. Victoria stood in the doorway to keep things calm. I opened my desk drawer and found the West Side Academy brochure with its fake smiling teenagers. I tore it in half, then in half again, until it was tiny pieces of glossy paper in my hands. Victoria didn't say anything, but I saw her nod. We loaded 4 boxes into her car and took one last look at my bedroom before closing the door. We unpacked everything in Sydney's guest room. The 4th therapy appointment was on a Tuesday afternoon. Cordelia had us sit in our normal positions and asked Dad if he had anything to say. He gazed at the floor for a long time before answering. He said he saw Jason every time he looked at me and it reminded him of losing his brother. He said he was angry at me for existing when Jason didn't, which made no sense, but grief did that to him. He said he directed all his pain at me instead of dealing with it. Hearing him say it out loud hurt, but it also made me feel less crazy. Cordelia asked how that made me feel, and I said it was validating. Dad didn't apologize, but he stopped pretending I'd imagined everything. 2 sessions later, Mom finally spoke up. Cordelia asked her to explain why she stayed in the marriage, and Mom's body tensed. She said she was afraid of being alone and broke and resented me for making her feel stuck. She didn't say sorry, but she stopped acting like everything was fine. She admitted the marriage was dead for years and that looking at me reminded her of every mistake she'd made. The brutal honesty felt like progress, even though it hurt to hear. My grandparents invited me to lunch every other Saturday at a diner near their house that served huge pancakes. They brought photo albums and showed me pictures of Jason before I was born. He looked like Dad, but younger and happier. They told me about Jason playing guitar, working on cars, and making everyone laugh. They didn't trash my parents, but they made it clear I was wanted. He would have loved being a father if he'd lived long enough to know about me. That connection to my biological father filled in gaps I didn't know existed. They showed me his high school yearbook and college acceptance letter and I felt like I was meeting someone important I'd never meet. 6 weeks after the emergency hearing, Fiona called to say my parents had canceled my West Side enrollment and removed their Summit Ridge application. The court order was working. She said their lawyer told them trying anything else would only hurt them in future custody cases. I asked if they could still try to send me somewhere, and she said technically yes, but it would be stupid. She sounded confident, which made me feel safer. I took all my birthday money from my desk drawer and went to the bank with Sydney. I deposited $300 into a savings account in my name, which seemed small, but Sydney said starting somewhere was what mattered. She helped me create a spreadsheet budget and track my spending. She taught me about interest, emergency funds, and saving for goals, which my parents never taught me. We spent an afternoon researching local high schools, and I started thinking about extracurriculars. Planning for the future made everything feel more real and less temporary. Ms. Larson asked me to describe safety during my next check-in. I thought about it and told her I could sleep through the night without wedging my door shut. I told her safety felt like having adults who listened and took my concerns seriously and had a plan instead of just reacting to what my parents did next. She smiled and said that was real progress. 2 months after everything exploded, I lived with Sydney and Ragnar in their guest room, which I decorated with posters and string lights. I saw my parents every other week for awkward, surface-level supervised visits and had lunch with my grandparents on Saturdays to hear more Jason stories. I went to therapy to process everything that happened. It wasn't a happy ending where everyone learned to love each other and everything got fixed, but it was stable and safe. I was building a life where I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was making plans for a desirable future. I appreciate simple stories that remind us of how much we can still learn and develop. If this one triggered an idea, that's the aim. My children chose their stepdad over me for job security after our divorce. Now, 8 years later, they want to reconnect because my business is booming. 8 years ago, I, 58, discovered that my wife, Lisa, 50, was cheating on me with one of her college friends. When I finally caught them, they'd been having an affair for nearly a year. When I found out, I immediately moved out of my house and filed for divorce. We were already having a rough time in our marriage because she didn't think I was making enough money as a high school baseball coach, and despite my best efforts, she kept complaining about everything. We fought frequently and filing for divorce did not seem like a difficult decision to me at the time. Our 2 children had already moved out, so I had nothing to stay for. Unfortunately, that divorce cost me my relationship with my children as well, because for whatever reason, they chose to support their mother. Initially, they tried to persuade me to be gentle with her because she had been a stay-at-home mom for a long time. So they tried to tell me that she must have been bored with her monotonous life. In addition, after they had moved out, we began bickering over everything. Naturally, she was dissatisfied, and I was also experiencing financial difficulties. But I couldn't understand why my kids were trying so hard to persuade me to forgive Lisa, especially since I was experiencing the same problems she was. However, I had not gone out of my way to cheat on her. In fact, after every fight we had, I would try to make up to her and make her feel special in some way. Obviously, none of that mattered to her, and I was furious that my children were pressuring me to give her another chance. So I ended up fighting with them about it as well, and for a time they cut me out of their lives. After the divorce was finalized, I began to feel very lonely, especially since Lisa remarried the man with whom she had been having an affair only 2 months later. I wasn't speaking with my kids at the time, but when I tried to reach out to them, they did forgive me, but it was just something they said for the sake of it. I don't think they truly forgave me at the time, because they didn't invite me to any of their milestones for the next few years. In fact, I had little contact with my children until earlier this year, and the only reason they are trying to get along with me now is that I started my own business with a couple of my friends a few years ago, and it has recently taken off. So I'm doing well for myself, and I'm guessing that's why they're here. To provide context, I had been a high school sports coach for a long time, but I was severely underpaid and overworked. I had a buddy who worked at another school, and the two of us were having financial difficulties while trying to figure out some retirement plans. We decided to speak with a couple of other people and try to start our own facility. That way, we'd still be able to coach kids, which was something we were very good at and had a lot of experience with. However, we could turn it into a business and use it to fund our retirement. So we recruited another friend who was interested and knowledgeable about business, and we got started. To be honest, we didn't expect much from it at the time, but we are pleased to report that we are doing very well for ourselves right now, and I am proud of how far we have come. Our facility is quite popular, and we are thinking about expanding soon. I'm guessing my children heard about it because they contacted me earlier this year and began trying to get on my good side. I was initially relieved that they were trying to involve me more in their lives because I assumed they had finally come to their senses or something. I didn't suspect they had any ulterior motives, but the two of them paid me a visit a few days ago. My oldest, Ethan, and his sister Chloe, are now married. Ethan and Chloe married 5 and 3 years ago, respectively. I was not invited to either wedding because they informed me that their mother and husband would be present and it would be too awkward for everyone. I was very upset about it, but they said it couldn't be helped. The wedding would be too full, and they promised to make it up to me at some point, but they never did. But, like a fool, I kept waiting for them to realize one day that I was as much of a parent to them as their mother. I thought it was finally happening, but when they came to see me recently and started telling me how they had heard that my business was doing really well and that they wanted me to start spending more time with my grandchildren and also help them out financially, I realized what was going on. It was difficult for me not to be angry with them at the time, but I told them I would definitely consider it, and they seemed satisfied enough to leave. But after they left, I blocked them everywhere because I suspected they were trying to take my money. Ethan has 2 children. One of them is 7 years old, the youngest is 1 year old, and Chloe gave birth to her daughter 7 months ago. And guess what? I have not met any of my grandchildren yet. My first grandchild was born 7 years ago, and I still haven't met him. Of course it hurts, and I've tried to persuade Ethan to bring over his children or to invite me over so I could meet them. And when Chloe's daughter was born, I tried to meet her as well, but they always refused. Lisa and her husband would always make the same excuse, saying they didn't want things to become awkward. It hurt to have to understand and let go all the time. They finally want to give me a chance to play grandpa, and I'm guessing it's because their finances aren't going well. I had no idea about any of this before, which is why I didn't completely cut them out of my life. Just putting it out there, I'm not really in touch with most of the extended family, and I'm not into family gossip. But when my kids came to visit me after so many years, and started trying to be nice to me, I realized something was very strange about the situation. So after they left, I blocked them, and just to satisfy my own curiosity, I decided to ask around about what my kids were doing. That is how I discovered that they had been experiencing financial difficulties for the past few years. Furthermore, their relationship with their stepfather was no longer all sunshine and rainbows. I found it shocking because from the photos they had been posting after their mother remarried, it appeared that the family was very close to the guy. But things appear to be turning sour because he intends to sell his company. They sell furniture, and after Lisa married him, my children began working in his company. I don't want to say it because I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that's why they were so eager to take their mother's side in the divorce. They thought that if they could get me to go easy on their mother instead of prolonging the divorce, it would guarantee them a job at their stepfather's company. Basically, Lisa's affair partner had bought them out, And I had no idea because I had never suspected anything like that would happen. Anyway, the problem right now is that the company hasn't done well in the last few years, and Lisa's husband wants to sell. But my children want him to keep the business. He owns the company, so he stands to benefit the most from the transaction, and he's fortunate enough to have found a buyer right now. But my children oppose the deal because, despite receiving a portion of the proceeds as shareholders and upper management employees, they will undoubtedly lose their jobs. They want to make a long-term plan for themselves. It's a big deal, and a lot of family members are aware of it because Lisa has a big mouth and has been venting to anyone who will listen. So it's no surprise that their family is fighting right now, which is probably why Ethan and Chloe came to me for help. It's no secret that we're doing well. We're running ads and such. And the word-of-mouth thing is also working well for us. So, after putting all of this together and speaking with a bunch of my relatives, I decided that I was going to block my kids and have no interest in their lives. They have had no interest in me for the past 9 years, and they are only here now because they are in trouble. It feels insulting, and I feel like an idiot for expecting them to come to their senses and apologize to me. However, a few days after I blocked them, they returned to my door and began demanding that I let them in. Even though I told them I didn't want to talk to them, I told them that I had heard from the family about what was going on with them and their stepfather, and I knew they were only here to get financial help from me. And that the reason they left me in the first place was because their stepfather could provide them with stable jobs and upper management positions that I couldn't. I called them sellouts. And in response, they accused me of being insensitive and resentful, despite the fact that they had no such intentions. They told me that they simply wanted to make things right with me because they realized that, at the end of the day, I was still their father, and they couldn't keep prioritizing Lisa over me. They also told me that the only reason they had asked for financial assistance was because of their children, not because I was doing well financially right now, and that it was disgusting that I had reached that conclusion after listening to a slew of bad gossip from the family. This happened 3 days ago, and I've been extremely upset about it all. It's so bad that I had to take time off work because I can't stop thinking about what I'm doing at the moment. I know that logically and rationally, the rest of the family is unlikely to lie to me. They would have nothing to gain from it, and that the rest of my family has always been nice to me, especially after my divorce. They've always looked out for me, and I appreciate it. So, I don't think they're lying or gossiping. They're simply telling me what I asked them about because I was the one who investigated the situation. That being said, I'm not sure if I should give my children the opportunity to work things out with me or just help them out financially. After all, I am doing well enough to support them, and I'm pretty sure they aren't looking for something long-term. They'll probably get a job after the company is sold, and they're probably just asking me to be a safety net for their children. I haven't asked them what kind of money they want, whether it's an investment, a loan, or just plain old goodwill. But in any case, I know that financial support is a part of this, and I don't want to pass up an opportunity to reconnect with my children and build a relationship with my grandchildren simply because of that. The way they discussed the situation when they visited the other day has thrown me off guard, and I'm not sure what to think anymore. I've just been constantly stressed, and I keep wondering if I'm making the biggest mistake of my life by excluding my children from my life. And maybe I'm being insensitive and resentful, as they said. If I let my ego get the best of me, I'm not sure I'll ever get another chance to work it out with my family. The only thing stopping me right now is my fear of being used, which I do not want. I really don't know what to think anymore. I feel lost. And I don't think I have anyone I can talk to about this openly. So, I'm here. And please understand that I'm just an old man trying to figure out life after being pretty much alone since my divorce. As much as I hate to admit it, I miss my children and want them in my life, but I'm not sure if this is the best way to go about it. So, I don't want to get financially involved with my children. Update 1. Thank you for your comments. I guess I needed a reality check because, in desperation, I had considered talking to my children. But I realize I'm being used, and I shouldn't be. Such a doormat for them. That's what I've been doing for years. They would speak to me as if they were doing me a favor, but they would always ignore me because they preferred Lisa and her husband. And now that I understand why they preferred him, I don't think there's any going back. I've even discussed it with my coworkers, and while they were aware of the history, they were shocked when I told them about the current situation and everything I had recently discovered. They stated that at first, they believed that my children had been manipulated by Lisa, which is why they did not want to communicate with me, but that there was still hope for reconciliation. But now that they knew they'd been bought out by their stepfather, there was no turning back. They told me to keep my kids blocked for my own self-respect and sanity, because if I didn't, they would undoubtedly burn a hole in my pocket. I'm still not sure what kind of money they wanted. Even if it was small, I don't feel obligated to them. Even if they were telling the truth the other day and asked for the money for their children rather than themselves, I still don't owe them anything. They have never brought my grandchildren over to see me, nor have they allowed me to visit them. So, why would I connect with anyone? I know it sounds insensitive, but it is true. I can't start feeling bad for kids I've never met and giving money to charity. So, if this makes me insensitive and resentful, so be it. I don't care, and I don't have to justify myself to them. I'm just going to stay far away from them and live my life. It will hurt. But I don't think it can hurt any more than it has in the last 9 years. And if I can put up with that without complaining, I believe I can handle the aftermath of cutting them off right now. At least this time it will be my decision, and I will have control of the situation rather than them treating me poorly. Anyway, thank you for listening to me. I really needed to get my feelings out somewhere. I will keep you updated on any developments in the situation, and thank you for your support. Update 2. Hello, it's been 3 weeks since my last update, and I promised that if there were any developments in the situation, I'd post here to keep you updated. So while I was at work yesterday, Ethan and Olivia showed up with my grandchildren and began demanding to see me. I was busy with a training session with a couple of students, and I normally don't take meetings at that time. Whoever wants to meet me must wait, but it appears that they refused to wait. I'm not sure why they expected special treatment, given that nobody knew they were my children. Even if they did, that did not qualify them for preferential treatment. Anyway, our receptionist informed me of the situation and stated that they were unwilling to wait. I was quite annoyed, so I asked security to accompany them to my office and make them wait there so they wouldn't cause a scene in the lobby. Then I took my time finishing the training session, and after making them wait for nearly 30 minutes, I returned to my office so they could meet me. It was petty, but they needed to learn that they couldn't just show up to my workplace and expect me to entertain them at any time of day. Anyway, when I returned to my office, it was clear that both Ethan and Olivia were very upset. My grandchildren also seemed bored and fussy. So, as soon as I walked into my office, they began lecturing me on the value of time and telling me that it was very rude of me not to speak to them and make them wait so long on purpose just for spite. Especially since I knew my grandkids were also present. Their entitlement irritated me, so I told them that I treated them the same way I would any other person who came to see me during a training session. Others could do the same if they could wait for me to finish my work before meeting with me. The fact that they expected special treatment from me simply because they were my children was ridiculous, especially given that I had never been treated well by them before, let alone receiving special treatment because I was their father. And it was entirely their fault that they chose to bring their children along. This was a training facility, and I was here for a very important job, so if they couldn't take the fact that I was treating them normally, they could leave. The only reason they waited was that they wanted to. I had not forced them. I had been very curt with them, and I could tell they were upset, but I suppose they needed the favor from me so they wouldn't make things worse for themselves. Instead, they quickly changed the subject, telling me that they had brought their children to meet me for the first time so that I could build a relationship with them and begin to feel like a grandfather for the first time in my life. It was very difficult for me, but I had to shoot that down. I told them I was going home because that was my last training session of the day, and now that I was finished, I just wanted to relax. Besides, I knew exactly what they were trying to accomplish. They were using their grandchildren to get on my good side, which was not going to work. I told them it was very spineless of them to try to use their children to gain access to me. It's simply unethical, and they began defending themselves, claiming that that was not what they were trying to accomplish. They had just brought their children along because they wanted to meet me. We ended up arguing because it was obvious that this was not genuine. They only wanted my money, which is why they were desperately trying to get me to give them another chance. I saw right through them, and no matter how much they insisted, I told them it was too little. Too late. I fell in love with my grandchildren right away. They are all adorable, and I wish we had met under different circumstances. However, this is something their parents are to blame for. Anyway, after the argument, they insisted that I at least listen to them and let them tell me about their plan, for which they needed my money. But I told them I was not interested. Even when they were arguing, they sounded frustrated, and when I told them I was not interested, Ethan lost his cool and began yelling at me. The kids began crying because he was being quite vicious. So I started trying to console the kids while they were arguing with me, and it was so infuriating that at one point, I told them that if they didn't want me to call security and have them thrown out of the building, they should do it themselves instead of forcing me to do it because I was sick of them. I meant business. They must have realized this, as they eventually left after telling me that I was completely heartless and that my ego would bring me down. But it didn't matter to me. I just wanted to go home and rest, so that is what I did. It's been 24 hours since then, and I still haven't unblocked them, and I don't plan on doing so, especially after what happened yesterday. I don't think I have to. I am done. Update 3. Hello, it's been 3 days since I last saw my children. I obviously haven't unblocked them, but they continue to try to contact me. Earlier today they sent me an email from a new address, apologizing for everything that happened recently. They explained that this was not how they had expected things to go, but they understood why I was upset with them. They were initially annoyed by my behavior, despite their efforts to make things right with me. However, after much thought, they realized that they deserved it. They also confirmed what I already knew. Everything I'd heard about them was true. And it wasn't just gossip. They were surprised when I accused them of choosing their stepfather over me solely for the financial security he could provide. They hadn't expected it and were slightly offended. But in the end, it was true, and they couldn't do much to change it. But now they realized that by looking out for themselves, they had become extremely selfish. And I deserved better. At this point, I had every right to shut them out. But all they asked was that I not do it to the kids. They also told me about their plan. They were actually going to ask me to invest in the business they were starting together. Obviously, they cannot prevent their stepfather from selling his company. It is entirely his decision as the primary owner. But they were now going solo and didn't want to jeopardize their own finances, so we were considering bringing on a couple of investors. Their first thought had to be me, as they were not getting along with their stepfather right now. After much deliberation, they realized that they had been selfish once again, attempting to entice me as an investor while never truly apologizing for everything they had done previously. So they sent me this email to apologize and tell me that if I wanted to meet my grandchildren, I could call them at any time and they would come. They didn't even want me to invest in their company anymore. It was entirely my decision. After reading that email, I wasn't sure what to do because it appeared to be genuine. But then again, I've been played for a fool before, and I don't want that to happen again. However, I do want to develop a relationship with my grandchildren, so I guess I'll have to think about it, and whatever I decide, I'll post it here after some time. For the time being, however, I simply want to take a break from everything, so I will not be posting as frequently for the next few days, if not weeks. Update 4. Hey, so I gave it a lot of thought, and now that it's been nearly 2 months since they last contacted me, I decided to try to build a relationship with my grandchildren at the very least. I know it will take a long time for me to reconnect with my children, but not with my grandchildren. I am already 58. I'm not getting any younger, and I don't want to waste any time or opportunities I have to spend with my family, no matter how limited. Furthermore, my grandchildren have grown significantly without knowing their biological and real grandfather. So a few days ago, I finally responded to my children via that email address, telling them that I would be delighted to welcome them, their spouses, and grandchildren for dinner at my house this weekend. But in the same email, I made it clear that I would not be investing in their company. If they expected me to assist them financially at any time, they could forget about it, and if that meant they wouldn't be willing to visit me, that was fine with me as well. I just wanted to make it very clear to them that I had boundaries and would not allow them to cross them. The tone of my email and the later part had been quite stern, so I hadn't expected them to respond the same day, but they did. They informed me that they did not expect or want me to invest in their business. They didn't deserve it, but they wanted me to be able to bond with my grandchildren. So they gladly accepted my dinner invitation. So they ended up coming over for dinner yesterday, and we had a good time. Their spouses are very nice people, and they all apologized to me for everything that had happened in the past, and they said they were looking forward to starting over. And I am too. I'd really like to start a family because it can be lonely, and I'll be retiring soon. So I suppose now is as good a time and opportunity as any to fix things. I'm overjoyed that my children finally decided to reach out to me and do the right thing. Hopefully things will improve for us in the future. My sister faked a pregnancy for months and planned to steal a baby from a mom. I used evidence to make sure she couldn't escape the consequences. She eagerly called me that morning about the party but didn't go. 7 months pregnant. Ethan, her puzzled boyfriend, arrived alone. She left first. He stated she would meet me after retrieving stuff. Her phone went to voicemail when we called. My mom concerned when Ethan and I returned to their apartment after 3 hours. When the door opened, Chloe was gone, but her purse was on the counter. She differs. Ethan paces, says. Her pregnancy bothers her, so she wouldn't disappear. I found them in her closet while Ethan examined the bathroom. 5-month labeled flesh-colored strapped pads of various sizes. Taking them out numbed my hands. "See this, Ethan?" I phoned. He spotted phony pregnant bellies through the doorway. "She's faking pregnancy," I remarked. Ethan recognized her from appointments. I took her appointments. She had me wait in the car regularly. "Too anxious," always said. I stole Chloe's laptop while he processed. Her search history frightened me. Symptoms, belly growth, and ultrasound photographs of fake pregnancy. After watching TV, Ethan sat hard on the bed. But why? We didn't want babies, so why does she? No guarantee we'd retain it. Find her. We need answers. She ran today. Ethan continued answering odd calls outdoors. Though she stated it was the doctor's office, she appeared agitated. While on her family plan, I reviewed her phone records online. The number kept calling, but Google couldn't find it. The Riverside Hospital psychiatric unit was revealed by reversing the inquiry. "Why did the mental ward call her?" Ethan asks. He recommended they inspect Chloe on the way to the hospital. "We were halted by nurses. She takes our prenatal classes?" Unenrolled rests. Her inquiries made other moms uncomfortable, so we asked her to leave yesterday. The nurse displayed parking garage surveillance footage of Chloe following a teen girl. She liked the solitary woman. As Ethan called Chloe's pals, I explored the flat. Hospital scrubs and false IDs were under the bathroom sink. Sophia Ward's picture was blank. The kitchen rubbish drawer included last month's infant formula, diaper, and car seat pay receipts. I predicted she would kidnap a sick infant. As Sophia Ward, Chloe browsed Oregon real estate ads and stored rentals on her iPad beneath the sofa. Applicants included a single woman starting over with a baby. Moving day was 3 days away. I expected her to kidnap and disappear with a child. Ethan shuddered. A odd SMS received on my phone. Chloe was pictured with others at a gas station 2 hours away. Somebody wore hospital scrubs and a baseball cap. "Who's that? Please show Ethan." "No idea. Check timestamp." "This was taken an hour ago," he said. As we went to the petrol station, Ethan checked his phone like it was his last opportunity. Gas station clerk remembers Chloe. Her purchases included formula, bottles, and blankets. A friend purchased everything. Unable to identify the companion, the cashier said they stayed in the car. Something froze me in the parking lot. A maternity ward wristband was present. Today's date, patient number, no name. I said current. Someone gave birth today. Ethan examined the bracelet. He suggested calling the cops. He threw it trash instead of getting to the automobile. "You did that, why?" Simply touched his hair. "No idea." Panicked. Kids shouldn't think Chloe hurt a mother. I discovered what I missed all day. Unread texts buzzed Ethan's phone. I found scrubs and ID in the flat's bathroom, but he didn't find anything. He advised us to leave instead of discussing the film with security. I whispered, pulse racing, "Ethan, were you involved?" His hands quiver as he backs against his automobile. Parking lot lights make him ill and yellow. He struggles to unlock his phone. When he waits, Chloe messages for weeks. I feel awkward scanning them. Chloe emphasizes protecting children from worthless mothers. "Taking your property wrong?" Chloe queries Ethan. She said she had one shot to be a mother. Ethan claims pregnant hormones drove her crazy. He never expected her behavior. I record every phone call before he changes his mind because I distrust him. My shaking hands almost dropped my phone twice. I contact Detective Laura Davis after receiving her number from the hospital. She answers on the second ring, and I tell her where we are and what we discovered. I must lock my car as she approaches. I saw Ethan through my car window. Head in hands, he sits on the curb. Detective Davis and 2 police vehicles park 20 minutes later. She walks out in pants and a jacket like she was home when I phoned. Gloves out of pocket, rubbish. She removes the hospital wristband with 2 fingers. After inspecting it under the light, she puts it in a plastic bag provided by another inspector. She approaches Ethan to look. Although I can't hear her, Ethan glances up and places his hands behind his back without asking. He stands and cops escort him to a car. Detective Laura Davis taps my vehicle window. She tells me to follow them to the station after rolling it down. The 30-minute travel keeps me watching the police car with Ethan. Detective Laura Davis leads me to a small station room with a table and 2 seats. Her water is across from me. She wants me to start again and confess. I spent 2 hours finding Chloe's closet's fake pregnancy bellies, the laptop search history, the psychiatric ward phone calls, the hospital nurse showing us footage of her. Following that teenage girl, the scrubs and fake ID badge under the bathroom sink, The Oregon rental application, the anonymous text with her photo, the gas station clerk who remembered her buying baby supplies, and the hospital bracelet in the parking. He preferred leaving to asking security. Detective Laura Davis takes notes uninterrupted. After I finish, she looks at me and says she understands how hard it is. Says, reporting your own sister takes courage. My courage is weak. I'm sick, scared, and alone. Detective Laura Davis returns the hospital wristband to her evidence bag. The station's strong lights help me see. The patient number and morning date stamp are there. Detective Laura Davis calls as I check the bracelet. Talking to a healthcare worker, she takes notes. After disconnecting, she says the patient number belongs to a 17-year-old girl who gave birth at 8:30 this morning. The hospital claimed that a bracelet from a supply cart near the maternity unit vanished around 9 a.m. Chloe near a newborn makes me anxious. In another room, Ethan and Detective Laura Davis chat. I wait about an hour for her. She sits and says Ethan knows about the false pregnancy since month 5. He spotted belly pads in Chloe's closet while searching. Chloe begged him not to reveal. She vowed determination and action. Ethan accepted out of fear and humiliation. Detective Laura Davis's expression shows her opinion of his decisions. Flipping it reveals her laptop. Current hospital security footage. Time: 9:47 a.m. She wears the same scrubs in the maternity unit corridor and flat. Examines the nurse's station. Chloe snatches a nurse's trolley passing. When someone round the corner, Chloe pulls back. Detective Laura Davis replays my sister arranging a baby kidnapping. The footage confirmed our fears. Detective Laura Davis lets me use my phone. Mom immediately asks whether I found Chloe when I call. Must tell her all. Hospital footage, fake pregnancy, plans to steal teen's child. Mom first doubts me. She says Chloe would never do this. She stops talking when I explain the month labeled fake belly pads and Chloe's maternity hospital surveillance tape this morning. On the phone, I hear her breathing. I'm unable to answer. Where is she now? Detective Laura Davis calls Mom. She broadcasts Chloe's automobile warning. All hospital maternity wards get her alerts within 2.5 hours. She suggests Chloe try another hospital if desperate to parent. Find her before she strikes another defenseless mother. Everything looks odd when my sister is called a threat to vulnerable moms. Detective Laura Davis hangs up and calls again. Her police and hospital security talks ring out. I realize my sister is being investigated by cops. This goes beyond familial turmoil. A crime is under investigation. Detective Laura Davis releases me midnight. People question Ethan more. She expects obstruction charges, potentially more, depending on the evidence. Ethan no longer interests me. Get Chloe before she does harm. I drive to Mom's to avoid my empty flat. Mom is in the dark living room when I enter. All baby shower decorations from this morning remain. Ceiling mounted pink and blue streamers. Banner of congratulations. Chair-tied balloons. Nobody opened the table gifts. Mom sits in the center gazing blankly. Time passes before we talk on the couch. Mom finally gets up and fetches 3 photo albums and a shoebox of loose photographs from her bedroom. Spread them on the coffee table to discover anything we missed. Path of Chloe. Chloe has childhood photos. Chloe in high school. Chloe during family gatherings. Mom displays a picture from last year. Olivia invited Chloe to BBQ. Olivia's pregnancy announcement pleased everyone. Mom looks at photo, says, Olivia lost her baby at 12 weeks. Chloe thought that indicated certain people should be moms. Olivia deserved another opportunity. We thought she was helping, but now it looks different. Mom uncovers more older images of Chloe appearing serious. She sees Olivia's ultrasound photographs as one. Mom starts sobbing again, so I hold her hand while viewing photos. We give up and go to bed around 3 a.m., but I sit on Mom's couch staring at the ceiling, wondering when my sister changed. 7:30, Detective Laura Davis calls. Chloe's automobile was 35 meters north at a hotel. Officers arrived soon, but Chloe checked out. She often inquired about the region, especially maternity wards, the desk staff claimed. Since my phone-holding hands are numb, I perch on the couch edge. Detective Laura Davis said police are reviewing hotel and gas station CCTV to find Chloe's schedule. Chloe wants me to search her crime scene flat in 1 hour. I wake Mom and tell her about the call. She nods, weary and scared. A yellow tape covers the apartment door where I meet Detective Laura Davis. Now she has gloves, evidence bags, and a camera. Detective Laura Davis gently empties the bedroom nightstand drawer. Old magazines include a black spiral notepad. She opens to handwritten pages. Chloe writes. The first entry is 5 months old. Notes accompany Chloe's report on town pregnant ladies. Olivia always shopped with her spouse in August. Jennifer in the September coffee shop. Very exhausted. Lily at November bus stop, always alone. Details included in page notes. Lily's timetable. Her hospital door bus is number 7. Detective Laura Davis pictures every page while I try not to vomit. 4 weeks ago, Chloe wrote something scary. She compares ladies to pick the best baby. Writes about lousy moms. Young ladies accidentally pregnant who don't appreciate their gift. Lily's loneliness, fear and helplessness appeal to her. This page is photographed by Detective Laura Davis from many perspectives. My legs give out, so I sit on the floor. Besides mental disease, calculated. A predatory act. Chloe picked a baby after months of researching these women. Detective Laura Davis's shoulder contact and question make me uneasy. Nothing's okay. Police uncover a phone under Chloe's socks in the dresser drawer. Broken screen on cheap burner phone. She keeps only 3 contacts when she turns it on. A. Property, supplies. Detective Laura Davis instructs her partner to subpoena phone records. I shake my head when she asks about contacts. The A might be anyone. Oregon property may be the landlord. The baby shop Chloe purchased everything may be supplies. We enter the closet after Detective Laura Davis removes the phone as evidence. That journal about Chloe observing Lily has haunted me for months. Detective Laura Davis answers her phone in the corridor. I hear her voice but not words. Her stare has intensified. Hospital called. Lily notified security this morning that a Chloe-like lady approached her in the parking garage last afternoon. She insisted on inquiring about her due date, family support, and fear of giving birth alone. After Lily complained, security took the film. If Lily hadn't reported Chloe and trusted her friendliness, she may have attended delivery. Lily protected her kid by following her intuition, says Detective Laura Davis. Detective Laura Davis meets Lily at the station for 2 hours. She wants Lily to support Chloe's approach. Lily is 17, therefore a social worker will attend. Enough is hard enough without her alone. I drive home to shower, change and tell Mom what we found. She sits at the kitchen table with her coffee cup in both hands, speaking little. I depart for the police station as she sits. I meet social worker Emily Carter in the lobby and enter a tiny conference room. Lily sits with her hands over her pregnant tummy on a chair. She seems afraid and young. Black ponytail, central high sweater. I show Lily my phone photo of Chloe after Emily Carter introduces us. Lily nods quickly and pales. She claims that this woman has attended my prenatal checkups for 6 weeks. She constantly says this is a coincidence and she was there the same time. She lives in a group home after her family kicked her out after she became pregnant. 3 weeks till her due date, she's scared. Lily says Chloe was always kind and gave pregnancy advice. Chloe attended Lily's solo labor as a birth coach. Lily considered it since she didn't want to birth alone. However, Chloe began asking odd questions about hospital security, camera doors, and nurse rounds. Anxiety made Lily stop replying to Chloe's texts. Lily was troubled when Chloe asked her when she was due and which hospital she'd deliver at in the parking garage yesterday. Emily Carter considers this typical. Caregiver trusting young moms without family support attract predators. Some have befriended pregnant women to abduct babies. They occasionally let mothers recuperate alone. They may get the woman to deliver and take the baby. The hospital security strategy was suggested by Chloe. Clinically, it sounds more genuine and awful. Cis-hunted 17-year-old. Laura Davis believes she found burner phone contact A. The owner is Megan Brooks. Riverside Hospital suspended the labor and delivery nurse 16 months ago for patient boundary breaches. Police visited her home after neighbors reported not seeing her for 3 days. Her car's gone. Landlord. She demanded early lease termination. She pondered if departing early would return her deposit. Detective Laura Davis hands me Megan's nursing license photo. Around 40, she has blonde hair and chilly eyes. Although we've never met, Chloe saved her number on a throwaway phone. Detective Laura Davis checks Chloe's PC for social media. Finding a 6-month-old private chat between Chloe and Megan Brooks. Pregnancy loss and sad birth dominate early communications. She admits to being depressed after miscarriage. Around month 3, Megan sympathizes and recalls helping moms, but the tone changes. Save babies and offer good kids second chances, urges Megan. Chloe asks for aid. Happy. Megan shows her how to acquire hospital credentials online, produce false appointment cards, and attend pregnancy courses without enrolling. Communicating gets particular. Chloe monitors cameras and nursing schedules. Megan prepares and organizes maternity unit shifts. The finest mothers to target, they say. Single, young, vulnerable. I feel uneasy as Detective Laura Davis reviews months of planning. Not only my sister's mental collapse. Coach knew what she did. Megan's prior hospital security tape appears 20 minutes after Detective Laura Davis calls. Exactly 16 months ago. Megan takes up a baby from a nursery bassinet in Scrubs. Carrying the infant, she goes. A nurse stops her to ask where she's bringing the baby. Megan claimed the mother wanted nursing. The nurse denies the chart. Sleeping mother asks nothing. Megan's expression alters. Her reason for aiding is that the mother uses drugs and the infant needs better care. Her infant is taken by security. She cries for protecting innocent children from horrible parents. Detective Laura Davis says the hospital dropped charges to avoid exposure. Megan's nursing license expired without criminal charges. She waited for the proper moment and company. Mom calls me on my phone. Ethan visited her after bail. Though wearing an ankle monitor, he wants to chat. Mom sounds worried. I drive up and see Ethan on the front porch stairs. He stands and speaks fast when I appear. He never expected Chloe to act. He felt she had unhealthy daydreams and mourned. He should have spoken out, but he was terrified and confused and didn't believe his companion could. Staying on the road. I tell him via the screen door that his calm made everything possible. Each day he remained quiet. Chloe misled herself more. Another day Megan manipulated her. An innocent mother was harassed again. This dude keeps sobbing and apologizing. His look makes me uneasy. How someone could know something so horrible and do nothing is beyond me. He rests on the stairs, head in hands. Entering and locking. Seeing me at the kitchen table, Mom tears. She thought Chloe's oddities were mood swings during pregnancy. Mom believed hormones made Chloe emotional. Planning an actual baby shower makes her feel terrible. Gifts, decorations, fun. She feared that her excitement drove Chloe farther into the fantasy, making her think she couldn't stop or accept reality. I cuddle her while she cries. R.I.P. sister and daughter. Chloe texted pleasant messages and baby outfit photographs. No such person exists. Maybe she deceives herself. We can't reach her. Mom claims she should have known. See indications, she should have. Chloe tried hard to disguise it. Even her roommate Ethan didn't realize until it was too late. Detective Laura Davis calls me at Mom's. Chloe used her credit card for Oregon petrol. Police are retrieving security footage. She calls 15 minutes later to update. The clip shows a Scrubs and baseball cap person. Probably Megan given her height and build. Boxing up Megan's DMV registered automobile. The artificial pregnant tummy is gone on Chloe. She's dressed casually and moving rapidly, glancing around like she's being observed. Stock the trunk before entering the petrol station. Timestamp. 2 hours ago. Oregon State Police are investigating, says Detective Laura Davis. Local officials monitor. Detective Laura Davis broadcasts gas station footage of Chloe and Megan studying a corner table map. Routes and notes are marked. Megan draws a finger route as Chloe takes phone photographs and indicates. Their next move is deliberate. Detective Laura Davis says Oregon officials are monitoring this rental house where Chloe intended to live as Sophia Ward. Since learning about the incident, our landlord, Victor Matthews, has cooperated. He would behave normally if Chloe or Megan wanted keys. Police arrive ready to move. The net is closing, but Chloe doesn't know. She thinks starting again with a stolen baby is ahead of everyone. I can't sleep that night. I constantly check my phone for Detective Laura Davis updates in bed. All notifications make my heart race. I spend months scanning Chloe's texts. She sent me a onesie with the phrase, "excited to be a mom." 3 weeks before, she had back discomfort and swollen ankles. She sent ultrasound pics a month ago. It was all fake. Buy ultrasound online. With the onesie, she pretended. Practiced pregnancy symptoms. Knowing her complex falsehoods taints every recollection. It's unclear which portions of my sister were real. She may have loved or persuaded me. Unknown is worse than knowing she erred. At least bad things are understood. Nothing appears steady without the truth. Next morning, investigator Laura Davis visits Mom's house. Lily had a healthy daughter at 4:23 a.m. after early labor overnight. Hospital protects care. Lily and her child are jailed. Official visits are allowed, and plainclothes workers monitor the maternity section. Fear about Chloe tempers relief that the baby is safe. Taking Lily's kid was her objective. The baby may make Chloe desperate. Desperate people act riskily. Detective Laura Davis said Lily won't allow guests and they've blocked all entrances. But I kept seeing Chloe and Megan studying the map, plotting their routes, and preparing. Detective Laura Davis reports another discovery. Megan and Chloe watch Lily's social media. Lily announced her due date 3 weeks ago. Comment threads revealed her birth hospital. Group home nursery photographs were shown. Public posts gave Chloe her answer. Although Lily's accounts are secret, damage occurs. Chloe knows her target's whereabouts. For Detective Laura Davis, plainclothes police patrol the maternity ward. Use hospital and visitor attire. Every entry and floor is monitored. Security footage is being evaluated live. Bringing Megan or Chloe will result in instant detention. Action waiting is miserable. I get an afternoon phone from Ethan weeping. He found more evidence in his automobile than expected. The trunk contains a hospital badge maker and blank templates. Multiple Megan photo templates may be used for phony IDs. Without knowing why, he sensed Chloe was seeing someone. He trusted her grief counselor claim. Never checked or asked. He believed her because it was simpler than admitting truth. Stop him before he finishes his explanations. He was too upset to hear his deliberate stupidity justified. Every indication suggests this might have been halted sooner if someone had paid attention, if Ethan had asked questions. Mom would have followed her intuition, and I would have noticed more signals and visited more. We all chose comfort over truth. Eliminating avoidable disasters is our goal. The next morning, Detective Laura Davis called with surprising news. She found Megan's phone at a hotel 10 miles from Lily's hospital. Morning officers searched the room, but Chloe and Megan may have left. Departure was worse than discovery. Hotel room kidnapped war room. I sat down to review Detective Laura Davis's images. Maternity unit floor layouts with colored nursing stations, security cameras and blind spots were on one bed. A wall schedule showed minute-by-minute nurse shifts. Someone circled 3 p.m. Best window, near red shift. A canvas bag of branded baby clothing rested on the dresser. A stack of bogus discharge papers and 6 formula bottles. Megan's false credentials and blank baby name were on the applications. They meticulously arranged. Nobody imagined them anymore. The baby stealing plot worked. Detective Laura Davis said this crime was intricately organized. Most newborn criminals steal spontaneously. The hospital was examined for weeks or months by Megan and Chloe. They know when to attack and circumvent security. They may have succeeded if Lily hadn't reported Chloe's strange conduct and the hospital hadn't strengthened security. That concept made me nauseous for hours. Detective Laura Davis discovered shocking evidence: Chloe's crazy high school calligraphy diary. As Detective Laura Davis suggested, I read it in the station. Beginning with a yearning to be a mother and feeling empty, the postings darkened and twisted. Chloe wrote that Lily's baby sent me cosmic messages. She found Lily too young and inexperienced during pregnancy examinations. The term, unfit mother, repeated. Chloe believed she could help this infant escape poverty. She said she'd be a better mom, earned this chance, and was destined to raise this child. Latest, 2 days ago. Chloe understood that her activities were improper by society's standards, but sometimes you have to break norms to achieve good. She compared herself to animal rescuers. She felt snatching a baby was like saving a pet. My sister's condition was revealed by her warped thinking. This beyond dishonesty and bad judgment. Chloe faked reality to justify evil. Detective Laura Davis saw me read and recognized it. Neither surprised nor afraid, she appeared sorrowful. A phone call later that day transformed Detective Laura Davis's life. Oregon landlord Victor Matthews claimed someone asked him to postpone key pickup. They needed the keys today, not in 3 days. Victor decided to meet after a peaceful call. He immediately phoned police as Detective Laura Davis instructed. Had them. Found phony belly pads in Chloe's clothes. We decided to halt this. Oregon State Police and Detective Laura Davis planned a rental property operation. Patrolling police drove unmarked automobiles and wore civilian attire. Victor acted normally with Chloe and Megan. We planned to let them acquire the keys and try to enter, then arrest them. Detective Laura Davis considered this the strongest evidence since it indicated intent to execute the scheme. Unable to await news at home, I told Detective Laura Davis I had to attend Chloe's arrest. I disregarded her warnings about danger and emotional depletion. After learning everything, I pursued my sister Chloe across 2 states. I deserve completion. Detective Laura Davis waited for me in an unmarked vehicle 2 blocks away. Mom wanted to come, but I kept her home. Mom must be available if Chloe escapes or calls. Mom may struggle with Chloe's jailing. Driving to Oregon was tedious. For 2.5 hours, Detective Laura Davis drove as I checked my phone every 2 minutes for Chloe calls. Despite knowing she wouldn't, I waited for a message to fix things. After I couldn't react, Detective Laura Davis halted small conversation. Imagined what would happen when we arrived. Here 2.5 hours before 4 p.m., keys to rental homes. The quiet duplex was perfect for stealing a baby. Detective Laura Davis parked 2 blocks away and repeated the strategy as promised. Plainclothes cops were there. Some pretended to read newspapers in parked automobiles. Others dressed as dog walkers or runners. At his property management office, Victor Matthews was typical. If Chloe came, we could discuss before arrests. Detective Laura Davis hoped I might gently convince Chloe to surrender. Despite reservations, I tried. Painful wait. Detective Laura Davis recounted her former cases to kill time. She stated she'd seen several working women fake pregnancies or abduct newborns. It usually followed a major bereavement or mental illness. These women thought they were doing the right thing and deserved a kid more than the mother. It explained but didn't justify their actions. It mattered that Detective Laura Davis claimed Chloe was sick, not evil. I tried believing her, but that journal and Chloe's warped logic kept coming back. The property parking lot got Megan's automobile at 2:47 p.m. Heart palpitations tingled my neck. Megan cautiously looked around before leaving. Looking at her phone and street, she worried someone may leap out. I observed her enter Victor's office and converse via binoculars. Victor completed his part joyfully. The lot was vacant after searching for Chloe's automobile. Perhaps Chloe didn't arrive. She could have dispatched Megan to collect the keys while hiding. 10 minutes seemed like an hour. The lot received Chloe's automobile. Far from Megan's car, she parked. She started speaking like she was talking to herself or on the phone after a few minutes. Her fake pregnant tummy vanished. She seemed weaker without it. She appeared fatigued and frightened. Not guilty. Her face made me want to hug her and tell her everything will be well despite her actions and plans. From her car, Chloe walked to work. She watched me leave the unmarked automobile. In parking, she froze, staring at each other over 50 feet of pavement. I knew when she recognized the trap and was hooked. Her expression changed from tension to sadness. She dropped her shoulders and opened her lips to scream, but nothing came out. To appear cool, I extended my hands as I approached her. Laura Davis and the other cops stayed, but I knew they would go if Chloe bolted. Chloe cried before I came. She apologized again, stating she didn't mean to go this far. Her dishonesty was driven by her desire for children. Though I loved her, I urged her to seek therapy. Even if she wanted one, I wouldn't let her take another. I spoke more steadily than felt. In tears, Chloe spilled years-old words. 2 years ago, she told me about the concealed miscarriage. How she lost the baby at 12 weeks in her apartment bathroom as Ethan worked. She was ashamed because her body failed one task and never informed anyone. She quietly felt empty and shattered while friends and cousins had kids. She lied to Mom about phone language practice. She couldn't retreat while everyone was happy. The first belly pad was bought to confess discreetly. After feeling empty, the attention and delight were welcome. Month 5, she used larger pads and feigned symptoms to make them real. She believed in her ability. If she wanted a kid, she could have it without anybody noticing. Moving across the parking lot attracted my eye. Megan ran to her car when she saw police. She was chased and tackled by 2 police officers before hitting the pavement at the driver's door. She yelled and battled in detention, saying she was helping, and young women didn't deserve children they couldn't care for. Detective Laura Davis unlocked Megan's trunk, causing a scream. A large black bag on the hood was unzipped by Detective Laura Davis. Multiple-sized medical scrubs, Megan's photo, 3 phony ID badges with different names, and a comprehensive maternity unit floor plan with red shift change timings. Found security camera blind spots and poorly locked doors. Detective Laura Davis provided a written entry protocol for entering the nursery at 7 p.m., alter. Megan looked at us furiously after yelling. She boasted about safeguarding infants from unsuitable moms, knowing more than these naive ladies who got pregnant by mistake, and doing an important job. She yelled at us for stopping her without mercy. Chloe, crying alongside me, was approached by investigator Laura Davis. Chloe extended her hands before Detective Laura Davis grasped the shackles, wrists together, waiting. Chloe cried as Detective Laura Davis gently cuffed her. My sister seems calm. She ceased escaping, lying, and misleading herself. She looked at me and asked me to apologize to Mom for ruining the baby shower. Comparatively, minor stress hurt my chest. Chloe apologized for missing the celebration while in jail for kidnapping a baby. Mom arranged events, decorated, and ordered a cake. Detective Laura Davis took Chloe to a vehicle as cops dealt with Megan's birth rate and ungrateful mom outburst. I saw Chloe yell, "I'm sorry," at the window when they put her in the back seat. Ethan stood beside his car, expecting to vomit, an officer inviting him to the station for interrogation. Victor Matthews was astonished and asked Detective Laura Davis about his rental property as he left his office. I chased police cars, but returning felt forever. Chloe was interviewed by police as I waited with Mom, who drove up after I phoned. She mourned her daughter's breakdown and pondered how she missed all the indications. Detective Laura Davis observed that Chloe was confessing, collaborating, and almost ready to speak the truth after repressing it for so long. After an hour, Chloe reported Megan's false pregnancy and online pregnancy loss support group findings 6 months ago. After sympathizing with Chloe's loss and loneliness, Megan said she deserved to be a mother over careless youth. Megan suggested taking a kid from a young single mother to improve the child's environment and protect the mother from a mistake. Megan made it heroic, like saving a kid, Chloe added. Megan taught her how to fake medical visits, buy belly pads, and make ultrasound photographs from pregnant websites. Megan had nursing supplies before being dismissed. She knew maternity ward security and operations. Lily was young, alone, and blogging about her pregnancy, so Megan chose her as the perfect target. She claims Chloe followed her for 4 weeks. Megan entered the maternity facility after shift change, grabbed the baby as nurses gave reports, and met Chloe at a particular spot using her phony ID. They loaded baby goods into Chloe's vehicle and drove to Oregon that night. 2 days later, a station psychiatrist interviewed Chloe privately. Mom and I waited outside for the exam. Everything left us drained and numb. The doctor diagnosed Chloe with serious mental condition from unresolved miscarriage grief after 3 hours. Though non-threatening, she needed considerable mental health therapy that jail wouldn't provide. Instead of incarceration, the doctor urged Chloe to get treatment and medication in a monitored mental facility. She thought Chloe's fantasy meant she had to have Lily's kid to satisfy her urge. Clinically, Chloe appeared ill, not treatable. Megan's opinion changed the next day, the prosecution said. Megan exploited weak women and was antisocial. They discovered she befriended at least 4 pregnancy loss support group women in the last year and suggested they rescue babies from unsuitable moms. Megan was sacked from nursing 16 months previously for trying to kidnap a baby from the hospital nursery, saying the mother was a drug addict who didn't deserve her child. She prepared when the hospital let her leave quietly without charges to avoid publicity. The prosecution accused Megan of kidnapping conspiracy, identity fraud, stalking, and attempted child abduction. Megan, unlike Chloe, was mentally well and recognized her actions. She tricked widowed mothers into abducting babies. A week later, Detective Laura Davis visited Lily in the hospital with me. Emily Carter, the social worker, welcomed us to the maternity unit. I found Lily cuddling her pink-blanked daughter in another room. She blanched with dread. Lily calmed down once Emily Carter explained who I was and why we were there, but she hugged the baby. She was apologized to for my sister's behavior and the fear and violation she must have felt being observed and targeted. I told her Chloe was in jail and would never hurt her or her kid. I was astonished when Lily glanced down at her daughter and said she felt horrible for Chloe and could tell she was struggling despite talking in the parking garage at pregnancy classes. Lily was 17, but she seemed older, compassionate, and protective of her kid. This tragedy reminded her how delicate new life is and how easy things can go wrong, so she named her baby Hope. Her intense love for her kid made me pleased Chloe's trick failed, and the baby went to her real mother. In the following hour, Emily Carter connected Lily with young mother programs, teen mom housing, child care to complete school, and stalker trauma treatment. Lily reared her child with group home and social services help. While studying for her GED and community college, Hope attended group home childcare. Her assured discussion about her future refuted Chloe's assumption. Not a horrible mother, Lily. The young mother who loved her child needed support, not condemnation or theft. A prosecutor met with me, my mother, and our lawyer 4 weeks after Chloe's arrest to discuss charges. After her mental health exam and lack of criminal background, they offered Chloe a bargain to go to a psychiatric center instead of prison, but the terms were strict. She would be at the facility for at least 2 years, attend all therapy and treatment, take her meds, and face criminal charges if she didn't comply or commit further infractions. Her supervised release included mental health and therapy checkups. The prosecution argued that Chloe needed treatment, not punishment, and that a trial would be hard on Lily, who has just had her baby. Mom and I sat at the prosecutor's office the next week after countless nights of deliberation. Detective Laura Davis addressed trials. To calm her fears, she says Lily must testify about being watched and targeted. Chloe's mental health records indicated delusional thinking, thus a jury would likely commit her to psychiatry. Chloe's evaluation favored rehabilitation over punishment, the prosecution said. Answering Mom's jail time query, the prosecution said Chloe would undergo specialist therapy. After everything, Lily cradling baby Hope, I couldn't let her face Chloe in court again. That afternoon, we signed our plea deal. We cried in the parking lot. I heard about Ethan's allegations 2 days later. His lawyer said Chloe influenced him, and he didn't comprehend. However, the prosecutor found text exchanges suggesting Ethan knew about the phony pregnancy for months, knew Chloe was preparing hospital supplies, and stayed quiet. Despite the danger, he grabbed gas station evidence, tried to direct us away from hospital surveillance film, and never called police. The prosecutor suggested 3 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and twice monthly therapy. Ethan's counsel encouraged him to accept a trial since obstruction and accessory charges might result in jail time. Mom stated he wept after signing the agreement. I felt sad for him, but was infuriated because his quiet allowed Chloe do everything. Chloe was hospitalized 3 hours away in a college-like psychiatric facility. Mom and I visited Chloe following her rescue, checking in at the main desk after security. A community place with cozy sofas and window plants was our objective. Chloe wore regular clothing with her hair back and makeup off. I found her smaller and odder than my sister. She sobbed and apologized across from us. Mom holding her hand confused Chloe. She stated the drug helped her understand her bad behavior. She wanted explanations for her terrible views. She scared Lily, wounded others, and jeopardized a baby. Though Chloe screamed for most of the hour-long visit, I saw my sister through the lies and preparation. A doctor requested a private meeting before leaving. An elderly woman with gray hair and a smile explained Chloe's diagnosis. Chloe misled herself to deal with losing a baby 2 years ago. Hidden miscarriage by Chloe. She had problems conceiving thereafter. Health concerns that might complicate pregnancy were told about by doctors. Instead of grieving, Chloe's brain assumed a pregnancy for attention. The doctor says she will overcome her melancholy, distinguish reality from fiction, and handle tough sentiments. She said Chloe might stay for 2 years or longer depending on her growth. 4 weeks following Chloe's transfer, I started therapy. I sobbed and told her my sister lied for months and planned something horrific in our first session. After listening, my therapist astonished me. She said I could love and loathe Chloe. That such sentiments fit. I could miss my phony sister while helping my real sister. That proved my feelings were multifaceted. We discussed trust, restrictions, and aiding without enabling in subsequent weeks. Despite her mental disorder, Chloe made decisions. After treatment, I slept better and stopped worrying about Chloe and Lily phone updates. Mom battled more than me in everything. She thought Chloe's strange behavior throughout pregnancy should have prompted further concerns. Her roommate Ethan didn't comprehend when I told her that Chloe bought false ultrasound photographs and wore fake pregnant bellies. In Chloe's institution, we started monthly family therapy. Our therapist helped us set limits. How to watch Chloe without accepting her decisions. Mom conceded she couldn't stop Chloe's collapse. Some cover their anguish effectively, no one notices. 3rd month of Chloe's therapy. Reports on facility progress. Chloe finished treatment, took her pills, and understood her conduct. She sent Lily an apology for stalking, upsetting her, and threatening to abduct her baby. Letter expressed responsibility and recognized Lily's fear and violation. When I called Emily Carter to ask if we should mail it, she stated Lily wasn't ready for Chloe. Lily was focused with her child and future, so Chloe's letter may slow her recuperation. Chloe agreed when we informed her. Said she learned healing wasn't forgiveness. That acceptance seemed like progress, like she was finally living in reality instead of her fantasy world. Megan's trial began then. Chloe's lawyer stated she wouldn't testify owing to digital and physical proof. The prosecution examined hospital floor layouts, false IDs, and Chloe and Megan's kidnapping texts. Megan visited hospital-restricted areas during her suspension, according to security footage. Online media covered the 2-week study. Her attorney claimed Megan was mentally sick. Her doctors diagnosed antisocial personality disorder and comprehended her actions. She testified without emotion that she was saving newborns from terrible moms. The jury convicted her of 7 felonies, including stalking, identity fraud, and abduction conspiracy. The court emphasized her predatory behavior during her 7-year jail sentence. He said she exploited weak ladies. After reading her sentence, I was glad Megan couldn't injure anyone. 4 months after everything transpired, Ethan wrote. He described how helping at a mental health crisis family group showed his shortcomings. He admits to denial and cowardice. Though Chloe was suffering, he ignored her and prayed for the best. His silence made her hallucinations worse till she wanted to take a baby, making him feel awful. Letter asked no forgiveness or justifications. Trying to avoid his mistakes, he informed me. I respected his honesty but didn't forgive. Perhaps. But the wrath was too raw. The treatment team updated Chloe after 6 months. Treatment helped Chloe overcome her miscarriage and infertility pain. She could now distinguish illusion from reality. Know her ailment during the false pregnancy. The best news was that Chloe created an institution pregnancy loss support group. Her suffering helped others avoid dangerous sadness. The therapy team was pleased that Chloe was using her emotions to assist others rather than lying. Improvement may earn her supervised day passes after 5 months. That news made Mom cry gleefully, and I felt hopeful for the first time in months that Chloe might survive. Okay. Some weeks following that visit, an unknown number texted me. Opening it revealed a fat infant with bright eyes and the largest smile on a lap. Lily described Hope at 6 months below. The infant wasn't the vulnerable newborn I'd seen at the hospital that day. The infant appeared healthy, joyful, and loved. Lily is entering community college in the autumn after receiving her GED last month. Lily attended lessons while Hope was cared for at the group home. She took general education classes and contemplated teaching or social work. I felt lighter after reading her post, knowing that Lily was establishing a life for herself and her daughter despite Chloe's problems. She demonstrated young parenthood wasn't failing or giving up. After giving Mom the photo, we both sobbed joyful tears, relieved this portion was well. 1 month later, the prosecutor mentioned Chloe. She spoke to Chloe's therapy staff and verified her facility progress reports. After her steady growth and comprehensive therapy, the prosecution reduced Chloe's sentence from indeterminate to 2 years with supervised outpatient treatment. Registered with County Mental Health Services, Chloe attended treatment twice a week for the first year, then weekly, and took her prescription carefully. She can work and live alone with supervision after leaving the facility. The prosecution said this change was unusual, but Chloe understood her illness and committed to rehabilitation. We had our first hope after this catastrophe. First clue, Chloe may have a future beyond what she almost did. Mom and I visited for Chloe's early October birthday. We brought a little chocolate cake from Chloe's previous bakery and carefully selected cards. The bright, clean dining room with comfy chairs and huge windows. Unlike my expected frigid institutional rooms. Chloe looked better than in years, perhaps before the phony pregnancy. She had pigmented complexion and focused eyes, unlike prior months. Gaining weight helped her feel less hollow and scared. As we sung happy birthday and cut the cake, Chloe described her facility's grieving support group. After her release, she planned to utilize her grief to help others avoid catastrophe via community grief support groups. She wanted to identify individuals early and assist them grieve without injuring them like she did. Chloe worriedly asked about Lily and Hope during our vacation. Phone showed Lily's photo. Not fooled, Chloe glanced at it before crying. Those tears were kind. She claimed she was glad the kid was with her biological mother since her ideals were damaging. She detailed her self-forgiveness program and recognized some may never forgive her. She knew Lily owed her no forgiveness, understanding, or recognition. Chloe stated her therapist taught her that sincere regret is taking penalties without expecting anything in return, and was attempting to carry that weight. A week after Chloe's birthday, Detective Laura Davis told me the case was closed. Complete reporting and documenting eliminated gaps. She denied phoning regarding papers. She asked about Chloe, Mom, and myself. This case reminded her why she became a detective, not only to apprehend crooks, to assist families overcome challenges and avert calamities. She was delighted Chloe was treated, not punished. The system sometimes worked. Too often, mental illness was criminalized and individuals who sought help imprisoned. Before hanging up, she said to call her if our family needed anything. It was clear she meant it. A year following her commitment, Chloe's treatment team advocated for supervised day passes. She can leave the institution for 8 hours with an authorized family member and obey the restrictions. Mom and I started inviting Chloe home for Sunday dinners to exhibit her family life while keeping order. First dinner was tense. Making conversation at Mom's supper table. We talked weather and TV while dancing around the elephant. No one to speak truth. Our routine returned in the weeks that followed. After old illusions reappeared, Chloe was more open about therapy. She didn't lie or act fine. Mom and I asked simple questions, and Chloe replied honestly, even when it was hard. Our relationship is more genuine now, improved somehow. Emily Carter informed me about Lily in spring. After earning her associate degree from community college, she obtained a full tuition and book scholarship to the State University's nursing school. Lily begged Emily Carter to inform me that she'd never forget what occurred but would build her future instead of living in fear. Smart and interested, Hope had reached all her developmental milestones. She showed her child daily that Lily was the perfect mother. You can love a child regardless of age or condition. Emily Carter said Lily sometimes advised working in maternal health to assist young moms find services. She was interpreting a dreadful event. After everything came apart, our family rediscovered a more honest, difficult normal 2 years later. After facility rehabilitation, Chloe moved into a monitored apartment with 2 other recovered women. Everyone had daily case manager visits and twice-weekly group treatment. She helped herself recuperate by taking calls and filling out intake paperwork at a grief therapy clinic part-time. Mom and I rebuilt our connection with Chloe on truth rather than comfort, setting clear limits on what we could and couldn't bear while supporting her. I learned that loving someone requires embracing their reality, not your ideal, and that sometimes the hardest thing is right. What she almost did bothers Chloe every day, but she's turned tragedy into meaning by helping others escape lost delusion. After Ethan died, our family is smaller, and some extended relatives can't accept that. Our strength is honesty, not pretense. Chloe's phony pregnant bellies and believing my sister could do anything so wicked still bother me. I appreciate watching Chloe grin honestly during Sunday lunch and know she's accepting reality. Rehabilitation's mess has replaced Mom's baby shower decorations. It seems more serious than fake pregnancy celebrations. End of story. My speech was unscripted and friendly.